Chapter 1. One Crossing. Damn, I didn't expect it to be discovered. Sure enough, everyone can't guess their end. This is Yefeng's last words. A young doctor who is only 29 years old. At least on the surface, he is a normal human being living a normal life. But he is a doctor by profession, and he can often come into contact with various corpses. He respects and is responsible for his profession, if it's not a strange habit. Yefeng likes beautiful eyes. He is a small well-known doctor in F City. He spends a lot of money to buy people. Please tell him if you encounter beautiful eyes. Before throwing it away for cremation, he would take down those beautiful eyeballs and put them in a container as his own collection. Before being convicted and arrested, he had quietly received 3 pairs of eyeballs. It's a pity that the guys who did shameful deeds have been arrested. It is estimated that within a week, he, the buyer, will also be confessed, and then put in jail. This is the crime of insulting a corpse. It's a pity that luck doesn't seem to favor him. Just when Yefeng imagined his boring prison life, he walked on the rainy road. Watching the classic anime Naruto in his hand, the plot inside is a memoir. Itaka kills Osamaru at a glance. You don't need to use the moon to read any kind of spicy chicken. If the pupil of the writing wheel is stronger, it will be killed immediately. That's it. That's it. That's it. The young man hummed disdainfully. Boom. A purple thunder flashed. The scorched corpse and shocked passers-by were left in place, and Yefeng's soul slowly drifted to the unknown distance. Passed through gorgeously. Naruto World. Konoha 49 years. After the 9-tailed attack a year ago, Konoha village was greatly injured. Not only was 9 tails unable to be used as a weapon, but also the young Hokage of the 4th generation of Eyes was killed in battle, and the ninja world fell into a rare peace. At this time, Yuan has quietly completed the experiment of human body forbidden surgery. He turned his body into a monster. The big white snake with 8 heads, its body is as large and heavy as a hill. Haha! Finally let me succeed. Huge amounts of monsters vomiting. Although there are 8 heads, there is only one soul, and that is the soul of Oshimaru that controls the body. The man's voice was slightly hoarse, cold and evil. There is an indescribable magic. Hiss! All the 8 snake heads opened their eyes wide, and the soul of Yuan felt the pain of tearing. In fact, he is indeed being torn apart. The soul of a certain other world is coming through time and space, and emerges from within his soul, almost torn him into pieces, and then becomes the new Osnake pill. He has painstakingly studied the painstaking effort for decades, is it so? Depend on. This is where. Yefeng only felt that the sky was spinning, and he had not yet reacted to the pain of being struck to death by lightning. Countless light curtains flickered suddenly in front of me, as if hundreds of different movies were being shown at the same time, and the protagonists of these movies were all alone. That is Yuan. Decades of memories belonging to Dashimara crazily flooded into Yefeng's mind. It was more than just spinning around, and the whole universe seemed to tremble in his eyes. 10 minutes later, the white Yaki Orokai opened his eyes again. And then looked at his body curiously with 8 heads as if he had known himself for the first time. That look was full of disgust, speechlessness, and deep unwillingness. There is still confusion. The scenes of Deshimaru's childhood life are vivid, as if he had gone through those decades by himself. I have been an orphan since I was a child, a cruel war. I felt the fragility of life because my partner left, and he did not hesitate to study various cruel and cold-blooded human experiments for longevity. Yefeng felt that he had truly become Oshiwan for a while. FK Nima. Through anyway, give me a protagonist identity. Naruto Sasuke can do it. What's the matter with me being a snake? Oshimaru's cold voice sounded. There was a moment of silence, and the huge body trembled slightly, and Yefeng was frightened by his own voice. Boom! There was a rumbling in the gloomy cave, and the huge 8-chi snake turned into a human body. This is a rather evil middle-aged man. The black hair was scattered, the snake-like vertical pupils were shining with gold, the purple eyeshadow extended to the nose, the pale skin was bloodless, and the cyan jade earrings were worn. In addition to insidious, still insidious. At least Ye Feng thought so. This face is a real monster. The night wind sounded slightly hoarse. Shimaru is a real lunatic and a terrifying careerist, and he now inherits the legacy of this body, even his memory. He is now the new Ashimaru, mastering everything about him. It's a pity that I was also a damn monster. It's just different. There are no rules in this world that can bind me, because the rules in this world only bind the weak, and the strong only need to make rules. Snakes will evolve too. A cold voice sounded. Ye Feng's voice became colder and colder, and his tone became more and more like a real OSHA pill. Abandon the past and embrace the new life, abandon being a man and pursue becoming a god. After tonight, I am the new Yuan. The fate of the ninja world changed quietly, and no one knew how far a traverser could go. The next day, Konoha. Ashimaru casually returned from the secret base and returned to the village of Konoha. Master Ashimaru! Master Ashimaru! The two door guards greeted respectfully, and did not dare to be disrespectful. Although there was a hint of fear in his eyes, the respect for the strong and the legends in his own village was more. Ye Feng ignored these little guys and went straight back to his home in Konoha. Said it is home, in fact, his experimental bases are all over the place, and he himself has not been here several times. The ninja world is peaceful, I don't have any tasks to do either. Moreover, I need more energy and time to study the technique of turning around. There is no need to waste time dealing with Konoha. Now is the best time to defect. The question is whether to deliberately show presumptuousness, and then leave blatantly. Ye Feng poured himself a glass of water and said softly. According to the script, 100% of the 3 generations would let him go because of soft heart, even if he deliberately let the experiment reveal the cobweb horse trail and was besieged by the 3 generations. But he can travel through this world, which means that the plot will never be the same as before. If the 3 generations suddenly become reluctant, they must do it seriously. That would be a fool for pretending to be incapable of being forced. Although he is confident of escaping Konoha by relying on the art of the 8-kissed serpent, who would be so idle that he would be hit hard? Ye Feng didn't even realize that his thinking mode had changed a lot. He is now both Ye Feng and Yuan. The more terrifying and insidious Nightwind is also the more cautious and greedy Yuan. Snake? It smells so good. Chapter 2. 2 Student, Matere Red Bean. I'm a fool to bet on whether the other party wants to be soft-hearted. It's not the same as if I just slipped away quietly. Ye Feng finally came to a conclusion. With the information he has, and the strength of this body now, there is no need to take risks at all. If you have the strength, you can pretend to be a fool. Because the preparations have been made before, most of the things have been transferred to the outside base. There are only some materials left in the laboratory behind Naruto. And red beans. Ashimaru fell into deep thought, lying on the bench for a long time without speaking. He used to coax many children to do his own human experiments and forbidden surgery research. Matere Adzuki Beans is one of the more special ones, because she is a disciple of Ashimaru and a Konoha ninja in the face. I love Konoha in my heart, and I definitely love the big snake pill that saved her life. Unfortunately, there is no special value. Bringing a little girl around is a burden, and she is worthless at all. Ye Feng murmured subconsciously. The hoarse voice, with the real cruelty and viciousness like a snake and scorpion. He wants to be the ultimate creature, the most powerful immortal person, he doesn't need waste to be around. But at this moment, suddenly, Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam, and the whole body was agitated. Damn it! Is my last conscience eaten by Shiwan? Ye Feng thought a little afraid. In his previous life, he just disrespected the corpse. Except for him, the life or death of others is indifferent. This is the way of thinking of really cold-blooded animals, not humans. However, he doesn't actually hate selfishness. He just hates that kind of loneliness. He wants to be strong, but he doesn't want to turn himself into a lonely man. The sun was shining slightly from outside the window, and a warm feeling filled the man's body. Dashi-wan noticed that there was a bunch of beautiful flowers in the vase in his room. It looks like I bought it yesterday, and the yellow flowers are vivid. It's really delicious. Ye Feng picked up the flowers and sniffed gently. He seemed to be able to see the child opening the window carefully, and then disappointed to find that there was no one inside, and finally put the bunch of flowers in the vase. When I left, I must have lost and regret written on that little face. Because she hasn't seen her teacher for several days. Naruto building. That's right, did he go back to the village this morning? The 3-generation-old man sat on the chair behind his desk and took a deep breath. Suddenly some anxiety, self-blame, and sadness flashed across the old and wrinkled face. Although he has not found evidence yet, the ninjas in Konoha village have disappeared frequently recently, and no one can do it except that guy. He knew exactly what was going on with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Only the student who he most optimistically regards as a genius can let Dashi-wan do bad things. Go astray? 3 generations of old men spit out white smoke rings. Anbi was reporting the recent trace of Ashimaru nearby, and the old man was speechless for a long time. It's really sunny weather. Boss, please give me a glass of juice. It's hard to tell that Ashimaru is on the streets of Konoha. The green upper ninja vest, the unique thin figure and pale complexion, and the deep and hoarse voice. Yes, yes. Your lord. The boss was stunned, and quickly went to prepare a glass of juice. Tremblingly to receive the money handed over by the overnight wind, he was relieved to see this one leave. As for the other guests, they respectfully bowed their heads and stepped aside because of the night breeze. Sure enough, there are some bad rumors. The reaction of these civilians is so big. The man walked slowly, and the crowd voluntarily gave up a path. It is rumored that many ninjas who have disappeared recently in the village are probably related to Lord Ashimaru, so these talents seem so afraid. Teacher. Ye Feng sat in a daze on a chair. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from far away. It was a 13-year-old girl with short purple hair, gray-brown eyes, a ninja headguard with Konoha, and black fishnet stockings with a gray-red coat on top. Mitere Azuki is also his only student. This body hadn't been a taboo before, so Atsuki also knew that he had been doing experiments, but the girl didn't report Dashyuan. Because her life started when she met Dashimaru. Although it was only used as a product for Dashyuan before, it still made the red beans feel warm. She respects her teacher very much. It's you, Red Bean. Dashimaru smiled, patted the girl's head, and motioned for her to sit next to her. Thank you, teacher. The little girl nodded politely. For some reason, I feel that today's teacher seems to be softer than before, and it feels very strange. Have you practiced hard recently? It's been a long time since I checked your cultivation progress. Ye Feng asked softly. He inherited the memory of Dashimaru, and definitely remembered his relationship with this little girl. Report to the teacher. Psychicism is already very proficient. Hong Do's face turned straight and replied very solemnly. Red Bean is really a good boy. Ye Feng praised. Atsuki Bean seemed to have received a great reward, smiling and squinting. She knew that this man was evil, sometimes cold-blooded. But she always felt warm from him occasionally. Before meeting Dashimaru, she was just a cowardly lonely child. The teacher taught her ninjutsu, took her to eat delicious food, and let her live in Konoha. This kid. It's the kind of idiot. There was no fluctuation on the surface of Yefen, but he sighed secretly in his heart. The biggest shining point of Red Beans is loyalty. As long as you give her a little love, she is willing to help you at any time, trust you, and even die for you. But this child also lacks the will to become stronger. There is no desire to become stronger in her heart. She lacks hatred, anger, obsession, the necessary factors to become stronger. But Yefeng is not the real dashi pill that soul has dissipated. He needs men, strong men, but there is no need to throw away all the weak. It is said that one of the three ninjas, what if there is a cumbersome little girl with him? Master Ashimaru? Atsuki asked cautiously. The man seemed to be lost in thought and did not speak for a long time. Konoha's life is so good. Look. They are like a calm lake, and I am a gust of wind. I don't know where the wind will blow. The cold man opened his eyes, his tone was flat. Hongdo's heart suddenly became quiet. There are no more noisy streets and crowds in his eyes, only the evil man who speaks inexplicably in front of him. Your eyes are so beautiful. The man spoke suddenly. Chapter 3. 3 Processing Laboratory. The red bean was slightly taken aback. Yefeng nodded, as if he was appreciating some artwork, looking carefully. Atsuki Bean's cheeks are hot when seen. Taupe is not pretty. But people with this kind of pupil color are extremely rare, and so determined and shy, it seems a bit contradictory. Isn't the girl's eyes supposed to be like this? A love ignorant in adolescence. Does Shiwan joked? Although it was a joke, it was actually just casual talk. Correct. My recent experiment has made a big breakthrough. It's a very big progress. Staying in Konoha is no longer helpful to me, it will only limit my experimental research. As soon as the voice changed, Yefeng continued to speak. From beginning to end, he smiled faintly. That. The teacher meant that you want to leave Konoha. Atsuki said very quietly. She deliberately used the word leave instead of betraying the village. It's almost like that. After processing the last remaining experimental site in Konoha, you can leave at any time. I'm tired of this decadent village. Does Shiwan said coldly. Seeing the indifferent expression on the teacher's face, Hongdo suddenly felt a sense of fear. In fact, she knew that her teacher was not a normal person. But this madman was the one who saved her. It seemed that he had discovered the girl's subtle expression of hesitation and fear, and Yefeng's face showed a smile again. Did you put the flowers in my room? I like that little gift. Although I have never been to that place, I am still very happy that someone cares about my life. Thank you, Red Bean. Dashimaru said calmly. Stretching out some big cold hands, gently stroked the girl's cheek. The emotion in the eyes is not so much gentle, but rather the kind of pity for an idiot, and a little appreciation. They really have beautiful eyes. Yefeng thought to himself. Tonight I will go to the back of Hokage Rock to deal with that laboratory. If you want to come, then come together. Definitely, Atsuki Bean wants to stay in Konoha. Do not. I want to follow the teacher. Shiwan hadn't finished speaking yet, Hongdo had already interrupted the teacher. This is the first time that she has done such an extraordinary thing, and interrupted impolitely before the teacher finished. But Yefeng was not angry, just smiled and nodded. Rainy. A gust of wind blew across the street, and the man beside him was gone. That night, a round of meniscuses hanging high in the sky, and Konoha village is still very lively and feasting. The rock statue of the first generation of Hokage is on the distant mountain, looking at the prosperous village with silent eyes. Master Ashimaru. The girl's voice suddenly sounded, and Ashimaru, who was looking at the night view, turned her head. That face is full of evil, even the smile makes people feel deeply chilling. But in the eyes of Red Beans, it is very kind. Really a good boy who kept the promise. Yefeng walked in front, and Hongdo quietly followed behind. In less than 3 minutes, he came to a very hidden laboratory. Squeak! As soon as I opened the wooden door, a strong pungent smell of potion came over my face. This is a dimly lit room with a very wide interior space. On the right is a wooden frame, densely packed with various dark red glass bottles, which contain human or animal organs, soaked in potion. On the left is a rectangular experiment equipment resembling a coffin, responsible for freezing the complete experiment body. Some were corpses, while others were ninjas who were caught not long ago. A test subject was wrapped in a white cloth on the test bench. The owner of the corpse died a few days ago. There was a slight odor of the corpse, but it was masked by the smell of the potion. It's really a mess here in a few days, Ye Feng said casually. The experimental subjects here and the experimental records are of no value to him. The knowledge that he should possess is engraved in his mind, and the technique of the 8G Orokai has been completed, and he is no longer human in the strict sense. He is now a snake wearing a human appearance, a monster. Well. Hongdu couldn't help frowning. It's not the first time that she has come to Dashimera's laboratory, but she still feels shocked and terrified every time. It has lost its value. They were completely eaten by me, and now they are turned into rubbish. The man said to himself. Slowly walked to the side of the test bench and picked up the light scalpel with his hands. PSST. Dashimaru plunged the knife into the eye socket of the dead body, and the knife almost penetrated the man's head. Turn the handle slightly and then pull it out, creating a dark and empty hole. As the corpse gradually decomposed, some viscous black turbid liquid flowed out of the cracks. This eye is dead, it will look so ugly without saving. Not to mention, his eyes are inferior. Dashiwan dropped the scalpel casually, and then glanced at the corpse in disgust. When he walked to the water-fetching place and washed his hands, his eyes returned to Hongdu again. Teacher. Hongdu said timidly, holding back a trace of fear in his heart. Are you afraid of me? It doesn't matter, this is the emotion you should have. Ye Feng smiled disapprovingly. He patted the girl's head, and then walked out of the wooden door holding Hongdu's hand. Atsuki Bean lowered his head and said nothing. At the same time, Ashimaru started to seal quickly, completing all the seals in almost 1 second. Hai Suyu Shenwei. Psychic art. Ye Feng let out a low roar, and Chakra burst out with evil thoughts and malice. The big mouth of a giant snake appeared out of nowhere, and the wind remnant cloud generally looted all the contents of the tester and emptied it. The whole room seemed to suddenly appear in the mouth of the big snake, and then dispose of everything. This is the magical effect of psychic art, which only summons the duplication body of the serpent. Although those remaining potions may kill the big snake, there are as many ordinary giant snakes, and if they die, they are dead, that's all. Clean up. In a blink of an eye, the big snake disappeared without a trace, and the interior room was empty. Ye Feng clapped his hands, turned around and started to leave with the red beans. Teacher. When shall we leave? On the way, Hongdu suddenly asked. For some reason, her little face was full of nervous flushes, and her little hand was held slightly. Ha. Is the red bean worried about being abandoned? Ye Feng smiled lightly. I don't have to lie, I won't leave you at Konoha. Thank you, Master Ashimaru. The girl said sternly, and then silently said in her heart. I will follow you forever. Chapter 4. For news of body changes, stop water. The next day. Konoha village. It is rare that Ye Feng did not conduct experiments, sway around outside, or perform tasks. Just slept quietly, just like an ordinary person. He waited until the sunlight came in from the window, then slowly opened his eyes, and then dressed and washed in this small room. Dashyuan is still Dashyuan, and there is a cold light in the golden evil eyes. This tongue. Putting it in the previous life is just for seduce rich women. Ye Feng opened his mouth and spit out his tongue. Even without using any ninjutsu, his tongue is so long that he can almost lick his neck, which is extremely exaggerated and outrageous. If you use ninjutsu, you can easily extend tens of meters. Nonsense. I'm Dashimaru, how can I have such a nasty thought? The weak need the love of a rich woman. Ye Feng shook his head quickly, the expression on his face returned to normal. Strange, what's going on with this feeling of hunger? Dashimaru appeared on the streets of Konoha just like yesterday, and had just had breakfast at Isle Ramen. But when a few Uchiha clan members passed by, he felt a sense of hunger. It is as if the fierce beast subconsciously longs for its prey. Ashimaru does not seem to like the setting of cannibalism in the original work. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. Those were children from 3 ninja schools, with the family crest of the Uchiha clan printed on the back of their clothes. Why don't you feel that way to other people? But for Uchiha, his body couldn't help but get excited. Ashimaru was lost in thought. Could it be? Is it because of the blood succession boundary? Ashimaru murmured. Blood succession boundary, that is, a special family bloodline, usually has ability and ninjutsu that are different from ordinary people. He didn't respond to ordinary people, but he was excited when he saw the Uchiha people. Could there be other changes in this body? 49 years of Konoha, Sasuke, and Naruto are only about 1 year old now. Itachi Uchiha should have just graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7, and then another genius, Shisui Uchiha, who is about 4 years older than Itachi. It shouldn't have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel yet, and I am performing Konoha's mission. Ye Feng thought silently. Since he has inherited everything from Ashimaru, definitely work hard towards the strongest in the ninja world. Among them, the writing of the Will Eye and the blood of Uchiha are indispensable things, which are the necessary conditions for opening the Eye of Reincarnation. For this reason, he may take away Sasuke's body in the future. It seems that before leaving the village, I have to inquire about the location of the water stop. The guys just now should know. Ye Feng made up his mind. Inadvertently glanced at the dark part that was monitoring her in the dark, and then disappeared in place with the technique of instantaneous body. 10 minutes later, the cold man appeared again, already in the forest in the mountains behind the village. The 3 Uchiha's young children were tied with their hands and looked at Ashimaru with extremely angry eyes. This damn guy! How dare he do it in the village? Even if it's one of the 3 ninjas, wouldn't you worry about starting a war between Konoha and the Uchiha family? Haha! It looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet. You need to be respectful to adults, you know. Dashiwan looked gloomy. A handful of kunao was taken out of the ninja bag, and immediately cut a teenager's wrist. Ah! The boy let out a miserable scream. The 3 teenagers realized what a terrifying guy standing in front of them. Tell me the news about Uchiha Shisui. Otherwise, the next thing to be cut off is your head. Ye Feng threatened. The hoarse voice seemed to be hissing from a poisonous tongue, and the Naruto seeing art was quietly activated. The 3 teenagers seemed to have seen the blood sea hell, lying on the ground with their cold corpses, their hearts were completely cold. Stop, stop water! He. One person finally couldn't bear the pressure, and couldn't help but want to betray the companion of the family. To shut up! We are Uchiha. We can't surrender. Another young boy roared, his dark eyes turned blood red, and 2 black washes swirled slightly around his pupils. Puff! Kyo inserted into the boy's heart, and blood surging out like a spring. The young man who just showed off his erguyu writing round eyes, all he has to do is to breathe out and not breathe in. Next person. What about you, can't you tell me? Dashiwan asked in a hurry. Even if none of these 3 can be forced to ask, the big deal is that he will find 3 more to ask. Anyway, I'm leaving Konoha, what's the point of killing a few people? I said. Shisui went on a mission 2 days ago. Today is the birthday of that patriarch's son Uchiha Itachi. He will definitely be back. My lord, you just need to wait outside the village. The broken boy said everything. Between life and death, he chose to sell his partner for his chance to live. Lord Ashimaru is one of the 3 forbearances, surely he can't speak, but it doesn't count, he can definitely be saved. And as long as they don't say anything, who knows they betrayed Zishui. Good. You are smarter than the one lying underground. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. A young man clutched his severed hand and barely used chakra to stop the bleeding from the wound, while the other person who had betrayed the news was kneeling on the ground, bowing his head and dared not look at Yuan. Crack! A white-scaled snake stuck out of the sleeve of Dashimera's sleeve, twisting the neck of the boy with severed hand. You told the news. So I let you survive. The night wind said calmly. Looking at the 2 more dead bodies on the ground, there was no wave on his face, instead he opened a space scroll from the ninja bag. Boom! I bit my finger and began to print, and then printed in the center of the complex text. A large number of scalpels and ninjas appeared. Ye Feng put on his gloves very skillfully, then walked to the 2 nearby corpses, and took out 2 pairs of Uchiha's bloodline eyeballs. Put it in a small glass container and soak it in a potion that keeps it alive. Grown-ups. My lord, you told me to bypass me. Seeing Dashimaru approaching with a scalpel in his hand, the only survivor couldn't help screaming. I didn't say I wanted to kill you. I just need your eyes, I think the 2 should not conflict. Ye Feng said coldly. Do not. The boy got up madly, and then wanted to escape this hell. But will Dashimera give him a chance? Disobedient child. Ye Feng frowned. And directly killed the goods with Q now. The 3rd pair of eyes was taken out with a scalpel again, and the work of containment was completed, and then all the items were retracted into the space scroll. These eyes are just appetizers. Stop water. I have to decide your writing wheel. A group of pitch-black snakes emerged from the ground and surrounded the 3 cold corpses. The murderer has disappeared. Chapter 5. 5 Ambush. It was close to noon. Uchiha disappeared from 3 tribesmen, and no one has noticed this anomaly yet. But Dashimera disappeared mysteriously for a while, and the news was reported to the ears of the 3rd generation by Anbu. It is a pity that the old Sarutobi of hesitation still has not made up his mind to find his own students. Especially when there is no evidence yet. The sun was shining on the streets of Konoha, and the bustling crowd was as lively as usual. However, Hongda didn't care to see everything in the village. Today is a special day, she is so nervous that she forgot to eat breakfast. Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, a person stood alone on the balcony in a daze, searching for the figure on the street. Little girl. You look a little lost, can you tell me who bullied you? A cold voice rang from behind. Hongdo suddenly turned her head and found that Dashimaru had been standing behind him somehow, and looked at herself with a smile. Teacher. Hongdo smiled embarrassedly. Let's go. Ye Feng was not long-winded, and jumped directly onto the roof with the red beans. In order to get rid of those who were looking for him, Hongdo was held in her arms by the princess. Sunen's speed and body style are so fast, from the Adzuki Bean's home to leaving the village of Konoha, from the beginning to the end, the ninja was not discovered. He didn't fight, and the route he left was very concealed. Regardless of the 3 generations or Gillette, the strongest people in the 2 villages other than him have not discovered the intention of Dashimera to betray the village. Swish! Outside Konoha village. Dashimaru jumped on top of the branches holding the red beans, taking a look around occasionally. Come down. Let's take a break here. The night breeze said lightly. There was an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes, and he didn't know what bad idea he was making. Teacher. Where shall we stay? Hongdu asked curiously. This is a forest that must be passed by Konoha's main gate, and it looks more like someone to ambush. Moreover, there is no experimental research base of Dashuan around Konoha, so it is definitely not just to stop and rest. Uchiha Shisui. You should have heard his name, after all, he is only 1 or 2 years younger than you. I need his blood and eyes, and they are captured alive. Da Shiwan said frankly. Hongdo was already considered his own, and he planned to cultivate it. There was no need to conceal these things. She would see it soon anyway. The Uchiha clan. Atsuki was thinking quietly in his heart. It seems that the teacher is beginning to be interested in Suejic Xianjia. But, without the blood of Yuyu's Haibo clan, how do you use the power of Shaolunyan? Kakashi is a good example. He got the writing wheel eye left by Uchiha's soil, but he couldn't close it and kept the eye open. Chakra won't even want to grow his whole life. The lovely prey has finally arrived. Ye Feng licked his lips, the gold in his eyes flickered with excitement. Hongdo quickly looked at the distant forest. 3 black shadows were flying across the jungle, approaching here at high speed. Although I can't see it clearly, I can vaguely find that it is 3 young people, and one of them is particularly eye-catching. A handsome boy with short black hair, although he is only 11 years old. He is already a master who has experienced the baptism of war. Uchiha stops the water. Stop! There is an inexplicable smell ahead. Zishui frowned. He couldn't find Yuan and Red Bean hiding 100 meters away, but was surprised by the smell in front of him. As expected of a genius. Even the nose is so sharp. Ye Feng licked his lips, and the little one became even more excited. He arranged a trap here in advance. It was the formation of 10,000 snakes summoning countless groups of snakes, but he did not expect to be seen by this little guy. It is indeed a genius who possesses the strongest illusion art of other gods, although he may not have opened his eyes yet. He couldn't help but feel lucky, but fortunately, the timeline is early enough. Otherwise, after Shishui awakening Kaleidoscope, his own strength may not be guaranteed to beat him 100%. Nothing much. The 2 teammates of Zishui carefully tested it. As a result, the front is still very quiet, there is no strange place, and there are no traces left by others. But, this smell is obviously very strange. It's like a group of snakes, that kind of disgusting smell. Snakes? Go! That's a trap. As if thinking of something bad, Zishui's face changed drastically, and Roar exclaimed. Could it be that man? Damn it! The strong man related to snakes, Konoha is also the only man. It's really keen reflexes, but unfortunately it's still too late. The array of 10,000 snakes. Ye Feng smiled insidiously, and completed Jian in his hand. Just at the feet of the 2 teammates of Zishui, the land with a radius of tens of meters was instantly broken open, like a group of snakes like waves, rushing out at an incredible speed. Ah 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 ah! The 2 teenagers were swallowed up to the point that there were no bones left, and the group of snakes was still moving around. 10,000 snakes? Or 100,000 snakes? Shishui couldn't see clearly, but he didn't have time to think about the number of snakes either. He just heard the roar call from his companion before his death, feeling sad in his heart, and quickly backed away. Attention was concentrated 200%, watching the surrounding movement carefully. Kyowa was already holding it in his hand, his eyes opened the 3-go jade writing wheel, and he didn't dare to blink at all. For people like Dashimaru, he showed a flaw, enough for him to die 10 times. Sure enough, it's as beautiful as I thought, Zwanyan. A gloomy voice sounded. Under Shishui's gaze, the pale-skinned man walked out, still wearing Konoha's upper ninja vest. One of the 3 ninjas, the most promising disciple of the 3 generations of Naruto. Orochimaru. Ashimaru-sama, why are you doing this? This is bound to provoke a dispute between Uchiha and Konoha's senior management. Stop the water trying to delay time. His mind turned quickly, thinking about the way to escape from this place. His current strength was impossible to kill Dashimaru. As for the instantaneous technique, it is very powerful for fighting, but it is not good for escape. Who knows how many ambushes and traps Dashimaru has set up around here? Come with me. Or, I'll take you away after crippling you. Ye Feng said undoubtedly, with an extremely tough attitude. Shi Shui didn't answer, just clenched Kuo in his hand. The next moment, the hands began to seal. Fast enough to produce afterimages. Fire escaped the art of dragon fire. 3 huge amounts of flame dragon were spit out from his mouth, and then he immediately activated the instantaneous technique. Shulan Yun opened the illusion, only to affect the Dashimaru even for less than a second. The Kuo in his hand had been replaced with the Ninja Wind Demon Shuriken. In this regard, Ye Feng just smiled coldly. Zishui's fire dragon attacked him just by dodge and escaped. As for the illusion of writing round eyes, his current soul power is not afraid of Sanguyu's writing round eyes. No way, that action. Could it be that thing? A few drops of cold sweat fell on the red bean's forehead, and she couldn't help shaking. Chapter 6. 6 Suicide? Kuzainaru's sword. Shishui smiled bitterly. Dashimaru faced a person of his age and unexpectedly took out this kind of artifact. But from this point of view, he was more aware of this man's determination to catch or kill himself. Instead of complaining, it's better to desperately pursue a ray of life. Vomit. Ye Feng opened his mouth wide, with his long tongue hanging underneath, and then took out a sharp sword more than 1 meter in length from his belly. Kusanagi sword. The legendary artifact is made of the hardest material in the world, and it can be stretched or stretched at will if it is injected into the chakra. Shul King Snake Hand. Ye Feng held a sword in his right hand, and suddenly countless snakes spread out from the sleeve of his left hand. It's like a spider web surrounded by it, heading in the direction of stopping the water. Damn it! The young man yelled, wishing he could have 2 legs so long he could run away. Escape! I thought you would try to kill me. Ye Feng shook his head in disappointment. The corner of Zishui's mouth twitched, and the speed under his feet was a little faster. Kill you? Except for the 3 generations of Hokage in Konoha, who would dare to say that he has the ability to kill Dashimaru? Snapped. Ye Feng snapped his fingers. He did not rush to catch up, nor was he in a hurry to intercept Shishui, because something had already surrounded this place early. When Shishui noticed that there was a smell in front of him, he had actually fallen into the center of the trap. A lot of giant snakes. When did the teacher call these big snakes? Hongdu stared into the distance in surprise. Over 100 super pythons blocked all the roads ahead, and each one was about 20 meters in length. And behind Zishui is the big snake pill. It can be said that there is no vitality in the sky and the ground. He may be able to kill these giant snakes who can't know how to do ninjutsu, but before he kills these giant snakes, Ashimaru can kill him hundreds of times. The glory of the Uchiha family will never be ruined by me. Zishui suddenly smiled in relief. A bad feeling arose in Ye Feng's heart. Stop! The night wind accelerated with all its strength, and his right hand turned into a large white phosphorus snake, which pierced Shishui's body like lightning. Without thinking about it, he knew the meaning of Zishui's smile. There is one rule for families with blood succession boundaries. If it is a mortal situation, then you must destroy yourself. It is best to destroy your own body. Otherwise, let outsiders get the corpse. If anything can be researched, it will be a disaster for the whole family. Zishui wants to ruin the Shulanyun. Then commit suicide. Boom! 2 Kyo pierced into the eye sockets at the same time, and the eyeballs made a slight popping sound. The blood flowed down from the surface, and Zishui's hands were shaking. Patter! The big snake in Yefen's hand finally arrived, and in an instant he slapped the boy's 2 arms, abolishing the possibility of Zishui Jian's suicide by ninjutsu. Damn boy! Ye Feng was really angry. This is the first time he has felt such an angry emotion since he traveled into this world. Don't be a god, the eye that should have hosted the strongest illusion. Before he had time to evolve into a kaleidoscope, he was destroyed by his own master. Do you know what you ruined? The night wind almost roared. Ha. Shishui, whose arms were broken off, just made a vague laugh, as if he didn't want to talk to Dashyuan at all. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. Half of the bitten tongue was spit out together, and fell to the ground with a snap. Bite your tongue and commit suicide. You are too naive. Ye Feng laughed furiously. At this time, Zishui even attempted to commit suicide. The reason why the person who bit the tongue died is that the wound bleeds heavily, and it enters the trachea to block Roar's inhalation, suffocating himself to death. Ordinary people don't know, but Ye Feng was a doctor in his previous life, and a lunatic doing human experiments in this life. He knows every part of the human body, every bone, and every muscle. A delusion. Ye Feng smiled fiercely. Abruptly, he broke Shishui's mouth with brute force and punched the boy until he passed out into a coma. A touch of chakra appeared in his hand, and he poured it into the water to stop the blood from the wound, and then threw the boy on the ground like a trash. Bah! Bad luck! Ye Feng gritted his teeth and said. He calculated a junior, but he still suffered a lot and didn't succeed. This damn Uchiha Shisui, he has remembered today's things. Poke blind eyes, right? I don't believe that there is no way to regenerate the eyeballs. Little boy. You want me to give you medicine to treat the injury, and you will feel better when you wake up. Ye Feng cursed. From another space scroll, he took out a large pile of medicine bottles. Shishui's eyeballs burst, the tissues inside were already necrotic, and the injuries in his mouth needed to be dealt with. This young man can become an experimental subject if he is alive. Hongdu approached at some point and waited quietly beside her. A hint of sympathy flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Since he chooses to follow Lord Ashimaru, he must have this kind of awareness. Boom! Bang! Bang! One by one, the giant snakes disappeared, and the night wind cancelled the spiritism. In the end, only one remained, and under the order, he placed Uchiha Shisui's unconscious body on his head. Yefen and Hongdu also sat on the head of the giant snake, and then rushed towards the nearest underground base. The man's face is a bit ugly. Atsuki was very witty and did not speak. The sky gradually darkened. Almost over 100 miles away, he finally came to a hidden underground base. Master Ashimaru. Two ninjas wearing Otanin village guards appeared and bowed respectfully. Detain this guy in the first level room, completely lock down chakra and feed the food on time, and leave it to you for the time being. Ye Feng said tiredly. Yes, my lord. The two men quickly took over the unconscious Uchiha Shisui. Don't dare to ask more, just do things as instructed. Here, Ashimaru is the only master, and all those who dared to resist have died or become experimental subjects. Teacher. You are clearly the pinnacle of the shinobi world, why do you still do this, even if you want to betray the village? Hongdu gently held Dashawan's hand and asked in a low voice. Everything. Because I want everything, everything in this world. Including all ninjutsu, bloodlines, physical skills, including supreme power and status, and even a life that is long and immortal. The lifespan of an ordinary physical body is too short. So I want to do that. What is Hokage? Isn't the Pillar Room once known as the god of ninjas dead now? What about the 6 immortals? It died more than 1,000 years ago. I am the final winner. Ye Feng made no secret of his ambition and greed. Chapter 7. 7 Devour. A short while. Ye Feng took the red beans into the underground base. This is a labyrinth-like underground secret room. In addition to the laboratory, there are many places where experimental humans are held. Candles were lit on both sides of the aisle, and under the dim yellow light, there was a faintly hissing sound of snake zinzi. Red beans are also used to this gloomy atmosphere. Basically every experimental base of Dashimaru is like this. You will live here from now on. If you have anything to do, just ask someone, or come to me, my room is right next to you. Ye Feng hurriedly explained. Arranged Hengdu's residence, and planned to go to the place where Shishui is detained. Although the most precious pair of eyeballs is gone, Shisui is still very valuable as an experimental subject. Even if there is no way to restore and regrow his eyeballs, he can still try to create a clone. Don't do that, skill, he is determined to win it. 5 minutes later. First level secret room. Master Ashimaru. 2 persons in white protective suits bowed respectfully and saluted. This is his subordinate arranged in this base, responsible for helping him with some things. Ye Feng nodded and entered the room. I saw that Zishui had taken off all his clothes and was tied to a test bench in various ways, with many tubes already plugged into his body. One is to survey the physical condition at any time, and the other is to inject the nutrient solution, so as not to starve the goods to death. As for eyeball loss and tongue injury, these 2 injuries are already under control. This damned kid! If you dare to ruin me, I will count this account on the Uchiha clan. Ye Feng snorted coldly. The data of the body test is still normal. I just don't know how the eye injury can be recovered. Let's start with the cloning direction. Ashimaru murmured to herself. How many female bodies can be used here? Ye Feng asked one of his subordinates. The so-called female body is actually an ordinary person arrested, or a slave bought from a dark exchange with money. Occasionally used for special experimental research, but most of the uses are used as generation production. Using the fertilized eggs made by experiments, let those women take the place of pregnancy and give birth to babies. When he was studying intercolumn cells before, he experimented with a large-scale baby experiment, creating hundreds of newborns and trying to integrate intercolumn cells into their bodies. Unfortunately, the rejection reaction is very serious, and the assimilation of the cells between the columns is too strong. In the end, these children almost all turned into trees and were swallowed by Mudun Chakra. The only one who survived, although able to use Mudun, was as weak as a child playing. My lord, there are 14 more. The physical condition is in good condition and can be tested at any time. One of his men replied. Clone Uchiha Shisui's cells. You know how to use those machines. I will see 14 newborns in a year. Remember not to let him die. If there is any unexpected situation, come to me. Ye Feng glanced at the young man on the test bench last, and turned and left the test base. People here can be trusted. Whether it was because of fear, money, or worship of Ashimaru, no matter what, these guys didn't dare to violate his orders. A person's energy is still limited. Maybe some time to pick up the pocket from Konoha. As long as I am strong enough, I can destroy Konoha at any time. My ability to be a spy is too wasteful. The man's cold voice sounded in the aisle. The subjects in the prison tremblingly crawled on the ground, not daring to look at the evil god. This is a lunatic. He is also a BD with no conscience and humanity at all. Speechless overnight. The next day. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Ye Feng woke up as usual. Putting on his clothes blankly, he washed a little and walked out of the room. Teacher. Hengdu stood in front of the door and waited well. This is breakfast. I asked them to prepare sushi. The little girl smiled slightly. Ye Feng nodded and stroked Red Bean's head as a reward. The sushi tastes pretty good. But when he was chewing, he suddenly remembered the strange feeling of hunger before. He glanced at the Red Bean who was smiling happily, and decided to try again after breakfast. Soon. I will go out in a few days to go to the country of the vortex, and take you with me at that time. Let's bear with me these 2 days. Ye Feng comforted. He definitely could see that Hengdu didn't really like this kind of gloomy underground base. But also, how can normal people like this kind of ghost place? Although she is a disciple of Ashimaru, her status here is still very high, but unfortunately it is of no use. She has no friends here. Dashi Wan is busy with experiments and rarely has time to accompany her. Hongdu could go out in a few days when he heard that, and nodded happily. Without waiting for the night breeze to give another order, he left the room with the dinner plate, and when he left, he did not forget to bow to the master again. Almost forgot this one. Ye Feng quickly forgot about the red beans. The most important thing at the moment is to understand the abnormalities of the body. The space scroll was taken out, and the 6 eyeballs obtained from the 3 Uchiha tribesmen yesterday were soaked in the green solution. 1 pair is 3 go jade, and the other 2 pairs are 2 go jade. Really? Ye Feng squinted his eyes. Just after taking out these eyeballs, a feeling of hunger came from deep in the body. It seems that not only has his soul passed through this body, but also some other changes have taken place. You only know if you eat it. Ye Feng murmured. Even if it fails, taking a few eyeballs will not have any effect on the body. Soon he opened the glass container and took out all 6 eyeballs and placed them on a plate. The dead eyes are perfectly preserved. Only 1 day passed, as if still staying at the moment when it was taken out of the eye socket. Hiss! The right hand slowly turned into a large white phosphorus snake. The snake body with a thick arm, opened his mouth and swallowed all the eyeballs in. This is his body, one of the 8 heads of the Yaki Orokai. Although I can eat it directly, I still used this ninjutsu after thinking about it. After a few minutes, Ye Feng's body still didn't have the slightest abnormality, and there were no good or bad changes. Just when he was about to give up, suddenly there was a slight tingling sensation in his eyes, like someone was cutting the nerve behind his eyeball with a scalpel. Cough. Shiwan was covering her mouth, and Roar's sucking became a lot quicker. This intense pain is tantamount to piercing a knife through his head, and even cutting off nerves one by one. But he was very happy in his heart, and the pain was quickly ignored by him. Successful. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ye Feng was so excited that he wanted to roar. That eye should have been a golden vertical pupil, but now it has become a normal person's round pupil. In the scarlet and stern blood, a black go jade rotates slightly around the pupil. Yuguyu writes round eyes. Chapter 8. 8-1 Go Jade writing round eyes. Write round eyes. The blood of the Uchiha clan, a descendant of Indra, the second son of the 6 ways of immortals. It can be stimulated by strong emotions to open eyes, and continue to evolve. 1 hook jade, 2 hook jade, 3 hook jade, kaleidoscope. The kaleidoscope evolves to the eternal kaleidoscope, and the kaleidoscope of the same race needs to be transplanted. As for the eyes of reincarnation, only the reincarnated chakra of Indra can be opened by transplanting the body or cells of the reincarnated chakra of Asura. The reincarnation eye is the final evolutionary form of the reincarnation. Yiguyu. The efficiency of swallowing is very low. Ye Feng looked at his eyes in the mirror and muttered. The main effects of writing round eyes are insight, copying, and illusion. Yuguyu's effects are very limited. He swallowed 6 eyeballs, but the conversion ratio was very low. But it doesn't matter. This kind of ability is already very good. With a move, Ye Feng closed the open state of the writing wheel eyes, and the pupils returned to their previous appearance. As long as he has the experimental body of Yuyu's Haibo clan, he can cultivate as many new eyes as he wants. As long as there are enough eyeballs, he can also reach the final evolution. Since the eyeballs are fine, don't know if other things will work. An idea flashed in Ye Feng's mind. Can drinking blood work? Eating meat? It seems that it needs to be verified again. Glancing at the clock on the wall, 2 hours have passed unconsciously. At noon, 1 o'clock. The underground base is still terribly quiet. Except for occasionally a few staff members passed by, there was no other noisy sound throughout the process. Ye Feng pushed aside the detention room of Zishui again. Boom! The tied teenager knocked on the test bench with his hands. Haha! Are you awake? The vitality is really tenacious. It's a pity you can't talk anymore. The night breeze said lightly. Uchiha Shisui heard the sound of Dashimaru and beat the test bed again. He didn't know what use Dashimaru was for keeping himself, but no matter what, he was now alive and dead. He just wanted to die now, and didn't want to become an experiment. Rest assured. I won't kill you until I squeeze your value out, but today I discovered an incredible secret. Oh. That's right. Almost forgot my purpose here. Dashiwan patted his head, and then skillfully took out a pair of gloves. Prepared a scalpel, a glass cup, some bandages and hemostatic medicine. The man cut open the water-stopping blood vessel blankly. After pouring a small cup of blood, he used a scalpel to remove a small piece of meat from his arm. After that, he performed hemostatic work skillfully, and finally put on a white bandage. The whole process went smoothly, and the man didn't have any extra expressions. Whether as a doctor or Dashiwan, this is a job that is so proficient that he can no longer be proficient. After doing all this, Ye Feng smiled in satisfaction. He threw the gloves in the trash can, and then left the detention room with half a cup of blood and a piece of meat. What a wonderful discovery! This body can swallow the power of blood and bounds. As long as there is enough time to settle, he may be able to live all the special blood and power of the entire ninja realm, and become the next immortal and immortal Kaguya. Even can he swallow Hui yet? Endure. First start with blood. Ye Feng sniffed the scarlet and viscous liquid, stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. The feeling of hunger reappeared. Cuckoo. The man drank it like a swig of whiskey. The second reaction was faster than the first, and the body's reaction was more intense and full of pain. But in addition to the severe pain, there is also a wonderful feeling of hotness, as if the eyes are immersed in warm water, and the blood flow in the body has also accelerated a lot. It wasn't until half an hour later that the devouring slowly stopped. Ye Feng opened his eyes, and opened the writing wheel again. It is still in the state of a Guyu jade, but the ability of insight has become much stronger, and it seems that the effect of taking blood is not bad. Next is meat. Ye Feng admired his eyes and summoned the white phosphorus serpent again. Turning the snake with his right hand, he opened his mouth and swallowed a small piece of meat. Pity. The effect of blood is very significant, and although there are some changes in the consumption of meat, the effect seems to be less than 1/10 of blood. It seems that only the eyeball part and the blood of the Uchiha tribe can help. It's about 6 years before the Uchiha clan was destroyed. At that time, almost all the trophies will be in Danzang, just look for him directly. Ye Feng thought silently. The protagonists are still babies, the official plot has not yet begun, and they are not in a hurry to become stronger immediately, mainly to make plans for the future. Next is to call the pocket back. The child's learning ability can help me share a lot of pressure. Then go to the country of the vortex to find the death god mask, and find the solution to the ghoul. There is one of the 3-eye surgery, and there will be a chance after a while. The more Dashimaru thinks about it, the more things he has to do. There is more than enough self-protection power, and it is almost impossible to be completely obliterated. Each of his spells and seals has a trace of the soul of the body. Even if the body is killed, it can be resurrected through the remaining soul. However, in terms of hard power, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Time passed quietly. Unconsciously, 3 days have passed in the base. A clone made from cells taken out of Uchiha Shisui's body has already developed in 14 females. In the meantime, Ye Feng also bleeds blood from Uchiha Shisui's body again. But the Uchiha bloodline in his body is not strong enough, or because his body was not Uchiha before, the evolution of Sheolamayan is very slow. Still staying in the form of a Guyu jade, barely able to use it. Master Ashimaru. The eyes are so uncomfortable. I haven't seen the sun for a long time, so suddenly. Atsuki covered her eyes with her small hands. If you don't see the sun for a long time, you will have a more severe tingling sensation. It's fine. Soon I will get used to life on land again. It only takes a while for the body to adapt. Yefeng rubbed the red bean's eyes and gently massaged them. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, enjoying this rare relaxation. A feeling of comfort gradually spread around the eyes, and it seemed that he could barely open his eyes. "Thank you, teacher." Red Bean smiled. Since the underground bases are basically experimental equipment and prisons, and there are no things that girls need, the clothes are still the same set a few days ago. The black fishnet outfit is naturally very beautiful, but it's okay to change to another one. Although Hongda didn't say it, she definitely wanted new clothes in her heart. "Let's go, buy some clothes in the village first." Yefeng smiled and said. "Thank you, teacher." The girl burst into such a smile for the first time in a few days. It's like a small flower in the ice and snow, no matter how desperate and dark people are, they will feel a trace of warmth. Chapter 9. 9 Uzumaki Country. Sound Shinobi Village. It's just an ordinary ninja village, and there is no such thing as a shadow. There is no reputation and no sense of existence, but the owner behind the scenes is Ashimaru, and the construction of this shinobu village is also his order. Most of the ninjas in the village are basically his loyal men. Master Ashimaru. Yefeng replaced Konoha's Shangnin costume, and his forehead had long been thrown away, wearing a black robe. Just walked into the door of the village and was immediately recognized. "Those golden snake pupils are so special." "Don't say anything. I just passed by here," the night wind said calmly. It seemed that suddenly remembered something, and then ordered the ninja in Otanin village. "By the way, help me keep an eye on someone." A girl with red hair, about 5 years old, whose name is Xiang Rin. "If she appears in the territory of the country of grass, or near Otanin village, try to take her away peacefully. If you resist, remember not to hurt your hands or feet." After confessing this sentence, Yefeng led Hongdu into the village. These people are very smart, so he doesn't need to say too much. "Teacher. Who is that Xiang Rong?" Adzuki asked curiously. "The survivors of the Whirlpool clan barely have some effect." Yefeng replied lightly. "Let's go, let's change our outfit first, this time it will take about a week to go to the country of Uzumaki." "Yes." 3 hours later. After walking out of Otanin village again, the two had changed their costumes. Yekase was wearing the ninja costume of Otanin village, and he didn't do too many bells and whistles, except that he was wearing a black robe outside and he didn't wear a ninja guard. On the other hand, Hongdu changed into a girl's casual outfit, a light red top and black short shorts. "There are still sandals for ninjas under my feet, and I have got a new pair of sandals. It looks very cool, full of a strong youthful atmosphere, and it will not affect the fight and the journey. Quite pretty." Yefeng just exaggerated, Red Bean is like a kid who got candy. There is a beautiful student, man, who actually has a sense of accomplishment. Seal. Speaking of which, Hongdu's body has not yet been planted by me, she should be able to withstand that kind of power. But that kind of violent power can easily turn people into irrational monsters. Yefeng shook his head. "After thinking about it a little bit, I gave up this idea." He left experimental subjects with curse seals in various hidden laboratory bases, and it was not bad for Red Bean. Even if you want to cultivate red beans to become stronger, you can think about it in other ways. Swish! 2 figures traversed the endless forest, jumping above the top of the tree. Although the giant snake can be used to drive the road, it is too eye-catching. Related to snakes, I'm afraid that the first thing that Chuan Ninja Realm thinks of is his Ashimaru's name. He didn't want to expose his trace and location. At the same time, Konoha Village. Boom! Danzo sat in Hokage's office and coldly confronted the 3 generations of Hokage. In addition, the 2 high-level elders Mito Minyan and Zhuan Xiaochun are also there. "A few days ago. You must have an explanation." Tuanzang coldly snorted. The three Uchiha tribesmen never mention it, but Uchiha Shisui is a famous genius of that tribe. He was also very optimistic about Zishui, and wanted him to do something for the root. But now Uchiha Shisui mysteriously disappeared in the forest not far from Konoha, leaving a lot of traces of snakes on the scene. Coupled with the various suspicions of Ashimaru, the ninjas in the village may be ruined, and at the same time they mysteriously disappear. The murderer is basically sure to be the big snake pill. As the teacher of Dashimaru, the three generations of Hokage found nothing and did nothing. At this point, we can only declare that Ashimaru is a traitor, S-rank traitor. Danzo, don't be too aggressive, I believe this matter. Sarafii is also very uncomfortable in his heart. The two elders persuaded. Danzo seems to be accusing the three generations, but actually wants him to dismount, and then sit in the position of Hokage. Didn't he know that Dashyuan is suspicious? The roots are not as inactive. It's just that as Hokage, the responsibility for the three generations of this kind of thing is definitely greater. No need to mention it again, I agree to the wanted Dashyuan. But I can't give you this position, Danzo. This is an important task handed over to me by Master Erdame, unless it is the day I die. Sarutobi Richin let out a smoke ring and sighed. Haha. Then you'd better do your job well, stop this kind of thing from happening again, and see what kind of students you teach. Danzo slammed the door and left. The Naruto office was quiet again. And Jiraiya, who was sitting above the Hokage building, was silently looking into the distance in a daze. Tsunade was mentally broken because of Kato's death in the war. He became more and more decadent in gambling, and he didn't even know where she was in the country of fire. The three of the original ninja squad, now even Oshimaru has rebelled against the village. So suddenly, he didn't even have a chance to meet. Maybe I should go out and travel. Even if it is for new works. Ji Lai also whispered. Konoha village is still prosperous and lively, and the bustling crowd is the same as usual. In the dark, many things have happened quietly. 5 days later. The country of Vortex. This is a small island in the sea next to the country of fire. The Maelstrom clan is the distant blood relative of the Chien Shao clan among the descendants of Ashura, and family members are good at sealing. The wife of the original Naruto Senjuzuma was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, as time passed, the Uzumaki family's influence in Konoha became more and more precarious, and eventually they had to return to their ancestral land, which is the small island in this sea. It is a pity that the reputation of the Whirlpool clan is too great. Even if he chooses to retreat, he is still found by the ninja outside following the cobweb trail. Besieged by people from many countries and nin villages, almost the entire clan was extinct. Only a very small number of clan members were incognito and scattered all over the world. The hair color of members of the Maelstrom family of purebred bloodlines is red, such as Nagato and Seengrin. Wow! Waves of waves crashed on the beach. Under the brilliant golden sunlight, a small boat drove up on the blue sea. The boatman was paddling the wood pulp hard, and behind him were two strange guests. A gloomy middle-aged man, and a beautiful girl. Is this the island of Uzumaki country? It seems there is no one. Red Bean said softly. His face was full of curiosity, his big grey-brown eyes widened, and the sea and the beach were reflected in his pupils. Ugh! It is said that there were a lot of people here before, and then I didn't know what happened. The people who still live on this island are all coming from behind. There is really no place to live before they come here, said the boatman. Here is 100,000 taels. Waiting for us to come back after finishing our work here. Ye Feng nodded slightly, and handed over 10,000 taels of banknotes in his hand. He was not afraid that the boatman would dare to take the money and run away. If he dares to take it, he dares to kill. Attached, 1 tael equals 10 yen equals Lu Mao soft sister coin, 100,000 tael equals 60,000 soft sister coin. Chapter 10. 10 Death God Mask. I haven't seen anyone. Adzuki Beans walked in front, looking around. There are ruins everywhere, some have been burned by fire, some have been destroyed by various ninjutsu, and there are wreckage of houses everywhere. No living people were seen, and no well-preserved buildings were seen. Teacher. How did the Whirlpool clan perish? Was it really besieged by ninjas from many countries? Red Bean curiously said. From these ruins and fragments, we can vaguely see what kind of village this was like in the past. Although not as good as Konoha, it can be regarded as a relatively powerful shinobu. But in such a place outside the world, the whole clan was almost wiped out. The sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan, now I don't know how much it is still circulating. Who knows? Only the ninja who came here will know what happened back then. Perhaps it was a ninja union from several countries, or it was made by Konoha himself. Ye Feng replied lightly. Between the two chatting, the first living person appeared in front of them. He looked like a homeless man in a mess, and didn't know how many days he hadn't bathed. Hey! Can you hear me? Do you know where the Nemean Hall of the Whirlpool clan is? Ye Feng asked tentatively. But the tramp just looked at the sky blankly, his expression dull and drooling, he didn't seem to hear anything at all. As the boatman said, the people who will come to this island now are basically people who have nowhere to go outside. Maybe this guy owes a debt or was hunted down. But for whatever reason, there is no doubt that this guy is already crazy. It seems that you can only use ninjutsu. It will take a lot of time to search slowly. Ye Feng muttered. And these guys came from behind, even if they are sober, they probably don't know what the so-called Nemean Tang is. Psychic art. Countless groups of snakes appeared with the call of the night wind. Thousands of dark shadows moved in all directions, looking for the well-maintained buildings on the island. Teacher. What are we looking for here? Adzuki asked again. Obviously it will not be a simple thing to make Dashimaru run this far in person and also come and find it. Can unravel the ghoul sealing technique. Ye Feng replied simply. Ghoul sealing is the most powerful sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan. It can summon the Death God and swallow the soul of the target into Death God's belly and seal it forever. After the spell is completed, the person who uses the spell will also be consumed by Death God as a sacrifice. The souls of the caster and the enemy will remain in the belly of Death God forever. A year ago, Uchiha brought the soil to summon Kyuubi to attack Konoha. The fourth generation of Hokage wave Feng Shuman used the ghoul to seal it out in that battle. Sealed 9 tails of Yang in the body of his son Naruto Uzumaki, while 9 tails of Yin came to Death God's belly with the fourth generation. But this technique can be solved. A special Death God mask can be found in the Nemean Hall of the Maelstrom clan. At the moment the caster puts on a mask, lets himself be a sacrifice and summons Death God, cuts the belly of Death God to release the sealed thing, and then the caster is eaten as a new sacrifice. As long as you find that mask, you will have obtained the fourth generation of Hokage's dirty reincarnation body. And you can get half of the 9-tailed chakra. After half a day, Yefen and Hungda stayed on the island, finally waiting for the news that a snake came back. Deep in the jungle in the western part of the island, there is an intact building hidden. If nothing else, it would be the place where the Whirlpool family stored their masks. Let's go, Red Bean. We can get things done sooner and we can get back home sooner. Ye Feng patted Red Bean's head and said softly. Is teacher? The girl respectfully responded. In the space scroll, dry food and water are prepared in advance, so I don't feel hungry. Soon, the two moved towards the place where the news came from the snake. In the depths of the jungle, a wooden house with huge amounts of one of the pillars supporting the gate collapsed, causing the gate to be slanted, with the Whirlpool family's family pattern on it. The ground is full of dust, and no one has been here for many years. Adzuki Beans and Dashimaru walk into the interior, and you will see various masks hanging on the walls. Among these, there is a special product that can summon Death God. Hiss! Ye Feng stretched out a white snake with his right hand, keenly sniffing the breath of these masks. In the end, one was selected from dozens of masks. Compared with other masks, this mask seemed to have been subjected to some kind of technique, so the breath was unique. Found it. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. Finally got this treasure. With this mask, he can release the 4th generation of eyes and the half of the 9 tails of yin at any time. As for the candidate for the surgeon, whether it is brainwashing or illusion, just find someone to replace it. To put it harder, as long as there is enough money, there are people in this world who are willing to sell their lives. Let's go. Ye Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Atsuki looked at the mask carefully, and didn't say much. The two returned all the way to the edge of the beach. It was getting close to the evening, and the boatman was still waiting on the spot, not daring to breach the contract. Let's go back. At this point in time, I can have a supper when I get to the shore. What do you want to eat? Ye Feng put the mask away, and when he looked at his expression, he knew that he was in a very good mood. Supper. Well, teacher, I want to eat barbecue. Atsuki thought for a while, then replied with a smile. Holding Dashawan's hand affectionately, the man's body is always cold. But the girl obviously likes to stick to him very much, where she can enjoy a sense of security and happiness. Barbecue? That's fine. Ye Feng smiled. It doesn't matter what you eat, as long as the red beans like it. He was in a good mood, so he was willing to spend the night teasing the little girl, looking at Hungdul with a happy smile, and he felt warm in his heart. The silent boatman paddled the wood pulp in silence, and the man and the girl chuckled and chatted. The night gradually dimmed, countless stars shimmered slightly, and a shallow moon appeared from behind the clouds. The waves are always turbulent. Sitting on the rickety boat, the sea breeze has a slightly salty and wet smell. The little girl with the ball head is acting like a baby in your arms, looking at you with big cute eyes. Ye Feng thinks tonight is really wonderful. This is the first time he finds it so interesting since the journey. In addition to experiments, besides becoming stronger, there are other things in life that make him feel interesting. Teacher. Atsuki Bean lowered her head shyly. Dashiwan lightly kissed her forehead, then lightly kissed her cheek. Her lips were cold. She is now like a bewildered prey in the arms of snakes. But she only feels happy. Ye Feng smiled and held her face, admiring those beautiful eyes, but finally did not kiss her lips. Next time. As if seeing through the girl's mind, the man whispered. Chapter 11. 11 The Return of the Pocket. A week later. An underground base near Otanin village. Master Ashimaru. A teenager about 13 years old half-kneeled on the ground and said respectfully. Pharmacist Pocket. It was a spy sent by Oznamaru to Konoha. He grew up in Konoha's orphanage. He temporarily serves as a pharmacist apprentice and works at Konoha Hospital. At the same time, he is also a genius studying medicine, and has a super brain who is good at playing tricks. Definitely, he is loyal. Do you know why I want you to come back? Ye Feng smiled. My subordinates are dull and don't understand. Do answered truthfully. Originally, he was supposed to be an important piece of Ashimaru, and existed for Konoha's destruction plan. But if he disappeared mysteriously now, it would be difficult to return to Konoha in the future. Because I have more important things for you to do. With your talent, it's too wasteful to be a spy. Come and help me manage the experiment. I've been a little busy recently. Akatsuki may find me at any time. Ye Feng faintly explained. In fact, the last sentence is the point. He is now Konoha's S-rank rebel, so Akatsuki is also a recruit target. Although he has no idea about realizing world peace, Akatsuki's influence on Naruto world is huge amounts of, and it is not impossible to mix Akatsuki members. And after becoming a member of Akatsuki, it can reduce the vigilance of those behind the scenes towards him. Yes, Lord Ashimaru. subordinates understand. When I heard this, I also understood what was going on. He also heard about Akatsuki's mysterious organization. It is said that there are very powerful rebels inside. It is no wonder that Lord Ashimaru would say that he may be very busy in the future and he needs his help to take care of those experiments and bases. Let's go. It's been a long time since I saw Zishui, and I almost forgot what his blood smelled like. Ye Feng licked his lips, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Soon. Underground base. Level 1 detention room. Grown-ups. 2 medical staff were recording data in front of the instrument to observe Uchiha Shisui's physical condition. The body is normal and basically healthy. Tou took the order skillfully, glanced at the data and said. He was not idle when Konoha was undercover, and he had basically been learning and understanding various medical techniques. Although it is not as good as the Ashimaru, learning ability is very strong. I have learned the chakra scalpel, and all kinds of basic knowledge are firmly in my mind. How about the blood these days? Ye Feng looked at Zishui and lost interest. This body has lost the most precious eye, and the remaining value is the production of blood, which has been used as a sample of cloned humans. The eyeball is like the limbs of a human being. If it is lost, it will not grow again. To restore this kind of organ, I'm afraid it needs the terrifying vitality of the first generation Naruto Senjujuin's level. But the first generation of cells are too aggressive for ordinary people to bear. Master Ashimaru. According to your instructions before leaving, take blood regularly without affecting the survival of Uchiha Shisui. There are 2 bags of 400 cubic centimeters blood in total. The next blood collection will be 2 days later. A subordinate respectfully said. Take out 2 bags of dark red blood from the refrigerator. And hand them over on a plate. Ye Feng answered casually. His right hand turned into a white phosphorus snake, stretched his body to suck 2 bags of blood. Maybe you can start experiments with clones. Ye Feng meditated, with a flash of light in his eyes. Pocket. After the 5 clones of Uchiha Shisui are born, try to use them to integrate the intercolumn cells and observe the results and process reactions. In addition, other bases are also beginning to cultivate. In a year, I will see at least 100 Uchiha blood born. After a while, I will come back with the white-eyed blood, and at that time, I will start to cultivate the white-eyed blood to continue the boundary. Ye Feng ordered. On the way back from him in Hongdu, he has heard a news. The messenger of Thunder Country is coming soon. Then follow the development of the plot, and then he can secretly plot the bloodline. Yes. Master Ashimaru. Do respectfully replied. For him, this adult's command is everything. It was Yefen who rescued him on the battlefield, and his life was given by Ashimaru. For this adult's dream, he can do anything. Eyes, it seems to be about to reach Erguyu. Ye Feng felt the scorching heat from his eyes, and thought to himself. However, as more and more blood is taken, the effect seems to be slightly weakened. If calculated at this speed, it is estimated that he can only rely on swallowing to become the pinnacle of the 3 Go-Jade's peak pupil power. If you want the power of a kaleidoscope, it is estimated that you need to make other plans. The blood of the Uchiha clan, but Shisui is not the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. I don't know if he can withstand the interpillar cells. Ye Feng shook his head, discarding the thoughts in his heart. Let's solve the current situation first. As for those problems, it is not too late to say that after the clone is born, he has to spare some time to study the technique of turning around. This body is almost 50 years old. Although it looks very young on the outside, it has already begun to gradually influence the release of ninjutsu. It will be 6 years at the latest, during which time he needs to complete the research on the turning technique. And also have to find a good new body. Many preparations are indispensable if you want to become the final victor in the future ninja battle. Let's go, Red Bean. Teacher hasn't eaten lunch yet, try your craft today. Ye Feng said softly. The scarlet light in his eyes flashed away, his expression returned to its previous appearance, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The white scale snake has returned to normal after taking the blood. Okay, teacher. Atsuki nodded softly. A week later. Underground base. There is no day and night here, and the aisles are always lit with dim candles. Except for the occasional screaming faint subject, most of the time was quiet, and Dashimera's subordinates worked diligently. Finally, I got to Urguyu to write Round Eyes. Now my blood can be regarded as an authentic Uchiha clan. Ye Feng stood in front of a mirror, admiring the new changes in his eyes. In the blood-red background, the second black Go-Jade has been formed. There is still a long way to go before the kaleidoscope writing Round Eyes, but finally it has gained something and made a breakthrough. After the strength reached the shadow level, it was not so easy to make further progress. He also relied on the mysterious engulf ability to become stronger so fast. Such beautiful eyes are the real art. If Danzo knows my secret, it is estimated that that old dog will be PD alive. Ye Feng said with a smirk. It's not just the blood succession boundary of Shaolunyan, he will collect more in the future. The stronger the strength, the more he can collect the blood of the blood successor limiter, and thus become stronger. The teacher is stronger again today. Hongda stayed quietly and obediently, with little golden stars shining in her eyes. Chapter 12. 1-2 Come back to Konoha, fish in troubled waters. Let's go, Red Bean. Hand over to the base matters, let's go to Konoha. Ye Feng said lightly. Is teacher? Atsuki nodded, holding his arm affectionately. Today's dress is a white skirt with a pair of clean white shoes under my feet. Instead of combing the head of the meatballs, it is arranged into beautiful short hair. The delicate and lovely face does not require makeup and is also very attractive. Let's go. Ye Feng took off 2 masks from the wall. Today, he also changed into a traditional suit, a full-body grey coat, and black trousers. After putting on a mask and disguising his appearance, no one would recognize him as Dash Yuan. Unless Jala has also turned on the fairy mode, he can recognize the chakra who perceives him. This mask is so realistic. Did the teacher do it himself? Atsuki looked curiously at the soft thin mask in his hand. Ha ha ha. The man let out a horrible laugh. The teacher did it. And it's made of the skin of a real human face. Ye Feng said with a smile, and pressed the mask to the skin of his face. It looked like he was completely another person. He is a somewhat quaint and serious young man, about 23 years old. Atsuki Bean did not speak, but swallowed. She mustered up the courage to put on the mask, and found that her appearance had also changed, without the shadow of red beans. The woman in the mirror was a completely stranger. Let's go. Oshimaru switched her voice, and she opened her mouth as a young man with a soft voice. Is teacher? Atsuki Bean also uses ninjutsu to slightly change her voice. It sounds cooler and more mature. After half a day. Konoha. Near the gate, 2 ninjas are checking the guard at the gate. In the past 2 days, envoys from the Kingdom of Thunder have come, so the security work is also very stressful, and we can't let strange guys in. Hello. Please show proof of identity. Noting the young man and girl approaching, the guard said lightly. Master Ninja. My sister and I came to Konoha to discuss business. Ye Feng smiled and passed a prepared scroll. The villagers of Otanin village planted a lot of seasonal fruits, hoping to sell them in Konoha's commercial street. The guard looked at the contents of the scroll. It looks real, and there is the seal of the leader of Otanin village below. It was a small village, which happened to be in the land of fire, and they had heard of it more or less. Go in. The guard handed the scroll over and said lightly. He had also seen it carefully just now. This young man and girl had no trace of practicing ninjutsu, and the chakra fluctuations were completely the same as ordinary people. There is nothing suspicious. Thank you, Lord Ninja. Ye Feng smiled again. Soon, holding the red beans and returning to Konoha village openly. Red beans are a perfect match for red bean cake. The girl squinted her eyes with joy, almost becoming a seam. Be careful. If you say this kind of signature line, wouldn't it be a bad thing to be heard? Ye Feng curled his lips. Red beans eat red bean cakes or something. If someone with a heart hears them, and then contact the Matere red beans that have always been before, it is estimated that the matter will be troublesome. Well, I got it wrong. Hongdu quickly apologized. He lowered his head slightly, and said with some grievances. Be careful next time. Ye Feng patted the little girl's head to show her comfort. He didn't know what he was thinking, his expression was slightly complicated, and he stared into the distance blankly. What is the teacher thinking? Aren't you happy to come back here? Adzuki asked curiously. After entering this dessert shop, Shiwan did not eat anything, just stared at the crowd outside the window in a daze. Do not. It's nothing, some things make me feel a little emotional. The night breeze said lightly. In fact, according to the original timeline, the ninja from Thunder Country came to visit Konoha and secretly wanted to abduct the Hinata file-size sister of the Hyuga clan. This incident should have happened when Hinata was 4 or 5 years old. But now Hinata is just a 1-year-old baby. However, the ninja of Thunder Country has indeed arrived at Lin Konoha today. From the moment he crossed into this world, everything began to change, which was different from the original path of fate. It is also possible that accidents will happen in the future. There is always a solution to a problem. My own strength is strong enough, regardless of whether you come from a god or a ghost, I will kill them all. Ye Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about this meaningless topic. Advance it in advance, it just so happens that he still has a chance to fish in troubled waters, and get the blood of the boundless. It's so sweet. Sweet things are the best. Hongdo's face was full of smiles. Ye Feng moved slightly in his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little arc. Teacher, Red Bean still wants to order a few more skewered meatballs. Can you? Yes, just order it, your happy teacher also feels happy. Thank you, teacher. Time passed. It was night in the blink of an eye, and a round moon hung high in the night sky, and a few dark clouds randomly dotted the horizon. Wait for me here, obediently. Don't run around. Ye Feng patted Red Bean's head and said solemnly. He is going to collect white eyes, so he can no longer bring red beans with him, otherwise there may be accidents. Things are important, and there is no room for loss. Hongdu nodded heavily. She also knew that her current strength could not help the teacher. Although the Hyuga clan is not as powerful as Uchiha, its strength is also a first-class clan in Konoha, and there are many masters in it. Territory of the Hyuga clan. 2 guards stood in front of a big house, patrolling nearby. And inside it, there are ninjas waiting in secret at any time, ready to set off at any time. This is the residence of the patriarch's family. Unlucky Ghost appeared. Ye Feng stood on a big tree not far away, and his whole person almost merged with the big tree. This is a soil escape, which is a great choice for hiding and sneaking in. At the ninja level here, it is impossible to spot him. Swish! I saw a black shadow jumping and flickering above the tall buildings in the distance. He was wearing a black mask, and his body was also black. On the surface of Thunder Country, he came to Konoha to discuss some of the remnants of the Third Ninja World War to be dealt with. But the real purpose was to send someone to quietly abduct the blood of the Hyuga clan. That is, the daughter of the patriarch Hyuga Hinata, Hinata Hyuga. The show has begun. Ye Feng stood on the tree and witnessed the whole process of this guy sneaking in quietly. Although the strength of this ninja is not very good, at least he is first-rate in the body and skills of sneaking. From beginning to end, the Hyuga family did not find any intruders. But Ye Feng followed closely behind, and quietly slipped into the Hokage clan. Chapter 13. 13 New Blood Succession Boundary, Blind Eyes. That's it. The black-robed man whispered. According to information, this room is the residence of Hinata, sister of file-size Hokage. The pure white-eyed blood of the Hokage sect family. Just bring this back to the land of thunder. Just thinking about it, the man couldn't help but want to laugh. Squeak. The wooden door was gently pushed open. In less than 10 seconds, the black runner walked out holding a sleeping baby girl. Mantis catches the cicada, the oriole is behind. The young man is still too young. Yefeng perceives this scene, but he did not stop this guy from leaving. Someone has already noticed a little movement and is patrolling the family, and some of them are coming towards Hinata's room. In no more than 2 minutes, the entire territory of the Hokage clan will be in a state of battle. This ninja from Thunder Country is obviously impossible to leave here, and he hasn't noticed it originally. Just collect the white eyes. Yefeng's face became cold, and he turned and walked towards the hidden corners around him. The Hokage clan is divided into 2 parts, the clan and the branch. Among them, as a family division, a strange life and death curse was cast from birth. Once someone dared to resist, or the family division was taken prisoner. The members of the clan can activate that technique at any time, and they can kill the division as far away as possible. This is also the reason why the leader of Lazi Kingdom chose to looting Hinata, and only the people of the clan can capture it alive. If the person who separated the family took it back, only 1 corpse would be obtained. The time is tight, and the movement of the night wind is also fast. What he did here tonight finally made this ninja of Thunder Country take the blame, so he can be unscrupulous here tonight. You can't take the living back, you can only collect as many white eyes as you can. Yefeng firmed his goal. In the silent darkness, the Hokage clan was busy in a mess, but they did not know that a poisonous snake was hunting in the dark. Come on you! Yefeng seized the opportunity and waited for a separate ninja acting alone. The big snake protruded from the sleeves and stretched out from the ground, and then locked the ninja's neck. Boom! Yefeng decisively stunned the goods. The corpse was taken quietly to the side for processing, and a pair of shiny white eyeballs were quickly taken out and thrown into the container prepared in advance. That guy should still be able to fight for about 3 minutes. Taking advantage of this period of time, he can kill a lot of split ninjas and grab a few more pairs of white-eyed eyeballs. The other side. Hyaganazu was awakened. Knowing that his daughter had been taken away by the mysterious ninja, he started searching with great anger. Luckily, he squatted on the black-robed man near the gate. "Who are you?" Nizuo shouted in a low voice. The blue veins beside the eyes violently, the eyes opened, and the gossip formation and soft fist technique entered the state of preparation. It only takes a second to attack this ninja. Ah! The black-robed man even smiled. I directly ignored the sun foot, and wanted to leave here in front of him. His eyes were full of contempt, disdain, and a special and weird color. From the moment he met Hyagahizu, he knew that tonight's plan had changed. Ninjas never have only one plan. Everything must take into account the worst-case scenario. And now it's... Puff! With a soft punch from the Japanese foot, the figure was on the chest of the black runner as fast as a ghost. With such a full blow, the black-robed man did not even dodge, just let himself be killed alive, and did not make any resistance. Fine. Nizu took over Hinata, who was still sleeping. After looking carefully, he confirmed that his daughter is truly intact. Master Patriarch! Master Patriarch! At this time, someone rushed over one after another. Look who he is! The Japanese foot calmly said. For some reason, there was a bad feeling in his heart that this black-robed ninja died too casually, even without resistance. It was as if with a certain purpose. After seeing him, he deliberately wanted to die in his hands. This. Damn, he is the leader of the envoy of the Kingdom of Thunder. The crowd was startled. Roar said, all frowning. Konoha experienced the Kyuubi attack on the village a year ago, but he sacrificed many elites, even the 4th generation of Hokage. If you declare war with Thunder Country at this juncture, it's hit. Rizuo slowly closed his eyes and sighed. And at the moment, a total of 8 people, 16 divided ninjas' eyes. Tisk tut. Ye Feng smiled with satisfaction. There is no need to guess the situation outside, he knows what the ending will be like. Taking advantage of this time to fish in troubled waters, it can be regarded as a full harvest, but it is a pity not to get a living person to use it for research. But don't worry, you can study it slowly. The real white-eyed princess hasn't been born yet. Ordinary white eyes are far inferior to writing round eyes, and they are not even qualified to lift shoes for writing round eyes. But in fact, the eyes are not weak, but the blood of these people is too weak. White eyes can evolve into reincarnation eyes, which are pupils at the same level as reincarnation eyes. Hotel room. The young man in white climbed in through the window. Although he went out to snatch it, even the corners of his clothes were clean. He wants to kill those hapless guys without any effort. Not everyone is a stopwater and can do something before he gets caught. Teacher. How's the action tonight? Hongdo was not asleep, waiting for him to come back in bed in his pajamas. The little blush was very cute, as if he had just taken a shower and dried his hair. All the best. Ye Feng nodded. Open the space scroll again and take out the 16 eyeballs just obtained. There is not much appreciation, because these eyeballs are really not beautiful. He turned the snake with his right hand, opened his mouth wide and swallowed all his eyeballs into his body. As if it had been swallowed for the first time, Ye Feng felt severe pain again, but after getting used to this pain, it was nothing. He was able to use the 8G art to become the current 8G Orakai. These pains are nothing. The speed of absorption is faster than imagined. Ye Feng only opened his eyes again after 20 minutes had passed. In the blood, white-eyed blood continued to limit gradually, transforming this body from the genetic level. He can open his eyes now. Just like all the Hyoga clan, he is now awakening with ordinary eyes. It can see through the human body and observe the amount of chakras of the enemy. This enhancement can be said to be better than nothing. It's really ugly. These eyes are too stupid. I didn't use them before awakening's reincarnated eyes. Ye Feng took the small mirror that Hongdu handed over and sighed. White eyes are just a pure white. This kind of pupil appeared in his eyes, and he felt that it was an insult to the words art and beauty. Monotonous and boring, and weak. Take a rest, I'm tired tonight. The man recovered his golden vertical pupils again, and his voice was calm and unwavering. Is teacher? Adzuki replied cautiously. Ye Feng went to sleep soon. Roar sucked long, his eyes closed tightly. The girl also lay on the bed obediently, gently hugging one of the man's arms with both hands. Speechless overnight. Chapter 14. One for the Way of Eternal Life. The next day. Konoha. Naruto building. Our messenger was killed by you. Yes. Konoha's ninja must give us an explanation. Hyoga ninja didn't even have a trace of injury, but our messenger was killed by a single blow? Who on earth attacked whom? Konoha must. In the morning, the conference room was full of noisy sounds. The ninja of Thunder Country refuses to admit that decedent's crime is committed, nor does he admit that decedent is the file-size sister who wants to steal the Hyoga sex family. In short, it was the fact that one bite to death, the fact that one's own messenger was killed. If Konoha doesn't hand over the murderer, Union Village will declare war on Konoha. The messenger group threw a killer move. This is the file with the seal of the 4 generations of Murayakage. Under special circumstances, the messenger group is allowed to make a declaration of war on behalf of Lei Ying. A discerning person knows at a glance that all these things have been prepared in advance, and even the excuses have been thought out a long time ago. But Konoha's senior management and the third generation of Hokage have nothing to do. Originally it was a period of severe vitality, and there was also a hidden danger of the Yu Yu Chiba clan. Konoha could no longer survive the baptism of war. Moreover, once the two big ninja villages fight, Cheyenne Village and Yunyan Village will also step in to join in the fun. At that time, the Fourth Ninja World War was set off. Konoha is likely to be defeated. The envoys left, leaving behind 3 generations of Hokage, a high-level group, and members of the Hyuga family. In the conference room, it was terribly quiet for a while. There is no way. If I can save the entire village with my life alone. Hyuga smiled relievedly. In any case, he really killed him with a single blow. The other party's request was for his body. It seemed that he was determined, and wanted the corpse of the clan family member to be taken back for research. Ugh! Sandame spit out a smoke ring. At this moment, he seemed to be a few years old again, sighing without speaking. And many more. Japanese football, don't make decisions so hasty. The blood inheritance boundary of the Hyuga family is an important thing in Konoha village. It is the duty of the clan to guard this bloodline. An old man who separated from Hyuga said. But we, who should have been responsible for guarding, have now brought the village to the brink of war. The Japanese football said helplessly. Only by sacrificing himself can he preserve the overall situation. This is something that cannot be changed. I know all of these, so. That's why we need the existence of separation of families. We will hand over the body of Nipples as your substitute. Nipples himself has agreed to all this. The old man said slowly. As a predecessor of the separation, he made these things definitely. Hyuga is a member of the clan, and even the head of a clan. How could he die so easily? For the benefit and future of the whole family, the best solution is to let Hyuga Nisara as his younger brother exchange the fake for the real. But what those guys want is the secret of the white-eyed. After the death of Nikkei, the white eyes on his body will be sealed by that curse, so I am afraid that Lei Ji nation will not be satisfied. Nizu could not help but retorted. In any case, he didn't want his brother to die on his behalf. Although it is said. But the condition of Thunder Country is to hand over your corpse, and after pretending to agree, hand over the day job that looks exactly like you. They also have nothing to say. It was Hika that killed the attacker last night, and the Patriarch Hyuga had no idea. The old man said undoubtedly. But there is some hesitation in the Japanese football. This is his own younger brother, but because he was born a little earlier, he became a clan. Let me go, brother. I hate the fate of the Hyuga clan since they were born. Hate you, hate you. For me, this is freedom, an opportunity to change my destiny, and an opportunity for me to die to protect my brother. Sacrifice for the family and the village. This is my own will and decision. Nisha said softly. Japan football stopped talking because he was hit in the abdomen by his brother. This is the end of the matter, and it seems that there is no chance to redeem it. 3 generations pulled the Hokage hat. The old man's eyes were a little lonely. Without words, he left this place filled with sadness. The other side. Where Konoha dances, the will of fire is endless. Bad old man. Is this what you call the will of fire? The night wind stood on the Hokage rock. On the street is the excited crowd to bid farewell to the envoys of the Kingdom of Thunder. The body of Hyuga Nipples was wrapped in white cloth and was taken back like a trophy. The sad ninja world, there is only one thing that will continue to be inherited. Ye Feng sighed. What is it? Teacher. Atsuki Beans supported his head with 2 small hands, and asked softly. Hate. Hatred can be passed on endlessly, whether it is the Warring States period, the ninja period, or the age when the 6 Dao immortals existed 1,000 years ago. People have died generation after generation, but there are always victims and some people do evil. This is an endless loop and a fact that cannot be changed. In the world, only the victors write history, and only the strong are qualified to live freely and with dignity. How many tragedies did Konoha's will to fire secretly create? Has Konoha hurt the innocent village? Kill innocent people. Justice is just the rhetoric of a hypocrite. Ye Feng sneered. War is cruel and bloody, and it can never be a beautiful thing. The real victims were forced to remain silent, and the 5 ninja villages are still brainwashing the ninjas in their own ninja villages, making them think they are just. All those involved in the war fight for their own justice. This justice is just a reason. This world is so bloody, disgusting, and vomiting. What do you think? Ye Feng patted Red Bean's head. Hongdu just wants to be with the teacher. The teacher's dream is my dream, and the teacher's goal is my goal. Anything is good. Hongdu smiled lightly and gave his own answer. She is such a simple little girl, whoever gives her a little love, she gives her all. Stupid, innocent, and cute. Good boy. The man's hoarse and cold voice sounded, and his cold palms stroked the girl's head. In that smile, there was a hint of petting. The old man is not suitable for Hokage's job anymore. He has passed his peak and has lost his youthful courage. Konoha has decayed, and the first ninja village is just a false name. I once witnessed Konoha's peak and glorious period, and now I have to witness Konoha who dare not even declare war to swallow Konoha. Time is really a terrible poison. Only the way of eternal life is truth. Chapter 15 1-5 Naruto Cell. Let's go, Red Bean. I need to pick up something before I leave. Ye Feng said lightly. Is teacher? Atsuki nodded obediently. Reincarnation I. It is the first of the 3 pupil techniques, the pupil technique of the 6 immortals in the legend. The 2 sons of the 6 immortals are Ashura and Indra. Indra is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and Ashura is the ancestor of the Senju clan. To open the eye of reincarnation, the supreme pupil technique, the Indra chakra reincarnated and Ashura chakra reincarnated are needed. Decades ago, Madara opened the eyes of reincarnation. Madara is the reincarnation of Indra chakra and has opened the eternal kaleidoscope. He bit a piece of flesh between the pillars when he was dying. That is to say, the power of the cells between the pillars was obtained, and the reincarnation eye was awakened. The reincarnated Indra chakra in this life is Sasuke. Before the Uchiha clan was destroyed, it seemed that there was no way to go to Sasuke. Ye Feng quickly gave up his plan. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are not at the same level. Even if it is him, as long as he sneaks in, he will be spotted by those strong people the first time, and then he can only slip away. Ashura chakra's reincarnation is Naruto. This is also thanks to 3 generations of old men. Ye Feng smiled coldly. Naruto's identity is also the son of the 9-tailed Manzuli and the 4th generation of Hokage. Unlike Sasuke, Naruto was thrown into an orphanage and grew up. Although there are ninjas from Anbu to observe, those guys can't spot him. Taking advantage of Konoha's visit this time, it happened to be able to get some Naruto cells back and cultivate them in the laboratory. Soon. Orphanage. The 1-year-old baby is under the care of a nurse, with other orphans. This is Naruto Uzumaki. It was supposed to be the offspring of hero Konoha, but it is now regarded as an ominous sign because Kyuubi is sealed in his body. As for the identity of the son of Hokage, it was concealed by the order of the 3 generations. The son of 4 generations, indeed said that he is very likely to be assassinated. But the identity of the 9-tailed Manzuli has been exposed. Wouldn't it be noticed by other villages? Ye Feng was very disdainful. Danzo once put forward an idea to train Naruto as a tool man and brainwash him as a war machine. After 3 generations of thinking, the proposal was rejected. It seems to be softened, but Naruto was originally a descendant of the hero, and he had enjoyed better treatment. Is there anything I should enjoy now? I was left in the orphanage, rejected by the villagers, and I don't know how my parents died. 4 NB. This guard is really strict enough. Ye Feng left Hengdu in a clothes shop on the street and approached the orphanage by himself. Bang! 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 There was a sound like knocking a gopher. The man's body came out strangely from the ground, and directly smashed a person's head with his hand. At the same time, dozens of small white snakes stretched out from the sleeves of both hands. One was killed, and the other 3 were strangled by snakes. But Anbi is also well trained. Even before he died, one of them cruelly took out the detonation talisman. Boom! An explosion sounded near the orphanage. Ye Feng knew that time was pressing, and did not care about the 4 corpses, but went straight to Naruto's direction. The strength of the 9-tailed man is indeed a good power, but it is a pity to bring it around. And if he abducts Naruto away, not only will he be jealous of the major shinobu villages, Akatsuki will also ask him to surrender Naruto. When Naruto is handed over, the plot will be completely messed up and lose control. Without surrendering Naruto, the pressure he faced was terrifying. He still didn't have the capital to clamor for He Xiao. In order to be wise, it is the safest choice to take only part of the cells for research. He has the Death God mask in his hand, which is equivalent to half a 9-tailed man. There is no need to take such a risk. Wow wow! Because of the explosion, almost all the babies in the orphanage were crying. Several nurses calmed the children in a panic. As for Konoha, he must have known that there is something wrong with Naruto, and there will be countless ninjas around here soon, leaving him not much time. It's him. Ye Feng emerged from the ground, swept around, and quickly noticed the blonde baby. Immediately he took out a small knife and a glass incubator for containing flesh and blood. What you do? Enemy. An enemy invaded. The nurses screamed sharply. It's a pity that they are just ordinary medical staff, not ninjas, and they can only watch Ye Feng cut off a piece of meat on Naruto's arm. After doing all this, Ye Feng ignored the crying baby or these nurses. It's not that he doesn't want to kill these women, but that running away is the most important thing now. If surrounded by a large number of ninjas, today's things can be troublesome. Reverse psychic art. Ye Feng retracted the things into the space scroll, and then made a seal in his hand. He placed a small snake with his own psychic mark on Red Bean in advance, and he could teleport himself over with this technique. Boom! The mysterious man turned into a white smoke and drifted away. 10 seconds later. Damn it, are you late? ANBU member has died. Report. 3 decedents were strangled to death. Another was smashed to death. A few minutes later, Hokage also rushed to the scene of the incident. At this point in time, the murderer had already slipped away. Konoha Gate. Teacher. Will we come to Konoha in the future? Hengdu asked curiously. If you want to play, the teacher will accompany you when he has time. You can go wherever you go. But now there is not so much time. Do you understand? Red beans. Ye Feng touched the little girl's head and said softly. Not enough power. It is impossible to have the right to speak in this kind of world, and the weak cannot control their own destiny. I am willing to follow the teacher forever. Please give me the curse seal. Hengdu was silent for a while, then said suddenly. Curse seal. That is the technique studied by Ashimaru, which can make people burst into terrifying power, but the survival rate of the experiment is less than 1/10. And those who survive can use the power of the curse seal. In a state, the whole body will be covered with strange black runes or spots, and ninjutsu and chakra will be increased. In the second state, the power of the curse seal will cover the skin of the whole body, and transform the body into a monster that does not look like a human, greatly improving all aspects. In the second state, a lower ninja can even burst out of strength comparable to the upper ninja. As for the side effects of the curse, relying on this power for a long time will be swallowed by the evil chakra, sooner or later will lose his consciousness and become a monster who only knows to kill. In addition, each curse seal is accompanied by a trace of the soul of Ashimaru. If the body dies, it can be reborn and resurrected by the curse seal. Really firm eyes. But I refuse. Chapter 16. 16 Spiritualism, Rebirth from the Dirty Earth. Why? Red Bean has some doubts. If she becomes stronger, she can help the teacher instead of decorating the vase. There are many ways to become stronger, and the curse seal is the most inferior choice. I can turn you into a weapon. But I hope this sharp blade can be used for a longer period of time, not just a few years of shelf life, understand? Ye Feng shook his head. The original intention of the development of the curse seal was to develop the fairy model, using natural chakras. Who knew that the experiment failed? It became the current curse seal. Yes, I understand. Teacher. Atsuki nodded. At this moment, her heart became more convinced that the teacher was not simply using her, but holding some kind of emotion. Even things that are used are more precious, not worthless. But Yuan didn't bother to guess the little girl's thoughts. Experimental base. Grown-ups. Do respectfully half-kneeled on the ground. Get up, there is no need to be so restrained. Ye Feng smiled. Yes. Tou was already very respectful, and his eyes flashed with extremely fanatical flames. Lord Ashimaru is the only god he believes in. This is the cell of Uzumaki Naruto. You can cultivate it for me and keep it together with the cells between the columns. It's useless for the time being, but be sure to save this thing. I want to retreat and study the rebirth of the dirty soil. The night breeze said lightly. Yes. Ninja world was peaceful. At least on the surface, it is still calm and peaceful. Although Lei's Higuo made Konoha a disadvantage, the thing he got was actually a useless corpse. The pain of the Third Ninja World War was still aching, and all the villages were recuperating. Regarding Konoha, although Ren Zuli had some problems with his care, fortunately, Ren Zuli did not seem to have the intention of killing Naruto. 3 generations of old men increased their care after the incident, and a full 8 Anbu took care of them at any time. Ensure that within 24 hours, someone will stare at Ren Zuli every minute and take turns to guard the work. No way, Kyuubi is too important to Konoha village. In the secret ground, the Uchiha clan became uneasy. Danzo talked to the 3 generations a few more times. As for the content of the conversation between the two, I am afraid that only the 2 elderly people know it in their hearts. Time passed quietly. 3 months later. Near Otanin village. Are the offerings ready? The excitement could not be concealed in the voice of the night wind. His eyes were a little tired, but they were full of excitement. He finally studied the forbidden reincarnation of the dirty soil left by the 2nd generation of Hokage thousands of hands. Although it is still slightly flawed, it can barely be used. As long as we continue to improve ninjutsu in the follow-up, the resurrected decedent can gain combat power in his heyday and use it for him. The 2 offerings are ready to be completed. Follow the orders of the adults. Do respectfully replied. The young man looked a little immature, but his methods of doing things were extremely cold-blooded, and he maintained 200% loyalty and fanaticism towards Dashiwan. Very well, bring them all here. The night breeze said lightly. Yes. Doudou waved to the door, and 2 subordinates in protective clothing came in with 2 sacrifices. One is an Ikonin man from Otanin village. The other one was just a villager caught casually. Have you figured it out? Once the surgery starts, you can't look back. Ye Feng smiled coldly. Yes, I figured it out clearly, Lord Ashimaru. After I die, I hope you can pay my wife 1 million taels as promised. Zhongren looked at death and said like home. His body is terminally ill and will not live for 5 years. It just so happens that Ashimaru needs a sacrifice that can know how to do ninjutsu here, so he will immediately become this volunteer, at least he can create some wealth for his relatives after his death. Hehe, you just complete the task obediently. At that time, your family will naturally receive the money. Doleng said coldly. It's just 1 million taels, and the entire Otanin village can be regarded as the private property of Oshimaru. Put it on. Cut your belly. Ye Feng stopped talking nonsense and ordered. Erguyu's writing wheel opened, and in the scarlet light, a simple illusion was activated. Yes. The Zongnan man murmured. The pale death god mask was tightly clasped on his face, and a huge wave of waves radiated from the mask. A purple-skinned evil spirit with horns on his head appeared, his body almost filled the entire dark room, dressed in a large white robe, and a long knife in his mouth. This is the death god of this world. PSST. As a sacrifice, Zhongren cut his stomach with Kumu. Death god also followed the caster's actions, and cut his own belly as well, and a blue light broke out from it. This is the soul of the 4th generation of Hokage, and the 9 tails of Yin that have been sealed by the ghoul seal. After all this, the wound on death god's stomach healed quickly. As the caster, Zongnan was sacrificed, and his soul entered the belly of death god. Master Ashimaru. This is the 2nd sacrifice. Tou brought an ordinary person who was in a coma over and whispered softly. Ye Feng nodded. At this time, he took out the bones that had already been prepared, some stinking rotten bones. Konoha's Hokage tomb was stolen by him. Whether it was the 1st generation, the 2nd generation, or the 4 generations sacrificed a year ago, he had prepared the bones of 3 people. This is a necessary condition for performing the technique of reincarnation from the dirty earth. 1. Part of the bones of decedent, and a living person as a sacrifice. 2nd, the soul of decedent cannot be sealed. Yin Si Su Chen. After the 4 seals were completed, the night wind folded his hands together, and a chakra burst out. Psychicism reincarnation of the dirty earth. The bones of Bo Feng Shaman gradually approached the body of the living person, and the black runes spread underground, enclosing the sacrifice in the middle of the technique. The filthy soil from the pure land of bliss began to appear, and it was wrapped in the living person's body, and melted into the body piece by piece. The physical signs and appearance began to change, and everything was moving in another direction. Gradually, he became a young man with short golden hair and a Hokage robe. Inside his body, a powerful chakra breath faintly radiated, that was the power of 9 taels. Very well, it seems that the operation has succeeded. Ye Feng licked his lips. He took out a kunmu in his hand, wrapped in a note with the 4 characters Bo Feng Shaman written on it. Which was also part of the art of reincarnation from the filthy soil. Incorporating this into the body of the resurrected, decedent can have the consciousness before death and follow the orders of the surgeon. Forbidden technique, cast successfully. Here it is. Watergate slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a dark basement. His memory still stayed at the moment before his death, so he was a little sluggish. Chapter 17. 171 year, on the occasion of parting. It's been a long time, pray to Nam. The night wind greeted Roar. Although the expression is a bit tired, the research results have been realized in the days and nights, and I am still very happy. You are. Master Ashimaru. Watergate opened his mouth wide, and his pupils shrank slightly. But Ashimaru did not give him an order to move, so he could only speak, not move. I know there are many things you want to know. But it's a pity that I don't have so much time to chat with you. I will call you out again if necessary. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Bo Feng Watergate, who has half the power of the 9 taels, can now be used by him. It's just that the reincarnation of the filthy soil is not perfect, and some parts need to be improved in order for the Watergate to exert its full strength. Boom! A wooden coffin emerged from the ground, and the Watergate was recovered into it, and then the coffin board was closed. Subsequently, the coffin disappeared into the ground again. Congratulations, Lord Ashimaru. One step further from the goal. Congratulations, teacher. Both Dou and Hengdu's faces were filled with smiles. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. This matter is indeed worthy of people's joy. With the forbidden technique of reincarnation of dirt, he can secretly form a powerful decedent force, including many famous powerhouses in history, as well as the shadows of the 5 generations of Ninja Village. Grave robber, I am the most suitable for this job. Waiting for Xiao to come up, just take advantage of the opportunity to complete the task, stop by the way to collect corpses around the world. Ye Feng thought silently. It's not that he doesn't want to be lazy, but tomb robbers also need strength. If someone finds it in the middle, but the corpse cannot be retrieved, and the subordinates can't come back, the stronger the tomb raider, the more secure, so it is most appropriate for him to do it himself. By the way, Lord Ashimaru, you have been busy researching recently, and there is one thing that has not been notified to you. Dou respectfully said. Oh. What's the matter? Ye Feng returned to his senses and asked softly. It is said to be a girl you once asked to find. Red hair, his name is Xiang Rin. But there are some inconsistencies with your description. She is only about 2 years old, not 5 years old. She is the adopted daughter of a couple who just moved to Odanin village. At present, Xiang Rin is already at the base, and someone is in charge of looking after it all day. Dou lightly said. Oh. That's right, I remembered it wrong last time, she is indeed 2 years old now. Take us to see it. Ye Feng replied. At that time, I just mentioned it casually, but it was a mistake. In this timeline, Xiang Rin is indeed still very young. Teacher. Is there anything special about her? Atsuki asked curiously. Xiang Rin is one of the survivors of the Whirlpool clan. Her blood is still useful, it can heal injuries, and the detection effect is also good, although it is not as good as the immortal human body. Ye Feng said calmly. Inherent sealing skills, blood can heal injuries, and chakra perception in a radius of tens of miles. As a tool man, Xiang Rin has possessed very good qualities since birth. If you train well, it may be another pocket in the future. A short while. The three walked into a first-class nursing room. It's so small. Hengdu looked at the sleeping baby and exclaimed. Sure enough, he was only 2 years old, very young. Are there any blood samples? If you don't have one, give me some. Ye Feng ordered. As for the baby, he doesn't care too much, there is still a long time before he grows up. Grown-ups. This is a blood sample taken 2 days ago. A subordinate respectfully said that there was a blood bag on the plate, and the amount of blood was very small. After all, it is still very young, and a little too much blood will be life-threatening. Very good. Ye Feng responded. The right hand turned the snake and swallowed a small part of the blood in the bag with skill. It didn't take long for a feeling of blazing heat to radiate from the body, and the ability to perceive chakras around him was slightly improved. It seems that this is the kind of ability to perceive chakra. Enhancement is better than nothing. Take good care of her in the future, and take the least amount of blood in order to avoid harm to the body. As for the knowledge and talents she learned when she grows up, I will give them all to Dou, and everything will be done in accordance with his instructions, understand? Ye Feng ordered. Yes. Yes. Your lord. 1 year later. The country of waves. An uninhabited island in the sea. The island is surrounded by the sea in an all-round way, and is protected by natural forests and poisons. The night wind also sets up various poisonous snakes that are getting worse. Even Zongren would be swallowed by the beast here, poisoned and killed if he was not careful. Psychicism reincarnation of the dirty earth. Ye Feng shouted. As soon as the voice fell, 4 wooden coffins rose from the ground, and 4 figures slowly walked out of them. Hokage of the first generation, Senjujima. Hokage 2, thousands of hands. 4 generations of Hokage, Bo Feng Shui Men. And Tsunade's first love, Kato Den. It's a perfect artwork. As a body of filthy soil, even if it is exploded, it can be resurrected indefinitely. Only the seal technique can limit these decedents. My chess pieces have become more. Ye Feng sighed with satisfaction. The eyes of Sanguyu's writing wheel flashed slightly, and the scarlet was flourishing in his eyes. The blood that stopped water had almost failed, and he stopped taking the blood 3 months ago. And new generation clones have been born, artificial clones created by Uchiha Shisui's cells. Because they are clones, these children even have Urguyu's writing round eyes at birth. 2 of the few 14, even Sanguyu's writing round eyes. He swallowed those eyeballs with a large white scale snake, so the blood of Uchiha in his body also became stronger, and his pupil power directly reached the 3-go jade, almost reaching the peak. The only pity is that it is impossible to break through to the kaleidoscope by relying on this amount of accumulation. It may be successful, but it may require a very scary amount. Instead of that, it is better to think of a way to make a kaleidoscope, or even mass-produce a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Teacher. You said you were leaving yesterday. Hongdo stood aside and couldn't help but ask curiously. Her strength hasn't changed much, but her figure has grown a little more and she is more beautiful. Basically everything that needs to be done is done. Next, I should also go to Yunnan village to meet those 2, join Akatsuki, and start the next step. The night breeze said lightly. Teacher, can you bring me with you? Hongdu hesitated again and again, but still asked this naive question. Silly girl. Jin Xiao, my strength is more than self-preservation, and the degree of danger is beyond your imagination. Ye Feng smiled and stroked the little girl's head. As fast as 1 year, as late as 2 years. Be patient for a while. You live in Otanan village. Tell those people what you need, but remember not to run too far. Ye Feng entrusted. But, I am really to the teacher. Without a teacher around, it's like dead. With tears gleaming in Hongdu's eyes, she lowered her head and dared not look at the man's eyes. Chapter 18. 1-8 Eyeball Transplantation. Yefen was silent. To be honest, he hates such boring scenes. They are not the hero and heroine of a tragedy, so why bother to be so sad? It's not life and death either. The red bean is just a beautiful and lovely flower. Lost a small flower, there are still thousands of small flowers in the world. Whether it is picking, admiring, or ravaging, destroying. These are his supreme powers. Because he is Ashimaru, he is a man who wants to change the shinobi world. Teacher, I know I am wayward and useless. But I can't deceive my heart. Leaving the teacher, what is the meaning of life? Red Bean choked. Love is like a bottle of chronic poison. When one realizes it, things are irreversible. Death is nothing. I want you to live for me, to live for my goals. My subordinates don't need waste, especially the crying and disobedient little girl. The night breeze said lightly. But, Adzuki Beans, I won't punish you this time. You did remind me that there was something in Konoha that I forgot to take away last time. Since you want to enter Akatsuki with me so much, then prove your determination and let me see your potential. If you die, I will reincarnate you from the dirty soil and squeeze out all your value. Understand? The sound of the night wind carried a chill. But in Hongdu's ears, it seemed like redemption. Yes. Teacher. The girl replied firmly. 2 days later. Konoha village. According to the chronology of Konoha village, Konoha has been 50 years old, and it has been 50 years since the original Hokage and Uchiha Madara established this village. There are many excellent ninjas guarding this village. Although it is nothing compared to the immortal human body, it is really great for detection. Ye Feng sighed. After changing their clothes, the 2 wore human skin masks and mixed into Konoha again. He absorbed the blood of Xiang Rong, so he also possessed the special ability to detect chakra. The range was tens of miles. I happened to have seen that guy before, and I also had feelings for his chakra. It's not too easy to find the location of that guy now. This is the advantage of blood succession boundary. As he gets stronger and stronger, more and more ability, sooner or later he will become the strongest in the ninja world. Let's go, there is no time to play this time. After taking the target, immediately use the inverse psychic technique to leave here, understand? The night breeze said lightly. Yes. Atsuki beans are very well behaved and very quiet. If you look closely, you can see that her expression is very serious. She knew that this was her only chance, to rely on some foreign means to continue to follow Dashimara teacher. After a while. A place in Konoha residential area. Boom, boom, boom. The night wind knocked on the door. Who is it? There was a lazy, impatient voice from the room. Opening the door, I saw a boy with silver white hair, dressed in Shinin's uniform. The forehead of the Konoha ninja guard was slanted, covering the position of the left eye, and the whole person looked a little decadent and a little cold. Flagwood Kakashi. The son of Konoha White-Tooth Hagaki Sakumo. I used to be a student of the Watergate class with Uchiha and Rin Nohara, and he was the apprentice of Jiraiya's apprentice. The left eye was covered because of the transplantation of Uchiha's writing wheel eye with soil. And this is exactly the goal of Yeffen's trip. A kaleidoscope writing wheel with the magic pupil technique turned on, but Kakashi himself has not yet discovered its ability. Who are you? Kakashi frowned. The surface was unmoved. In fact, the right hand had already pressed the ninja bag, ready to seal the seal or pull out the kunai at any time. Whether it was this strange man or the girl, they looked very strange. Kakashi. Don't even know me so soon. Yefeng licked his lips, and the golden snake eyes shone with cold light. Orochimaru. Kakashi's face changed drastically. He stepped back subconsciously, turning his head quickly, thinking about ways to have a chance of life. Boom. I won't make the same mistake a second time. Another night wind came out of the room. Appearing silently from behind, Kakashi feinted with a hand knife. From the beginning, his body used soil to hide under the ground, and the night breeze outside the door only filled the chakra's mud duplication. I almost forgot. Apart from the Uchiha clan, Konoha is not without a kaleidoscope, it is even within easy reach. Yefeng said calmly. Skillfully took out the props, and then took off the eyeball of Kakashi's left eye. Go back first. I will transplant your eyes later. Looking at the red beans, Yefeng continued. Although he could swallow the power of the eyes himself, it didn't matter if he tried red beans. Anyway, if he needs it, he can remove his eyes from the red beans at any time, and then eat them again, which is not troublesome. Yes. Atsuki nodded. Reverse psychic art. Both the teacher and the student started ninjutsu at the same time, came quietly, and left quietly. As for Kakashi, he can only wake up by himself. After an hour. Underground base. Don't be afraid, this process is fast. I will keep your eyes well, and I can transplant them back in the future. But if I find that you can't grasp the power of this eye, I will immediately reclaim it. Have you understood? Yefeng said to the girl on the operating table while putting on his gloves. Organizing the transplant operation requires the use of equipment and anesthetics, occasionally glanced at the slightly nervous red beans next to him. Is teacher. Please rest assured and I will succeed. Atsuki said seriously. It is hard to imagine that such a firm expression would appear on the face of a 13-year-old girl. But she is a ninja, and the so-called ninja means to tolerate things that ordinary people can't bear. She chose to follow this evil man, and she was destined to embark on a path of no return. The data is normal. Your body is very healthy. Yefeng confirmed the data on the instrument again, and said lightly. His gaze returned to the operating table again, staring at Hungda's beautiful grey-brown eyes. Your eyes are very beautiful. But if you die, they won't be beautiful anymore. They only look so beautiful when you have a blushing and cute face alive. Live for me, Red Bean. Yefeng's voice was very low and hoarse. It was like a hissing sound from a poisonous tongue, as if the devil whispered in the middle of the night. Are you ready? Yefeng asked again. Atsuki replied without hesitation. Yefeng started to inject the paralyzing medicine into the Red Bean's body, and waited a few minutes for the medicine to take effect. A short while. Seeing Hengdu's somewhat distracted eyes, Yefeng firmly grasped the scalpel. Eyeball transplantation begins. Chapter 19. 1-9 Blood Test. The operation went very smoothly. During this period, there was no obvious rejection reaction, and Hengdu's body successfully accepted Shaolunyan. I just don't know, to what extent can the Red Beans exert this power? The sky is dim. The woods were quiet and silent, and a cold wind blew past. Insight, copy, illusion. Shaolunyan is still in the shape of a 3-go jade under your control. Can you feel anything else? Yefeng asked. If it's only half-hearted like Kakashi, then he will retract this eye. Can feel stronger. However, there seems to be nothing special. Hengdu tried very hard to use the power of his eyes, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Like Kakashi, it always keeps the open state of the writing wheel, and can only use the 3-hook jade state, and cannot stimulate the kaleidoscope. That's it. Yefeng was a little disappointed. Falling into silence, the atmosphere cooled down for a while. Master Ashimaru. I have a suggestion. Do suddenly said. His eyes flickered slightly towards Hengdu's left eye, not knowing what he thought of. Say it. The night breeze said lightly. Since Dashawan-sama's body has undergone an abnormal change, by swallowing blood, he can gradually integrate all kinds of blood inheritance powers. Then can you turn it around and let others try to take the adult's blood and try to neutralize it? Excuse me, but there may indeed be a theoretical possibility. In addition, there are curse seals. The curse seal can strengthen a person's chakra, and it will distort the person's willpower and gradually become irritable and murderous. While writing round eyes is a cursed evil pupil technique, perhaps it can also correspond to the curse imprint roar, so as to unearth the true potential of this eye. Tou said seriously, half kneeling respectfully all the way. It seems to be thinking very carefully. Nice advice. But red beans are not suitable for experimentation, and we don't have a lot of time to study. Yefeng rarely hesitated. There is indeed a bit of truth to say, but it is all conjecture. In case something goes wrong, Hengdu may die on the spot. The curse seal will try again later. You reminded me about the blood. I haven't tried to drink my blood to others. Yefeng replied after thinking for a moment. Drink it. Without much hesitation, Yefeng directly cut the skin of his arm with kunao. The dark red liquid gurgled out of the blood vessels and was filled with a glass underneath. Because it was a tentative experiment, Yefeng only gave half a cup of it. After all, he himself didn't know the condition of his body. If poisoning occurs, it is easier to deal with it after a small amount. Is teacher. The writing wheel of Hengdu's left eye, flashing dark red in the dark, drank the blood in the cup without hesitation. At the same time, Yefeng opened his eyes and stared at the situation of chakra inside the red bean. Doudou was also a little nervous, observing the changes in Hengdu's face. Sure enough, my blood is also effective for others. Yefeng squinted his eyes. In the white-eyed field of vision, the chakra inside the red bean began to undergo some changes. The first to bear the brunt is the eye area. The left eye of Shaolunyan has been transplanted. Just like roar interacting with blood, the red bean's chakra slowly integrates with the power of writing round eyes. As if she has also become a member of Uchiha's tribe. Did you make it? Do breathed a sigh of relief. This idea was proposed by him. If it fails, it is not very good. How do you feel? Yefeng asked. The sight of the left eye is clearer, and it feels warm. And I feel a strange change. As long as I use more chakras, my eyes will change. Adzuki said. Then try to inject chakra. Ye Feng ordered. If the guess is correct, it should be a kaleidoscope. Yes. Adzuki nodded. Slowly closing his eyes, carefully feeling the lodged power in the eyes, the chakra inside the body converged towards the left eye. After a few seconds, the girl opened her eyes again. In the scarlet left eye, the 3 black gojade has turned into 3 black windmills, surrounded in a circle. Severe, evil, cold. With the pupil power of the kaleidoscope, even the night wind felt a tremor in my heart. As for pockets, it was even more frightened. It's on, this is. From the Uchiha clan, the kaleidoscope writes round eyes. Both Do and Ye Feng were surprised and admired. Teacher. I want to try it, can I? I feel this power, very. Red Bean's face was flushed, very excited. Shinwei can't try randomly. Just target that tree. Ye Feng pointed to a big tree next to it. That is a pupil technique that can distort space, which is extremely dangerous. As long as the amount of chakra is large enough, it can even move a mountain into a different space out of thin air. Adzuki nodded. The pupil technique was activated immediately, staring at the target tree closely. Crack, click. A weird whirlpool began to emerge, and began to tear the space. The power of invisible crushed the trees into dozens of tiny fragments. In the blink of an eye, these fragments disappeared in place and were transported to a different space. As expected of Uchiha's left eye, it is easy to use. The right eye with soil ability can be blurred by oneself. If you want to transfer foreign objects, you have to touch the opponent. The left eye can release divine power from a long distance, but cannot use blur. But one thing is the same, both eyes can go to different spaces, and they can also bring outsiders. Teacher, am I successful? My current chakra should be released twice. If the scope of the distortion is large, there may only be one chance to release. Will it be weaker? Adzuki Bean held her little hand nervously. The scarlet of the left eye faded and returned to its normal black appearance. It seems that it was indeed because of the blood of the night wind that some changes had taken place in the physique. Now, she can be regarded as half of Uchiha's tribe. Haha, it's already pretty good. If there are other techniques that can limit the enemy's escape space, this trick is very difficult to defend. With the eternal kaleidoscope, you can already reach the conditions for dawn. As for other aspects, I will slowly nurture you. Ye Feng touched Red Bean's head and said. I didn't expect to have this surprise today, and Red Bean can really use these eyes. In the future, the Uchiha family's kaleidoscope can be cultivated through experiments, and then the red beans can be exchanged for a complete pair of kaleidoscopes. As for the left eye who possesses the ability, it will definitely be recovered by him, but sooner or later. Including the right eye, which is still in the area with the soil, is also his goal. Fun. These bases will be handed over to you in the future. The Night Wind said calmly. Yes, Lord Ashimaru, don't worry. I must follow your instructions without making any mistakes. Do respectfully replied. That's good. In the night, the moonlight was slightly cold. The two figures disappeared into the forest. Chapter 20. 20 Xiao. 5 days later. The country of rain. Yuyan village. Since the first ninja war, wars among the great powers have continued one after another. On the cruel battlefield, there are even 4- or 5-year-old children. For example, Shisui, Heiji Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi. All are geniuses who graduated from ninja school at the age of 6 or 7, and then entered the battlefield to kill enemies. Resources are limited, so when population pressure increases, big countries will choose to launch wars to plunder resources. The sad reminder is the small country. These small and weak countries have no right to choose at all, and they are often reduced to battlefields for the great powers. The Land of Rain is one of them. Located at the border of the country of fire, the country of sand, and the country of earth. Every time the great powers start a war, the unlucky ones are the civilians of these rainy countries, living on the streets and decedents alive and hungry. After the war, the big powers began to redistribute resources, but a small country like the rainy country got nothing, leaving only devastated and corpses everywhere. Yuyan Village is a special town. It is in the rainy season all year round, the weather is haze all over with dark clouds, and it is rare to see the sun once a year, like a curse. Patter, patter. Ye Feng was holding a black umbrella, and beside him was Red Beans with serious expressions. The two did not change their appearance this time, but entered the village directly. Because it is rainy all year round, Nagato has developed a secret technique. Every drop of rain is like his eyes. Anyone who enters this village is under the surveillance of Nagato. During Hanzo's reign, Yuanan village was a well-known training place for assassination ninjas in the ninja world, and was well known for its assassination technique. But after Pain took charge of the village, he cut off communication with the outside world. This rain is really heavy. Do you like it here? Ye Feng said softly, rubbing the little girl's hair with his left hand. Follow the teacher, I can go anywhere. Atsuki replied slowly. Really good. The man's voice is rarely emotional, but he is a little uncommonly pampered with this child. I've been found, why not let me meet? Let's lead the way. The night wind said calmly. As if talking to himself in the air. Bringing Red Beans to a corner of the street, he stopped, and then waited silently. Will anyone really hear it? Hongdo blinked in confusion. Rainwater. That guy put the huge chakra into the rain. In this village, he is the god who knows everything. No one can hide secrets. Ye Feng explained. Although it takes a huge amount of chakra to perform that kind of technique, it is the owner of the reincarnation eye, and doing this is just a piece of cake. Oh. Atsuki nodded, slightly surprised in her eyes. Sure enough, as mysterious and terrifying as the rumors, Akatsuki's organization was full of monsters. 10 minutes later. Finally someone came to the door. Ashimaru, Konoha's rank rebel. Before disappearing, it is suspected that Konoha's ninjas were arrested, including Uchiha's people. A cold and emotionless voice sounded. Looking at Ye Feng and Hongdu, they saw a woman walking with an umbrella. She has short light blue-purple hair, her eyes are light orange. And she wears a lavender paper flower on the right side of her head. She has a nice face and a black nail under her lips. Wearing a large black robe with red clouds embroidered on it, this is the clothes of Akatsuki's members. Pain, please. Xiaonan said lightly. He stared at the two faintly, and didn't mean to come close. Really cautious? Ye Feng murmured. He gave Hongdu a reassuring look, and then took a slow pace, following Xionan's back. A short while. An ordinary residence in Yuyan village. The body of Nagato is on the top floor of the tallest tower, but this time it is Pen, the heavenly path among the 6 puppets, who is here to meet. The meeting place is also very random. Ashimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of the same period of Jiraiya. I wanted to send someone to find you. The man said lightly. Tiendao Pain, made from Yahiko's corpse, has reincarnation eyes, and his body is filled with black rods that conduct chakras, and his appearance is quite strange. On the clothes, it is also Xiao's robe with red clouds and black bottom. The Akatsuki organization has always heard of its name, but today it really deserves its reputation. Maybe we can make a deal. Ye Feng smiled lightly. Akatsuki's organization is just when it needs talents, so it won't be easy to shoot him, because they can't get anything by killing him for no reason. Very good. Tell me what you think. Tiendao sat in a chair, his expression always plain. I need corpses, a lot of corpses, especially the strong ones. As a price, I can do things for Akatsuki. The night breeze said lightly. Oh. Tiendao glanced at Yefeng curiously. But it doesn't matter, everyone here basically has their own secrets and reasons. And there is no one wanting something like a corpse. Scorpions may use some to make puppets, but otherwise, generally no one will take corpses. Can I agree to this condition? Tiendao nodded quickly. But before discussing business matters, can you let this little guy prove his strength? Heaven said lightly. Naturally, the strength of Dashimaru does not need to be questioned, and he is qualified to join Akatsuki. But what is Red Bean? Nothing more than ordinary ninjas that look very ordinary. Show them a look. At any rate, it is also a proud experimental result. Yefeng ordered. Is teacher. Atsuki then opened the writing wheel of his left eye, revealing a kaleidoscope gesture. The unique scarlet and beautiful eyes, exuding a hint of evil chakra aura, appeared on a ninja who was not from the Uchiha clan. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes, is it transplanted? And this shape is like Alfie's. Tiendao was shocked again. The people I brought myself, definitely have confidence. As for the eyes, please keep secret for the time being. The Red Bean Society is my subordinate and the reserve member of Akatsuki is not an informal member. Can we discuss it next? The night breeze said lightly. Very well, the organization will definitely become more brilliant with your participation. This is your communication ring. If there is anything, I will inform you here. This child is just as you said, as a reserve member for the time being. If you have any questions about Akatsuki, you can also put chakras in your ring to find me. Heaven said slowly. Without hesitation, hand over the ring with the word empty on it. Your code name is empty. Is there anything else you want to ask? Xiaonan said. What is the goal of the organization? As far as I know, you have been hiring ninjas to make money in the war these years, but there are no other strange actions. Making money is preparation work, right? What's the follow-up? Yefeng asked. Although he knew the answer in advance, it would seem strange if he didn't ask anything. War. Akatsuki will personally start the 4th Ninja War, and it will also be the last Ninja War. After completing the accumulation of wealth, the next target is the tail beast of each village. Let the world feel pain, and bring long-lasting peace. Create true peace and fear. Tiendao said coldly, looking out the raining window. Is it peaceful? This world may indeed need peace. Yefeng was stunned, then smiled slightly. The peace in his words and the peace in the way of heaven are not the same thing. Chapter 21. 2-1 Tomb Robber in Huiyin Village. Akatsuki has no important tasks these days. If you are interested, you can play a bounty ninja and help the organization make some money. Just like Jiaodu, it doesn't matter if you don't go. There is a task request that I will contact you through the ring, and you are free for the rest. Pain put down the last sentence and left here with Xionan. The rain outside the window is still falling. Yefeng didn't know when he changed into Akatsuki's robe, and so did the red beans beside him. It's just that the red beans don't have a ring. Teacher, where are we going next? Atsuki asked softly. Fog-hidden village. The night wind said calmly. The first corpse to be collected is the shadow of the predecessors of the major shinobu villages. If there is a chance, Renshuli can also get in. The first and fourth generations of Fengying and Shein village are not in a hurry, while in Yunyan village, Ohiki's technique is more troublesome. Therefore, the highest priority is the second generation I Shuiying Ghost Lantern Huanyu in Huiyin village, and the third generation I Rying Ai in Yunyan village. As for Konoha Hidden Village, the 3 Hokage have become collectibles. A week later. From the country of rain back to the country of fire, and then to the sea, through the country of waves, all the way to the country of water. Huiyin village is very special among the 5 ninja villages. Due to the particularity of their geographic location, no one would attack them, and similarly they would not easily participate in the ninja war. Wuyin Village is an island country with a unique culture. It is located in deep mountains and its territory is often covered by dense fog. A few years ago, Sanwei was sealed in Nohara Lin's body. But Lin voluntarily died under Kakashi's hand, which led to the failure of Wuyin Village's surprise attack on Konoha. Later, the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura sealed the three tails in his body and became the second person to use Zhu Li. But after Yakura's death, Mio returned to a wild state without an owner, sleeping in a huge amounts of lake. Without a suitable container, Wuyin Village did not bother this tail beast. The current fifth generation Shuiying is a woman named Terumi Mei. Wuyin Village still implements the blockade policy and does not produce any communication with the outside world. Teacher. It's so spooky here. Hongdu couldn't help but vomit. Whether it is Yuyin Village or Wuyin Village, they are all very strange and gloomy places. Yefeng just smiled and patted the girl's head. The silhouettes of two red cloud robes walked in the Wuyin Village like this. With their means, definitely can easily pass through the ninjas' line of defense in the Hidden Mist Village and directly enter the interior of the village. But the dress is so weird, after a long time, others will definitely find it abnormal. After all, this place has been sealed off, there are basically no outsiders, and it is easy to expose the identity of the alien ninja. Old man. Do you know where the ninja's cemetery is? Yefeng asked. Basically every ninja village will have a cemetery specially built for heroes, and ninjas who sacrificed for the village will be buried in it. Cemetery. To the east of the village. Under the control of Sanguyu's illusion of riding round eyes, the old man selling fish quickly said it. Very good. Yefeng nodded in satisfaction. Together with Hongdu, slowly headed towards the east side of the village. Although many people noticed the two on the road, nothing unexpected happened. The white fog was thick but not scattered, and the streets were silent. Even if it is really a strange guy, that should be the duty of a ninja, and ordinary people don't want to be involved in inexplicable danger. After half an hour. Cemetery. Yefen and Hongdu strolled around here, and finally found the largest cemetery. But only the second generation Shuiying retained part of the body, and the rest were empty coffins with a monument on it. The tombstone and the ground were opened, and a faint smell of corpses filled the air. A sacrifice was already prepared next to Yefeng, and a middle-aged uncle who was caught from Wuyin Village everywhere, knocked unconsciously, and brought it over as a sacrifice. Red Bean didn't say anything, probably because he was accustomed to the cruelty of this man. Very good. It seems that no one has discovered us yet. Yefeng used the perception of Xionglin's bloodline and found that there was still nothing unusual around him. Fog-hidden Village is too confident about the defenses on the periphery, thinking that no ninja can cross those defense lines in, but the internal defense is very lax. Psychicism, reincarnating from the dirty earth. Yefeng made a seal in his hand, and a black symbolic array appeared underground. The filthy soil from the world of bliss wrapped all the sacrifices, and gradually formed the appearance of the ghost lantern Huanya before his death. In less than 2 minutes, ninjutsu was completely completed. It's just that the reincarnation of the foul soil has not been perfected yet, and now these summoned things only have about 30 to 40% of the power of their peak state during their lifetime. But it doesn't matter, as long as the things are in hand, there will be time to perfect ninjutsu in the future. Teacher. A ninja is here. Roar let out a cry of surprise. Interesting. Is there a chakra perception device in the cemetery? If someone uses ninjutsu here, an alarm will be sent secretly. Yefeng licked his lips. He first put away the second-generation water shadow reincarnated from the dirty soil, and then turned his head to look at the ninja of the Wuyin village coming from afar. There are about 7 or 8 people here, and they should be from the dark part of Wuyin village. And the one in the lead looked rather special, as if he had just come out of the office and was scorching violently, with a hat with the word water on his head. Water shadow. Hongdo's face is full of seriousness. The distance between the two sides was only a few tens of meters. Using the transplanted kaleidoscope, she could see the opposite side through the mist. The situation became troublesome, and I didn't expect Shui Ying to also come, and so quickly. Dare to do something in the cemetery of our village. You two are so courageous. The woman said coldly. The beautiful eyes are clear and watery green, and the brown-red cross curly hair is scattered around the waist, shaped like a small tree, and the right eye is covered by the hair. The figure is enchanting, the face is charming, and it exudes the charm of mature women. The fifth generation of Water Shadow, the owner of the two blood inheritance boundaries, melting and boiling, Terumi Ming. Calculated according to the timeline, she should be 21 years old today. Needless to say, the 7 or 8 subordinates stepped back behind them, trusting the strength of their own Ninomura shadow. Don't look at Zhao Miming as young, but no one in the village dared to question her strength. Solving escape demonstration of melting. Boiling escape skillful fog technique. Terumi Ming also didn't bother to look at the two guys in front of him. Opening the flaming red lips is a continuous display of two types of ninjutsu. First, it was a viscous and highly corrosive liquid, like a cannonball shot straight to the night wind and red beans. Immediately afterwards, he spit out a cloud of boiling ultra-high temperature mist, swallowing all the distant figures in it. The Anbi ninjas bowed their heads, with fear in their eyes. This kind of terrifying technique, they knew it was powerful. So far, no defensive method could stop Terumi Mei. Can even Suzuo be able to melt? I'm so scared. The hoarse voice of the night breeze sounded, but he didn't seem to care at all. Shenwei. Without waiting for Yefen's order, Hongdu activated the powerful pupil technique of the left eye boarding, and a force of space tearing appeared in front of the two of them. Both ninjutsu were swallowed and disappeared into the air strangely. Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, her face becoming extremely solemn. Chapter 22. 22 White skin and beauty are all vain. Who the hell are you? To make such an insult to Wuyan village. Terumi Ming frowned. It seemed calm, but in fact he signaled an Anbi to go back and notify the village, and immediately sent more ninjas. Even if it is encirclement and suppression today, these two invaders must be killed. Insulting modern shadows is an act that no village can forgive. Want to kill me? Only with your strength, can it really be done? Ye Feng smiled lightly. In the golden snake eyes, there was a touch of disdain and arrogance. With his current trump card, he could actually destroy the entire Hidden Fog village, but there was no reason to do so. Now is not the time to start a war, there is no need to expose ability. You are Orochimaru. The guard next to Terumi Mei, Ching suddenly stunned roar. Ashimaru's reputation is very big in the ninja world, and he quickly recognized this face. Long black hair, pale skin, golden snake eyes. There is no doubt that this is one of Konoha Sunen's Ashimaru. Unexpectedly, after this guy had betrayed the village, he would come to Wuyan village, and he still had no good intentions and dared to destroy Modern Shadow's grave. You recognize me? The man was a little surprised. No matter who you are, don't want to escape from here today. Terumi Ming said solemnly. Oh. Do you really think you can kill me by the number of people? Ye Feng disagrees. Terumi Mei did not answer, just clenched his hands and looked at the two people very uncomfortably. What happened just now made her feel very troublesome. The two attacking ninjutsu that he was most proud of were inexplicably swallowed by a kind of spatial power. She is also very clear in her heart, I am afraid that there is little hope to keep these two people. Someday, I will level this land. Ye Feng took a word and left here without looking back, holding the red bean head. Terumi Ming did not give an order, nor did the ninjas act rashly, just watched the two leave and disappeared into sight. Master Shui Ying. Ching said with some worry. Wuyan village has experienced many civil wars, so the internal strength is actually not strong. If it is a dangerous person of the level of Ashimaru, it really makes them feel helpless. After all, even Terumi Ming's ninjutsu has failed. No one is allowed to say anything about today. Terumi Ming gritted her teeth and said bitterly. Yes. Teacher, it was dangerous just now. In fact, I can only use space ninjutsu twice. If Terumi Ming attacks again, we will have to escape. Atsuki patted his chest with joy. Her current amount of chakra is the limit when she activates her power twice. Terumi Ming is Hokage, she definitely wouldn't dare to gamble. So she can only give up, and she must give up chasing. The night breeze said lightly. I hope it goes smoothly. When the energy produces a kaleidoscope, the shinobi world will be at your fingertips. 2 weeks later. The two rushed eagerly, but on the way to Union Village, they were contacted by the ring. It was not Nagato and Zionin, but the corner capital in the Akatsuki organization who was in charge of the money. Ashimaru. You joined Akatsuki, why don't you greet everyone? Roar. An illusory shadow appeared in front of him. This is a man with a black mask in Akatsuki's robe. Just talk about it. Ye Feng said coldly. Haha. As you know, the organization is now raising a lot of funds to prepare for the war. You seem to be going to Union Village recently. There is a task you can handle for me, it's a task for a bounty ninja. A Union Murakami shinobu, whose name is Samui, is said to be a beauty with big breasts and white skin. Some people want her head, and the bounty is 10 million taels. Said the corner. Tisk tusk, is it so perverted? What a man, he has to spend a lot of money to buy the head of a rare beauty instead of catching it back alive. Ye Feng smiled. For some reason, this smile feels very frenzied. Money, as long as you have money, do whatever else you do with so much. This task is entrusted to you. You are helping the organization for the first time. Don't let everyone down. The underground bounty exchange in Union Village is located. Soon, Jiao explained everything. Ye Feng naturally said that it didn't matter, anyway he had to go to Union Village, and it wouldn't be a big deal to kill someone along the way. Teacher, will we often do this kind of task in the future? Hongdu couldn't help but say. The man nodded affirmatively. Think inappropriate? Ye Feng asked. No, I just think, will it be dangerous? After all, it's in someone else's village. Atsuki said. Killing or something is destined to be inevitable from the day when you really choose to follow Dashimaru. What she worries about is whether such an arrogant action will bring danger. The fourth generation of Lei Ying is very powerful, a long-established superpower in the ninja world, and Union Village also has two-tail beast weapons, the 8 tails and the 2 tails. In case of being cut off, the safety of the two people's lives will be difficult to guarantee. It's really surrounded, the big deal is to expose your trump card. What's more, Union Village has always been arrogant, and its defensive measures can be said to be extremely rotten. Before I came here and picked up a horn of the 8 tail, which was used to cultivate the chakra, the tail beast, and it was not discovered by anyone. A group of reckless men is not to be feared. The night breeze said lightly. Union Village, one of the 5 most powerful ninja villages, belongs to the Kingdom of Thunder. It is located on a towering mountain peak, filled with clouds and mist, echoing the deafening thunder. The people in the village are mostly black-skinned, good at swordsmanship and thunder dodge, and popular ninjutsu. In short, it is a place where the people's customs are fierce. Rich in all kinds of reckless men, it is rare to see people with high IQ. Teacher, the road in Union Village is too torturous. Hongdu couldn't help but vomit. Below is the sea, and above is the mountain peak that goes straight into Yuntian. If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that you will be scared to pee at a glance, and only ninjas can walk in such places. But the people here are so real, you can't even see a defending ninja. As Ye Feng said, the people here are very careless. As they walked along, they basically didn't see any ninjas, and they didn't receive any obstacles. It's getting dark. The huge Union village is still brightly lit and extremely lively. Under all kinds of peculiarly shaped rock houses, the bustling crowds kept coming and going. The villagers are mostly tall men with dark skin, one stronger than the other. All of them exploding muscles, and sturdy backs. Attachment: female men are also considered men. In contrast, Yefen's fragile body and pale and pitiful skin are almost as if the wind blows and will fall. He is a wasteful man. Along the way, the surrounding crowd cast contemptuous glances at De Shiwan. I have to say that people living here have a very peculiar aesthetic, with black skin and muscles as beautiful. Anything white and beautiful is vain. Lindayu. I can kill 10 Lindayu with one punch. Doge. Chapter 23. 23 Samui's Head. Teacher, how do you feel? Hongdu smiled. In the past, many people faced Ashimaru with only fear. Now these people think of Deshimaru as a weak fellow. Actually nothing. I've already said that this is a bunch of reckless men. The Night Wind said calmly. Let's go, I have to find out where the cemetery is and where Samui is. Yefeng took the girl away. Using ability, the illusion of writing round eyes, it was easy for a civilian to tell two things that weren't secret. Whether it is the cemetery where the ninjas are buried or the famous beauty Samui in the village, almost everyone here knows it. Speaking of which, Samui is still a cow. Yefeng recalled the image of Sam Yi, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Milk, cow. Hongdu's face flushed, and she didn't expect that the teacher would say such a thing. Yes, that's a pair of peerless weapons. Tisk tusk tusk. I don't know which perverted man is actually spending a lot of money to want someone else's head, is it a necrophilia? But I never heard that necrophilia likes heads. Yefeng smiled again. Hongdu did not speak, but his face was slightly red. Let's go, first to the cemetery of the third generation of Reikage. The rebirth of the dirty soil is the first-class important event. Yefeng shook his head and took the red bean to the center of the cemetery. Excavated several cemeteries of the first generation of Reikage, and finally found only a little bit of remnant bones in the grave of the third generation of Reikage AI. To use the dirty soil to reincarnate, you must use the bones of decedent, even if it is just a piece of bone, but there are no residues in the other graves. Psychicism, reincarnating from the dirty earth. Yefeng took out a casual male villager as a sacrifice, and launched ninjutsu. Put the 3 generations of raking AI into the collection, and then left the place with Hongdu, both too lazy to clean up the tomb that was opened. Unlike Wuyan village, this tomb robbery was not discovered by anyone. Next destination: Samui. 10 minutes later. Boom boom boom. The night wind snapped a wooden door. Who? A cold female voice sounded within us. Soon, the rumored beauty of Union village opened the door. He is 19 years old, with neat short blonde hair, and a pair of huge weapons on his chest that are not inferior to Tsunade, and the waves are turbulent. White skin, hot body, blue-green pupils, and a cold face. But looking at that face, she felt that she was a considerate beauty. You are? Samui was a little curious and a little cautious. It was so late, I thought it was the ninja in the village who came up with something, but I didn't expect it to be 2 strangers who hadn't seen it before. Especially this man, it feels very difficult. Hello beauty. Goodbye beauty. The hoarse and evil voice of the night breeze sounded. Sanguyu's writing wheel opened, using illusion to temporarily confuse Sam Yi's mind. Taking advantage of the moment the woman lost her mind, the Kuzaneru sword had appeared in her hand, and he cut off the woman's neck with a sword, cutting off this 10,000 taels worth of head. Samui now is just a tolerant. But even if she is Shangnan, there is still no possibility of escape in front of the night wind. As for the destructive things, he didn't think it mattered anyway. It's just killing. Who can't kill? Whether it was a man or a woman, he killed him anyway. Anyway, this was the first time he helped Akatsuki. Pretend it. Ye Feng ordered red beans. Is teacher. Hongdu then took out a cloth bag that he had prepared long ago, and put Samui's head in it. The blood quickly soaked the cloth bag, and drips of red liquid flowed out of the bag. Ye Feng still smiled without conscience. Go to the underground bounty exchange. Is teacher. The two slowly walked out of Union Village. After several people left for several minutes, the villagers of Union Village discovered the abnormality in Samui's house. As for how Union's ninja would be angry afterwards, and how he would react to discovering that the graveyard of Xiandaiying had been stolen, Ye Feng didn't bother to care. Anyway, he is now rebellious ninja, and those people can't do much if they know it. At most, he can increase his value as rebellious ninja. A short while. The two left Union Village and soon came to an empty mountain. After searching for a few minutes, I finally found a hole blocked by a boulder. It seems that there is no door, but in fact there is a gap beside it just enough for people to walk in. This is an underground bounty exchange near Union Village. The so-called ninja, in addition to the ninja village, there is also a bounty ninja that does not belong to any power. They help with all kinds of bounty tasks, and they can do everything for the money. Many rich people want to do something shameful, and often come here to post tasks, such as this list in Ye Feng's hands. Walking into this space, the inside is extremely wide. It doesn't look like a cave, but like a tavern. There are places where tasks are posted, there are also special staff at the counters where tasks are delivered, and there are dozens of wine tables. You can eat and drink if you want. More than 100 people came and went, and it was very lively. Ye Feng walked in with a little girl with a bloody cloth bag in her hand, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, no one came up to find fault. There is a mixture of fish and dragons, no one knows the details of each other, but it will be dead man if you make a mess. Is this the place where tasks are delivered? The night breeze said lightly. Yes, my lord, I don't know what you have. The female staff member said politely. Union Village, Zongnan Samui's head. You can confirm it. Ye Feng handed the cloth bag over. The staff looked surprised, but quickly opened the cloth bag and took a closer look at the head that had not been cut off for a long time. Compare it with the picture of Samui in the record, and then confirm that the bounty task is completed. My lord, wait a minute. I'll let someone go and get you a bounty. The staff member bowed his head slightly and said respectfully. Being able to do something in Union Village, kill a Zongnan and then retreat all over, this courage has made many ninjas admire. This man, to say nothing, is also an elite level of strength. I didn't expect to see you here. It's an honor. A middle-aged man came out and said respectfully. It seems that he recognized the identity of Ye Feng. This is your bounty, totaling 10 million taels. The man handed over a black box containing a large amount of banknotes. Let's order some wine and food, arrange barbecue, or something. Ye Feng nodded and said. He didn't hide his appearance, and someone with a heart could still recognize him. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. After submitting the task, Ye Feng and Hongdu also sat on a table, waiting for the bounty exchange to serve wine and food. Ha ha ha! Brother, you actually completed the mission of killing people in Union Village, it's pretty awesome. Should you consider taking a share of the brothers? The three big men gathered around maliciously. Wearing a protective forehead that I don't know about Xianan Village on his head, his eyes are fixed on the money box next to Ye Feng. In addition to them, many people here are actually excited, but they don't have the guts to make a move. That's 10 million taels. Oh. Yes. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. The robbery robbed him, really desperately irrational. Chapter 24. 2-4 Perfect Body. Shul King Snake Hand. Before Ye Feng could do it, Atsuki had already started ninjutsu. The kaleidoscope writing wheel in the left eye emerged, and the powerful illusion shrouded 3 bounty ninjas looking for death at the same time. More than a dozen small snakes protruded from the sleeves and bit the necks of the 3 of them. It was just a matter of meeting each other, and the 3 men lost their breath and fell to the ground. The onlookers trembled in their hearts, and quickly lowered their heads. Money? No matter how much money there is, what use is there if people die? This is a hard stubble, and the little girl under her can kill 3 Zongren in seconds, which shows how powerful the man is. Slap, slap, slap. A man with a black mask came out and clapped in his hands. Onlookers discovered that he was wearing the same big robe with black background and red clouds as the 2. It's worthy of being empty, it's really amazing. Unexpectedly, your human experiment has been carried out to this extent. The man laughed. He walked to Yefeng's table, sat down unceremoniously, and then took away the box that Yefeng had just picked up. You money fan. I guessed you were here. Yefeng said grimly. Xiaodu released this mission to him, and he faintly guessed that this guy was actually near Union Village. The only hobby of this man who has lived for a long time is money. I definitely cherish my own life. He. Your escape method is notoriously unique, so it's appropriate to entrust this task to you. Xiaodu smiled and said indifferently. Yes. Don't I just have a great way to escape? Do you want to fight me? Yefeng smiled weirdly and stared at Xiaodu maliciously. Forget it, I'm not a fighting freak. Thanks for the 2 of you this time, I will pay for the meal for you, but I'm not welcome for the reward. Xiaodu looked at Dashi Pill and Red Bean again, and then walked away with the black box. The whole person fell into the eyes of money. Teacher, is he also a member of Akatsuki? Hongdo asked when he saw the man walking away. He is in charge of the money, and his name is Xiaodu. Yefeng replied lightly. Soon, roast meat and wine were served on the table. Unexpectedly, it tastes pretty good. Yefeng and Hongdu sat together, eating chunks of barbecue meat. The journey was tiring, and I finally had time to relax, and the night wind also rarely drank a few glasses of wine. Red Bean tried to drink 2 cups too, her small face turned red, suddenly cute. Yefeng couldn't help squeezing the little girl's face. After being satiated, the 2 left slowly. I found an ordinary small hotel not far away and stayed for 1 night. The next day. Early morning. BD. Waste. All waste. As soon as the genius turned on, the roar of the 4th generation of Reikage AI rang throughout Union Village. The cemetery of Xiandai was turned over, and Sam Yi was beheaded in his own home. It was like someone was riding on the head of Union Village and shit. It is tolerable, which is unbearable. One night, these ninjas didn't even find a single piece of hair from the others. I just vaguely knew that there seemed to be 2 weird men in black coats with red clouds who had appeared in the village. Akatsuki organization. Soon, someone under his staff found news about that kind of clothes. It's a pity that people already don't know where to go. Teacher, where are we going next? Go to another shinobu village, or? Atsuki asked. Union Village and Cheyenne Village are not in a hurry, let's go to the place where the 2nd generation of Hokage died. Why? The Jinyan Jiao brothers in Union Village once killed the 2nd generation of Hokage in an ambush. They have 9-tailed chakras on their bodies and some endurance tools left by the 6 immortals. Time passed quietly. Unconsciously, 3 years have passed. After Yefeng joined the Xiao organization, he gradually got in touch with various members. The scorpion that made the puppet, the mysterious Jew, and the preparation member of Fi, the ghost shark of Wuyan Village Renin, one of the 7 ninja swords. As for Itaki, Feijuan, and Diodera, these 3 have not yet joined Akatsuki. Konoha 53 years. Sound Shinobi Village. Ashimaru Base. Teacher, can you finally rest for a while? the girl said tiredly. The young girl who is in the blooming season has a body between young and mature, and is extremely well developed. The black fishnet dress tightly wraps her body. It is red beans. The organization has already said that. I have something to deal with recently. Ye Feng replied. For a few years, he still maintained the same appearance as before, and he didn't seem to be old at all. Only he himself knew that this body was already very old, and it was time to use the technique of reincarnation without a corpse to replace it with a new body. In order to create a perfect container, he has spent a lot of thought in the past few years. Before and after, let Do help him to do dozens of experiments. The purpose is to create the most perfect and most suitable container for reincarnation. It's not a special blood inheritor, nor is it a bloodline of the Uchiha clan or the Thousands of Hands clan. What he created is a clone of himself. That's right, he asked Do to make a clone using his body material. Due to the changes in the blood of his body, he even started an experiment that he had previously given up again. The study of natural chakras. It can make people use immortal arts and use the ability of natural chakra. Over the course of 3 years, he has experimented thousands of times with Dumpling, creating more than 2,000 cloned newborns, and all of them have joined the natural chakra research. Since it is a new body, it should naturally be stronger than the current body. Although it went through ups and downs, but fortunately it succeeded in the end. With a mortality rate of almost 100%, a special subject survived. And this is the new body that Ye Feng prepared for herself. It is cultivated with a special potion, and the blood of De Shiwan is given to this body. Although it is only 3 years old, it looks like a 7 or 8-year-old child. The hair color is black, and the eyes are already golden snake pupils, which look like the big snake pill when he was a child. Reincarnation can only be used once every 3 years, and every time it is used, it will lose a little of its soul. Therefore, Ye Feng naturally prepared the best body. Only one's own body is the most suitable for one's soul. Blood succession boundary can also be inherited through bloodlines, and it also gains the ability to use fairy magic. In a dark room, both Do and Hungdo were watching from a long distance. And they didn't dare to get close to Yuan. Reincarnation without a corpse. The man turned into a big white phosphorus snake. The white snake had a human-shaped monster head with black hair scattered on its body. This is also one of the manifestations of the main body, and it is not a full-body Yaki or Akai. Hiss! The big snake spit out the snake letter, and the golden snake's eyes glowed with a dangerous light. In the eyes of Tou and red beans that seemed to be fanatics, the big white snake merged into the body of the little boy on the test bench, and it was hard to imagine this process happening right in front of his eyes. The body of the big snake pill left in place has become an empty shell with no soul. The little boy slowly opened his eyes, his body increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he turned into a teenager about 11 or 12 years old. The golden dangerous snake pupil suddenly turned into 4 weird black windmills. The background color is a sorrowful scarlet. Chapter 25. 253 Years of Harvest. In the past 3 years, the first is the study of Uchiha's bloodline, which Ye Feng cares most about. In the first year, he managed to cultivate more than a dozen Uchiha Shisui clones. In addition, there are hundreds of newborns who have the blood of Yuyu's Haibo. Although he didn't find a way to restore Uchiha's Shisui's eyes, Ye Feng found that swallowing the eyes of those Uchiha's Shisui clones was also effective. Coupled with hundreds of Uchiha family members, the powerful pupil power finally made the writing wheel eyes break through to the level of a kaleidoscope. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed too much blood from Zishui, so his left and right eye ability were also other gods. The difference is that the other god in the left eye is a short-lived illusion, similar to Attacka's moon reading space. This move can be activated multiple times, but the effect is not as terrifying as the right eye. The other god in the right eye is the strongest illusion in the legend, directly modifying the memory and will of the human brain. Although this trick is powerful, it has a full cooling cycle of 12 years. Since the pupil power has reached a kaleidoscope, the night wind no longer cultivates the writing wheel. Unless the technical level can break through to cultivate a kaleidoscope, ordinary eyes will no longer benefit him. So in the second year, Yefeng Hedo focused on cultivating a new body. While helping Xiao complete tasks, he was doing experiments. Finally, 2 years later, a new young body was created, with the power of a natural immortal human body, capable of using natural chakras to launch ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjas start ninjutsu by relying on the chakra condensed in their own body. The so-called natural chakra can only be used by ninjas who have practiced the fairy mode. The first generation of Hokage Senjujima, and one of the 3 ninjas, Jiraiya, these 2 are powerful players who use the fairy mode. Now, Dashimaru also has this kind of power. Adzuki Beans, how about the blood spell? Is it normal? Yefeng said. In 3 years, he has gained far more than this pair of kaleidoscopes. Studying his own blood, and integrating with the spell seal technique, formed a new type of spell seal technique. People with blood curse marks will not turn into monsters, nor will they gain any powerful power. But because there is his blood in the body, the vitality will be very tenacious. If you keep absorbing blood, you can even make your face look immortal. This effect is like Tsunade's 100 Tyrants. Teacher. There is no abnormality in the blood curse imprint, and there is no problem with the body at present. Red Bean replied respectfully. Although the person in front of him turned into a boy who looked only about 11 years old, she did not dare to slack off. This is Lord Ashimaru, no matter what the appearance is, this is Ashimaru. That's good. Yefeng nodded. Let's go, take me to see Uchiha Shisui. Yes, my lord. As an experimental subject, Uchiha Shisui has not been thrown away, and is being supported by the personnel on the base. But now Yefeng is going to see him just for the last point of Zishui's value. Boom! The experiment door was pushed open. A thin figure walked in, and the boy's eyes were golden. Behind them are Do and Hongdu, and the 2 subordinates are respectfully behind them. It's been so many years. Your willpower is really tenacious. Yefeng sighed. Zishui is kept in this laboratory like a domestic animal, without sight or speech. Konoha's people have already died for him. In fact, he was locked up here and cultivated as experimental material. The teenager on the test bench was silent. He has grown a lot, but he is imprisoned in this dark place every day. If he could kill himself, he would have done so long ago. A short while. Master Ashimaru, the sacrifice you want. 2 men in protective suits held a villager caught from Otanin village. Yefeng nodded and motioned to several people to leave. Without hesitation, he picked up a scalpel directly from the side, pierced through the throat of Shishui, and shaved off the whole head. Throw this thing to Konoha's guard. Just say it's my gift. Yefeng smiled coldly. Anyway, it has lost its value, so it doesn't hurt to give it to Konoha. Yes. A man in a white protective suit took his head. At this time, the night wind began to seal again. Psychicism, reincarnation of the dirty earth. Taking the body of a living person as a sacrifice, and pulling the soul with the bones of decedent, summoning the soul of the pure land of bliss to the present world. The weird dirt was condensed on the living person, and it quickly formed the appearance of Uchiha Shisui before he died. That is, Shisui, who is about 12 years old. My lord, this guy didn't develop his own kaleidoscope before he died, even if he is resurrected. Do did not finish, but the meaning was very obvious. Even if Shishui was reincarnated from the dirty soil, he was just a fellow without a kaleidoscope. It doesn't matter, it can squeeze his value anyway. And Itaki, seeing that his former friend has become like this, he should like this gift. Yefen smiled grimly. Whether it is Suzuki, Itaki, or even Yuyu Chibatami take, their eyes are his prey. Does the teacher return to Konoha? Red Bean curiously said. Doing the math, the two have not been back to Konoha for several years. Either perform tasks all over the world, or do various research in experimental bases. It's almost an opportunity now. Ye Feng nodded. There were only 2 years left until the Uchiha clan was destroyed. In another year, Naruto and Sasuke will enter the ninja school. He still has many plans to go to Konoha to realize. Then, I want to be with the teacher, too. Red Bean whispered. I plan to mix into the Hyuga clan with the blinding blood following the boundary. How about you? Ye Feng smiled. Reincarnation Eye is also a very powerful pupil technique, but he does not intend to let the Hyuga clan go. And it happens that he has white eyes, and he won't be easily noticed if he gets in. Hongdu hesitated. Ha ha ha, the teacher is teasing you. Come with you, just find a niece of an ordinary person, such as a distant relative of the owner of a fruit shop and grocery store. As long as the chakra is not revealed, Konoha should not notice you. Ye Feng smiled and patted the little girl's head. His body is still very young now, and he has to stand on tiptoe to touch Atsuki Bean's head. But Hongdu is also very sensible, and he bent down slightly, like enjoying the cat's pet, with a smile on his youthful and beautiful cheeks. Ye Feng found out that the Red Beans had grown up. Not only mentally, but also physical maturity, like a ripe peach. People can't help but want to take a bite. Pocket. Junmaro's affairs, as well as those children, will be handed over to you. Although you and Gurren are not pleasing to each other, if you are too busy, you can leave some things to her, understand? Ye Feng ordered. Yes, Lord Ashimaru. The boy replied respectfully, half kneeling on the ground. The woman named Honglian in the mouth of the Nightwind is a woman with a special blood inheritance boundary crystal escape, and her ability is also good. However, the woman and Do disliked each other, so they were not in this base. Chapter 26. 26 New Identity, Hyuga Kaze. Konoha 53 years. Konoha Village. It was another ordinary day, and it was also an extraordinary day. Naruto Building. 3 generations of old man with a cigarette stick in his mouth, his expression is very ugly. On its table, there was a bloody thing wrapped in a cloth bag. It was a human head, a teenager's head. Uchiha Shisui, who disappeared mysteriously a few years ago, has now been sent to Konoha with his head chopped off. There is also a note with 3 words written in it. Orochimaru. Sure enough, is he still going to be an enemy of Konoha? 3 generations sighed and spit out a smoke ring. Several Anbi knelt beside him, and no one spoke to disturb Master Naruto. The room was filled with white smoke. Konoha. The Hyuga family. The clan family will be valued by the family, and the children who split the family are often used as a foil. And Hyuga Kaze is an ordinary teenager in the Hyuga branch family. His parents died early, he died in the Kyuubi rebellion, and the ability of Hyuga Kaze was also very ordinary, just an ordinary fellow. He is still a ninja, and after graduating from ninja school, he gave up the practice of ninja. Oh, another boring day. If I had the ability of young Master Ning Ci, it wouldn't be enough. The boy opened his small room, only to find that there was a guy with a golden pupil in the room, who looked similar to his own age. You. Hyuga Wind only had time to say a word, and the next moment it was dim. From today onwards, I am Hyuga. The cold voice of the night wind rang in the room. Unknowingly, it has turned into the sound of the heliotrope. Tugging hard with both hands, he directly tore off the face of the underground corpse. It is a ninjutsu that uses human skin to disguise it. Even if Hinata Kaze's biological parents are resurrected, there is absolutely no clue from the outside. At the same time, Atsuki Beans also entered Konoha as the niece of a fruit grocery merchant. At this point, both master and disciple of Ashimaru sneaked into Konoha. The next day, Hinata, your progress in cultivation has disappointed me too much. In the early morning, the clan leader heard the sound of fire from inside the clan. The girl Hinata was born soft and cowardly, too kind, too peaceful. She was not a ninja at all. But she is the eldest daughter of the Zong family, even if she is forced to do a lot of training. Unfortunately, Hinata's efforts did not meet the requirements of Hyoga Nisuk. Family, fetters. It's almost the same as the cage. Ye Feng shook his head, and lost his attention to the Hyoga sex family. After tidying up his clothes, he walked out of the small room. The unremarkable black-haired boy had nothing else special except to show off his identity as the Hyoga clan. Throw it in the crowd, and you will immediately be unable to find the type. Good morning. Thank you, 2 caddies of apples, please. Ye Feng walked to a grocery store and said with a smile. Okay, guest. The middle-aged uncle took a deep look at Hyoga Kaze and said respectfully. At this time, Hongdu also walked out of the shop and smiled and looked towards the night wind. Konoha is so good. It's more harmonious than I thought. The ninja adults are also very kind. Red Bean smiled. She also changed a new face. No one would have thought that this little girl was the Red Bean who had disappeared before. My lord. What is your name? Hongdu blinked and smiled. Hinagai. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Soon, after making a move, Roar left here. 10 minutes later. When passing by the ninja school, Ye Feng found an unusual place where children gathered together. Ah, this guy, isn't it a child from the Hyoga family? Yeah, these eyes. It must be Ningji's cousin. Hey, isn't it always arrogant? This guy must also have a bad character, right? Because of a famous background and talent, so I put on an extraordinary look. A few little kids are surrounded by the earth. It turned out that Xiao Hinata was in a bad mood, ran too fast on the street, and then hit an ice cream in a person's hand. Then, several children noticed Hinata's white eyes, and they evolved into what they are now. I'm not like this. Hinata lowered his head and said in a low voice. Zongjia file size is 5 years old now, she looks pink and tender, extremely cute, and has very clean short hair. It's too bad to want to run away without apologizing. Absolutely can't forgive. Just when Hinata wanted to leave, a little boy suddenly grabbed her hair. Since there are no adults around, he is very bold in doing things. On weekdays, I didn't dare to offend that arrogant Niji Hyoga. Now this little girl looks very bully, and they don't want to let this opportunity pass. Hey, apologize. A child headed coldly said. With a quick push, Hinata fell to his knees, and then reached out and grabbed Hinata's hair. Sorry. Where did Hinata have the thought of resisting? He was so scared that he cried out. Ugh. Ye Feng walked over slowly, sighing inwardly. Obviously, with white eyes and jujutsu, these children can be beaten to the ground easily, but Hinata didn't realize this at all. Like the original, this girl has a very soft and cowardly character. Sister Hinata file size, here I am. Ye Feng shouted. Hyoga clan. The 3 little kids were shocked, and immediately put down Hinata, ready to go away. This guy not only has white eyes, but also has a forehead, which is not something they have not graduated from. Humph! Ye Feng let out a cold snort and ran after him directly. Under Hinata's gaze, Ye Feng quickly cleaned up the 3 little kids, their faces swelled and several teeth were knocked out. If it wasn't for Konoha, who was not easy to kill, he would kill the children directly. That. Thank you. Hinata stood up at some point and looked at the night breeze curiously. The cute face was slightly red, and I didn't know what was thinking. This is what I should do, Hinata file size sister. Ye Feng smiled slightly, just like a bodyguard. You, what's your name? Hinata asked again. Hinagai. It's my honor to be able to help Hinata file size sister. Let's see each other again if we have a chance. Ye Feng answered, leaving only a chic figure, and disappeared in place. With his intervention, Hinata Hyuga would never have a chance to like Naruto's protagonist. His chakra perception can cover Konoha, know everyone's position well, and will not give Hinata and Naruto a chance to contact. As for the main purpose, it is not to play some evil play game, but to facilitate future trafficking. We don't create blood to follow the limits. We are just porters, trafficking, in the blood following the boundary. Chapter 27. 27 Safflower Dessert Shop. The next day. The Hyuga family residence. Hinagai. Are you sure you don't want this guard position? A middle-aged man with white eyes said. For the sake of Hyuga Kaze's parents' sacrifice for the village, the family originally planned to give him a relaxed position. Although it is a escort in name, it is actually a security with nothing to do. Sitting in a place similar to the guard's room, working 7 or 8 hours a day, the salary is still very good. No matter how you look at it, it's a very good position. Hyuga Kaze's ninja has very poor ability, but it is the weakest one. It should be fortunate to have such an errand. Don't bother, uncle, bother. I want to work outside and do something else. Ye Feng smiled. Well then, I wish you a happy life. The middle-aged man did not insist either. Although the rules in the family are very strict, Hyuga is not a powerful junior, and ordinary families don't bother to care. Unless it is someone with Ningxi's ability, no one cares about you. Noon. When I came to the fruit grocery store again, Ye Feng quickly walked inside and found a chair to sit down. My lord, you are here. Adzuki smiled and greeted Roar. Since I like desserts so much, let the boss replace it with a dessert shop. Ye Feng said. Yes, my lord. I will prepare immediately today. The boss agreed wittily. The little boy in front of him was the legendary Ashimaru and the boss of his superior. The reason why he had the money to open this small shop in Konoha was because he took the money from Yuan. Master Feng, you are so gentle. Hongda blinked playfully and said deliberately. Gentle. Ye Feng laughed out loud, then shook his head. What tenderness does cold-blooded animals talk about? But he is too lazy to say anything, just say what Red Bean loves. Sweet little girl, there are always some privileges. I'll leave the modification to you. As for what to prepare in the dessert shop, listen to the Red Beans, she is an expert in desserts. In 2 days, I will come here as a worker. Yes, my lord. Time flies. With money, doing things tends to be easy. The original one-story building was refitted by a construction team at a high price, and it quickly became a 2-story building. The first floor is the reception hall, and the second floor is the place to live. The signboard is very casual, it is Safflower Dessert Shop, and Hongda took this name casually. The dessert shop was quickly completed. Hongda still stays in the store as the owner's niece. In fact, the boss can only go to sleep in the cold basement every night, and the bedroom on the second floor is reserved for Hongdu. Ye Feng naturally applied for the position of waiter, and then began to learn how to make desserts. Due to a special period, this incident was reported on the desk of the 3rd generation of Hokage. There is no other reason, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is getting more and more tense. One carelessness may cause a battle within Konoha. So even if it was a house modification, Shimanen from the Hyuga clan went to a dessert shop to work as a waiter. Anbu would write a note on it, and then give it to the 3rd generation to see. Definitely, the old man Sarutobi obviously didn't think too much. Whether it's the boss niece, or Hyuga, a junk boy from the Hyuga clan, it's not a big deal. Suddenly the days became very plain and plain. Like boiled water. There are no organizational tasks, and no bloody research. The teacher who teaches Hyuga wine to make desserts is still a mature woman with a bit of charm. I don't know if it was deliberately arranged by his subordinates or randomly selected, but no matter what, he didn't seem to be interested in women. Except for occasionally teasing red beans, he doesn't catch a cold with other women. A week later. Afternoon. Safflower dessert shop. There were no customers in the shop, and it seemed a little deserted. At this moment, a figure walked through the streets of Konoha under the leadership of 2 family guards. The file-size sister of the Hokage clan is naturally accompanied by guards. Especially after experiencing several things that were almost bullied last time, the Hokage clan's guarding work for Hinata became even stricter. "Hi, Miss Hinata. We meet again." Hokage Wind waved his hand and greeted Roar. The little girl turned her head curiously, then stopped her gaze. It was the brother that day. Hinata thought to himself. "Oh, and I sauce." Hinata smiled slightly, his voice a little low. There was baby fat on her cute little face, and she smiled and narrowed her eyes. "What is your brother doing here?" Sister File Size looked at the dessert shop curiously. The guard behind him looked at Hyagakaze and didn't say much. "I'm working here, Miss Hinata," Yefeng explained. "Miss Hinata, want to try my craft? The cake is very sweet." The boy smiled and took out a small dessert from the window. "Thanks." Hinata replied politely, and reached out to accept the gift. "Miss Hinata, if you go back late, the patriarch will be unhappy." A guard came from behind and reminded in a low voice. He also hopes to be able to accompany the file-size sister to stroll outside for a while, but the order is the order. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga sect family, Hinata will not be too long even if she has time to relax. Most of the time, she exercises physique and soft boxing. "Goodbye, brother." "Goodbye." Soon, Hinata bid farewell to this dessert shop somewhat reluctantly. In the deserted shop, calm was restored soon. "UMM. Yefeng had just walked back and found Red Bean sitting on a table with desserts in front of him. Holding a piece of cake in each hand, chewing in his mouth. "Little Red. If you eat like this, I'm afraid that your daily turnover will not be enough for you to eat. If you get fat, I won't want you. I don't like fat little girls." Yefeng curled his lips. He. Hongda smiled, just blinking her eyes to be cute. The next day, Hinata came back again. "Probably when I was out, I passed by here and wanted to eat dessert again. Why does my brother want to work here?" Hinata said curiously. Although she still doesn't understand many things, she still knows that the Hyuga clan is very good. "Since I have blinded my eyes, I shouldn't have to go out to work. Because it is very happy to live like this. There are beautiful little girls who are seductive, and making desserts is not too tiring," Yefeng said. As he said, he touched Hinata's short hair unconsciously. "Happy?" Hinata looked at the boy suspiciously. For her, her father's orders and tasks are everything in life. Yes, Hinata will understand when he grows up. People always live for something. If you don't even know who you are and what you should do all day long, then you are not a human being. Yefeng said it strangely. Hinata nodded ignorantly, and didn't know how much he understood. Chapter 28. 28 Lively Konoha. The next day. "Xiaohong, what are you in a daze? Don't prepare bags for the guests," Yefeng urged. Ever since the girl walked in, Hongda seemed a little absent-minded. About 19 and 20 years old, with long black hair, a pair of blood-red like ruby eyes, and a good figure. The sunset is red. Konoha's Nakanin, whose father died in the Kyuubi rebellion, is also considered a hero. Proficient in illusion, average strength. Oh. Only then did Hongda come back to her senses, and quickly helped Xi Rihong set up the cake she was going to buy. "Next time you visit, guest." Yefeng smiled slightly and watched Xi Rihong leave here. Then he turned to look at Hongdu, waiting for an explanation from the girl. "Say it. No one is watching here." Ye Feng said. Teacher, when I was in Konoha, there were friends who came here, it was red. Atsuki Bean scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. She was not born Konoha, but Ashimura brought Konoha with her. Since Dashimura's reputation has never been very good, she didn't make any friends, and most people stayed away from red beans. Hong is an exception, the only ninja who has a good relationship with her. At the beginning, they often ate desserts together. Oh, I see. Ye Feng nodded. Anything you want to say? If I attack Konoha in the future, she is very likely to be killed. After all, she is Konoha's ninja. Ye Feng said casually. As long as you are an enemy of adults, that is my enemy. Atsuki replied. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction and touched the girl's head. This is the subordinate that is really worth training. These years, it's not a waste of cultivating red beans. Her eyes are very beautiful, it deserves to be inherited from the Ziri family, the magnificent blood red. Unfortunately, her ability is not as powerful as her father Xiri Zhenhong. Ye Feng said again. For some reason, Hongdu's delicate body suddenly trembled, but in the end he didn't say anything, but his eyes were a little lonely. Eyes, are they beautiful? In fact, in a sense, this is not a compliment, but more like a curse. From the most evil man in the world. Brother, go to training with me. A young boy's immature voice sounded. I saw two children walking on the street, their clothes were all the family crests of the Yu Chiba clan. Suzuki, I have a task today, I can't accompany you anymore. Forgive me, this is the last time. An older child said, about 11 years old, named Uchiha Itaki. And Suzuki, who he calls his younger brother, is 5 years old this year. Humph. Suzuki glanced over his head dissatisfiedly. Itaki, because of habit, lightly nodded Sasuke's forehead with his finger. In a warm and ordinary scene, the night breeze can be seen clearly through a layer of glass. Hey, what is the daily routine of brother control and brother control? Please marry the two of you in place. Cough cough cough. Would you like some desserts for the two of you? We have a big sale today. Hongdu walked out the door and said with a grin. Itaka looked at this newly opened dessert shop, and quickly decided to buy a small bag of desserts for Suzuki, and then went to do his own task. Ye Feng watched the two brothers walk away, but did not make any moves. It's not the time to do it yet. Yo! Are you interested in the people of Uchiha? A voice sounded. Ye Feng recovered and saw a young man with long silver hair standing not far away. Wearing a black mask and Konoha shinobu's vest. Flagwood Kakashi. Known as a ninja who can fight against any enemy. Oh, it's not right. This guy had been deprived of his writing wheel eyes, and he did not get the title of copying ninja. There are also things like Leiche, which naturally was abandoned by Kakashi in the middle of the study. The Uchiha clan is responsible for Konoha's security work. That's all a big shot. Ye Feng said with emotion. For him, an ordinary member of the Hokage family, the Uchiha clan is indeed very powerful. When we first met, I was Kakashi Heiji. The man introduced himself. As everyone knows, the murderer who poached his eyes a few years ago is now standing blatantly in front of him. Hinata Wind, just call me the Wind. Senior is as handsome as the legend. Ye Feng said with a smile. As a young shinobu, Kakashi is still very famous in Konoha. Why does Feng Jun come here to work? The Hokage clan doesn't seem to be so lonely yet, right? Kakashi said jokingly. Where and where? My business definitely has nothing to do with the family. Although I have a good leisure job, I really like this kind of work. There are beautiful and lovely little girls. If you can marry the boss niece, you can eat soft food in the future, what do you think? Ye Feng smiled. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he didn't talk about this topic again. This guy seems a little wretched. Unexpectedly, in the Hokage clan, there will be such frivolous guys. I have something else. Mr. Feng, please help with the checkout. Kakashi chose a few pieces of cake, then handed it to Ye Feng's hand and said. A total of 120 taels, thank you for your patronage. Ye Feng said. Heiji Kakashi seemed to smile, and then seemed expressionless. After paying the money, I quickly left this place. Definitely, Ye Feng didn't care about Kakashi either. The most precious Shaolunyan had already been obtained. He didn't even bother to take a look at the swordsmanship of the Hagaki family. It's settled down initially, Konoha doesn't doubt my identity. Ye Feng thought silently in his heart. The plan went more smoothly than expected. Anyone there? Another customer came into shop. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that it was a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman, and beside him was an extravagant woman, holding a little girl with a prickly head in his arms. Day by day. One of the future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang is also a rich little woman. I have already enrolled in the ninja school this year, and my grades in the class are pretty good, especially good at kunao throwing, shooting targets and the like. Dad, I want to eat cake. The little girl said coquettishly. Okay, Dad will buy it for you. There was a smile on the man's face, and he was obviously very fond of his daughter. Welcome. Hongda smiled and greeted him. Seeing this, Ye Feng gave up the idea of going up. Looking out the window, a little boy with blonde hair was walking across the street. His hair was a bit messy, and his shirt was dirty. Looking enviously at the cake in the window, and the little girl held by her father, Ye Feng smiled silently. Reality is always more magical than novels. They sacrificed their lives to protect the village, but Hokage's children were squeezed out and discriminated against by the villagers. And they didn't even have the money to buy cakes. What right does Konoha like to claim to be righteous? Or, in other words, did things like justice really exist? It rained suddenly outside the window. It's smashing. The little blonde boy quickly escaped from the rain and walked away. In the lively Konoha village, the streets are still bustling with people. Chapter 29. 29 Ninja School. Grown-ups. Ye Feng opened his eyes slightly and found a blue-haired woman with a ball head pierced in front of him. There was a little girl with red hair beside him. Red Lotus. Why is Xiangrong here with you? Ye Feng was a little surprised. Xiangren should be handed over to Do for training. As for Gillian, what is Konoha doing at this time? Back to your lord. You are collecting the blood legacy boundary. I don't know if my crystal dung can be used. Gillian said respectfully. Jing dun. Ye Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then shook his head somewhat disappointed. Jing dun is the blood boundary of Red Lotus, which can produce special red crystals with strong hardness and not inferior to metal. However, in fact, it is not a very powerful blood succession limit, and even a bit tasteless. There is nothing to develop. Need not. I still like the children of the Uchiha clan more. You can keep the power of Jingdun for yourself. Ye Feng said. Whether it is defense or attack, he has a better choice than Jingdun, and this kind of ability is useless. Yes, my lord. Gurren nodded respectfully. Why is Xianglin here with you? Ye Feng asked again. Master Hui, Do is studying the cells of the first generation of Hokage. Xiangren was sent to me. Gurren replied. I spend most of the day in the laboratory, so naturally I don't have much time to help educate Xianglin. That's fine, you are responsible for nurturing her to grow up. Although your medical skills are a bit worse than that of Pockets, there is still nothing wrong with teaching children. Ye Feng said. Xianglin hid behind Honglian, listening to the conversation between the two adults. Yes. Konoha is in a stressful period recently, so don't come to Konoha to find me if you have nothing to do. Yes. 1 year later. Konoha. Almost as usual, Konoha was calm and peaceful. Only the ninjas seemed to have a lot more serious expressions on their faces. Even Hyoga Wind was required to return to the residence of the Hyoga clan at night, and not to run around at night. Although he did not explain the reason, Yekes understood that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had deteriorated. Since the death of the first and second generations of Hokage, Uchiha has been squeezed out of the village day by day. The family that used to contribute the most to Konoha has now been assigned a security job, and the entire family's residence is far away from Konoha Center. Before, there was Tuanzang secretly making troubles, and after that, 3 generations of old men were haggard, old, and decayed. Coupled with the Kyuubi rebellion, it is a masked man with a writing wheel eye that controls the Kyuubi, and Konoha is even more afraid of the Uchiha clan. The night wind also killed Shishui, making the already tense relationship even more tense. The storm is coming. Ye Feng stood on the second floor and looked out the window. Definitely, not in the dessert shop, but in the remote small room of the Hyoga clan. Teacher. Atsuki yawned and got up from the bed. Since Ye Feng didn't go to the dessert shop, she simply came to live here with her. Today is the opening day of the ninja school. Want to go together? Ye Feng smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. He is already a little accustomed to having this pillow on the bed at night. Well. It was Hungda who used him as a pillow. Ninja school. Red Bean was stunned. Miss Hinata is going to school too. If I have the chance, I would like to go to school and play games with the children, sunbathe every day, and take a lunch break. Ye Feng smiled slightly. It is hard to imagine that this seemingly ordinary teenager with a sunny smile on his face is actually the guy named Dashyuan in his soul. Teacher, are you sure you want to abduct children? Red Bean curled his lips. At first, she met Dashyuan by chance, and then willingly followed him to embark on the current road of no return. Trafficking or something. How can you call me abduction? I'm saving the world. Ye Feng smiled unconsciously. If people still want to sleep, let the teacher go. Red Bean pouted and put on the quilt again. There was already sunlight outside the window, falling on a few potted plants. The room became very quiet. In the closet are Hungda's favorite clothes, and on the bookshelf are several books of human structure and eyeball nerves and blood vessels. A transparent glass bottle is placed on the first floor of the bookshelf, and it contains 2 blood jewel-like eyes. The faint sunlight illuminates the bottle, and the colors of the eyeballs are exceptionally magnificent. Beautiful collection. Coming from Konoha Nakanen, who was missing for 2.5 years ago, Yuri Hong, her eyes are fortunate to be the work of an evil man. Definitely, in terms of Red Bean's face, Ye Feng didn't kill her. Just changing her a pair of unusual black eyes is equivalent to an eyeball transplant. Although Konoha also received a report, it is naturally impossible to catch the murderer. Ninja School. On the annual recruitment day, the school is full of people. Passing by the school gate, Ye Feng found that the little boy with blonde hair was sitting on the swing, dangling boringly alone. Occasionally, villagers pointed, and made no secret of their malice towards that child. No matter whether it is an adult or a child, no one wants to deal with that child. The 9 tails who destroyed the village were sealed in the child's body. Dad, reading this kind of thing is troublesome to think about. Or let's go home. A little boy with pigtails came over, with his hands in his pockets, lazily. Smelly boy. His father knocked his son on the head and brought the guy to the school. Nara Shikamaru. One of the future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, IQ is not inferior to the pocket, especially good at conspiracy layout, find a variety of ways to win. As for personality defects, he is too lazy and has no motivation to do anything. Good morning, Naruto. A fat little boy came over, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand. Autumn times. The descendant of the Kaihudeo clan. Uzumaki Naruto has no friends, Shikamaru and Ding Ci are exceptions, these two are willing to play with him. Damn it. Such things like the beginning of school even let me sign up by myself. Loli, the little blonde with a long ponytail, appeared. Yamanaka Ino. The Mountain Clan, the Nara Clan, and the Akudo Clan, these three are Konoha's ninja clan, and they are friendly with each other. Hey, smelly dad. Little Loli hummed uncomfortably. Kicked the pebble on the ground, but unexpectedly hit Yefeng's hand. Brat. Should we pay more attention? Yefeng smiled slightly. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't notice it just now. Little Loli quickly apologized. Think about it, I was indeed a little gaffe, and I didn't even see anyone in front of me. Not an example. I will spare you this time, little one. Yefeng patted Ino on the head and walked into the school. This time I came to Hinata, and he was not interested in anyone else. He had obtained Naruto's cells very early, and as for Sasuke, it was far from the right time for hands-on. Chapter 30. 30 Children Who Lack Love. Playground. Although it is the first day of school, several children are already training. Hinata was in the corner alone, practicing the skills of throwing shuriken and kunao. Maybe it's because the father who doesn't want to be strict is disappointed, or maybe there is really nothing to do alone. Miss Hinata. Yefeng called out. Elder brother. Why did you come to school? A flash of joy flashed in Hinata's eyes, and he asked curiously. I heard that today is Miss Hinata's school day, so I brought some desserts here. Yefeng smiled. Thank you, brother. Hinata happily took the bag. Temporarily put away his ninja, and then sat with Hyuga Kaze. He is now the identity of the Hyuga clan, and the file-size sister who is close to his family can only be regarded as loyal at best. Whether it is Anbi, the third generation, or the Hyuga family, it is impossible for anyone to guess his thoughts. Ms. Hinata, you should also pay attention to a reasonable diet after exercise. It's not good for your body if you just exercise without eating. Yefen people and animals smiled harmlessly. After changing to a new body, he actually liked his somewhat naive voice. Thank you, brother. Hinata took a sip of water, then picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. In the Hyuga family, although she is the eldest daughter, in fact, most people just respect her status, and a few people think she is very upset. For example, a genius named Hyuga Niji. The guy thinks he is the first young person of the Hyuga clan, and thinks that Hinata is not worthy to be a ninja. Hinata is actually a child who lacks love. His favorite is the child who lacks love. As long as you give them a little sugar, they are willing to go with you, give their lives for you, cross the boundary between justice and evil, and abandon the shackles of morality and humanity. Whether you are experimenting or being a subordinate, these children willingly die for you. Brother, don't eat it. Hinata blinked and spoke again. Brother has eaten. Yefeng replied. Lying on the soft grass, looking up is the clear blue sky, the sun is not hot yet, the temperature is just right. Hinata sweated a lot because of training, and his face was red. Miss Hinata. Why are you practicing so hard? Yefeng said. Hinata thought about it seriously, but finally shook his head, not knowing what to say. A long time. Hinata ate 2 pieces of cake, and then continued to take out his ninja. Brother, I have to train, are you going back? Hinata asked. Speaking of which, my brother used to practice kunao and shuriken a lot. A memory appeared in Yefeng's eyes. When he first learned these things, it happened decades ago, when he was still 3 young generations, and taught him, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. At that time, Jiraiya often molested Tsunade, and was often beaten. The 3 generations were also young people with a sense of justice. No, it should be this body. He just has those memories, but he is not the one who experienced those things. Can brother teach me? Hinata asked. Okay. Ye Feng recovered, smiled, and agreed. Evening. After participating in a freshman assembly, Hinata spent most of his time on the playground. The night breeze is very idle, so I also have time to develop a relationship with the little girl. Hinata was sweating profusely from exhaustion, his face flushed. Finally, Ye Feng went home with the little girl on his back. Hinata blushed, and seemed to enjoy the feeling of lying on his back again, and did not speak quietly the whole time. Miss Hinata, I'm home. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye. One day passed. Ye Feng does things unscrupulously, and definitely has eaten to death for 3 generations, and the family doesn't have the energy to control them. Although it was a little closer, no one cared at all. The Uchiha clan caused Naruto-sama to be devastated, and the various families were also serious, and they took care of their own clan members one after another. In the ninja world, the classification of ninjas is extremely severe. The so-called ninja is a ninja who has passed the school graduation examination. To become Zongnin, you must go through a more rigorous Zongnin exam organized by several ninja villages. As for Shinobu, it depends on a ninja's ability, various tasks completed, and whether the background is clean and so on. Ying is the leader of the village, and he is also selected from Shangnin. According to common sense, the shadow is often the strongest person in the village. But what if someone's strength surpasses the ordinary shinobu, but they still haven't reached the shadow? What should I do? At this time, they will be given the status of elite shinobu. Generally speaking, this status actually also means a shadow candidate. For example, Heiji Kakashi. In addition, there is the Anbi, the ninja power directly under the jurisdiction of Naruto, and the root, the Danzo power. Konoha has a lot of shinobu, and definitely has a lot of famous ones. Moonlight Hayate, Uzuki Yuga, Naralukasa, Marino Ibiki, etc. However, in the 4th battle of the ninja world in the future, Shang Ninja is just a cannon fodder at high-level points. This is a world where plugins are rampant. Without the limit of blood succession, it is almost impossible to become a real strong. Except for a few exceptions such as Metkai, most people are strong because they are drenched in the light of the night, the ancestor of chakra. Whether Naruto or Sasuke, as the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, they are destined to take an unusual path from birth. The fathers of Asura and Indra are 6 Dao immortals, and the 6 Dao immortals are Huayi's unbelievable son. Over the course of thousands of years, countless powerhouses and blood successors have been born, and countless conspiracies and darkness have been buried, all of which can be summed up in one sentence. Heiju saves his mother. Definitely, Ye Feng is now trying to rewrite this sentence as a snake dominates the world. Ramen, ramen. Hongdu smiled brilliantly, holding Ye Feng's arm. In the eyes of outsiders, it is probably like a kind of close sister and brother, a 12-year-old boy and a beautiful young girl. You'll ramen. Ye Feng looked at the sign of the ramen shop. After sniffing the scent in the air, I found that the aroma is indeed very strong. It is worthy of being a famous ramen shop in Konoha. Definitely, the prices here are also surprisingly expensive. Even the most common bowl of ramen costs hundreds of yen. Fortunately, there are a lot of rich people in Konoha. If it is a ninja, there is no shortage of money. Open the door curtain and walk in, the seats are side by side. Welcome, what do you want to eat? Changpu smiled and greeted Roar. The owner of the ramen shop is the uncle hand beater. She is the owner's daughter and also works here. Luxury seafood ramen. Adzuki started to order without hesitation. Same as her. Ye Feng's tone was very plain, and his expression was also very plain. Gently stretched out his hand and patted Hongdu's head, as if he was the older one, although this is indeed the case. Please wait. Changpu smiled and walked into the back kitchen. Chapter 31. 31 Trees Desire Calm and Wind. Yo, what a coincidence. Kakashi, wearing a face mask, enters the ramen shop. Good evening, Senior Kakashi. Ye Feng smiled and greeted Roar. Kakashi nodded, and took out a copy of Intimate Paradise from his arms and watched it. Ye Feng was speechless. The guy from Jiraiya did the same with these sideball novels all day long, but Kakashi was a good one. Really, if you want to play with a woman, isn't it good to go straight to it? What novels are you reading? A serious person who reads novels, do you read it? Doge. Pork bone ramen. Kakashi yelled to the back of the ramen shop, then continued reading his book. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, Naruto. This ramen will be invited by the teacher. A bold voice sounded. Looking at Ye Feng and Adzuki Beans, they saw Umino Ilika walking in with Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, and then went on reading his novel. Thank you, Mr. Irika. Naruto nodded happily. Hey, Kakashi is there too. Who are these two? Ilika greeted Roar. Hello, Teacher Irika, I am Hyoga. Ye Feng replied with a smile. This is Xiao Xiaohong. With that said, Ye Feng didn't forget to pat the girl's head. Ilika looked at the strange young men, nodded, and said nothing. The young people of the Hyoga clan look quite precocious. However, the task assigned to him by the 3 generations is to make friends with Naruto, so he doesn't care much about how other people are. There are still stars tonight. Hongdul looked up at the night sky. In the faint moonlight, black and grey eyes revealed a strange beauty. The little girl wore a cute ball head, and her figure was very full. I believe that any man will shine when she sees it. Although Ye Feng has no interest in creatures like women, he also thinks that it is a joy to have a pretty girl around him. Look, that's Master Ashimaru. As expected of Master Dashimaru, a little girl by her side is so amazing. To have a beautiful and powerful girl as a subordinate is actually a thing that will save you face when you say it out. It feels like a civilian now. Life is quiet. Hongdul looked at the teenagers around him, and then at the people around him. Everything is so harmonious. Maybe. Ye Feng answered lazily. The so-called tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Ease or not, sometimes it is not your choice. For example, the current Konoha and Uchiha clan. This big family that established Konoha together with the Senshou clan has been deliberately rejected by the high level of the village for decades, keeping him away from the center of power and not being trusted. To use the words of the second generation Misen Suzuma, it is probably some kind of naturally evil Uchiha kid. For the haughty Uchiha, this is unacceptable. There is no power, no trust, and it is regarded as a big worry for the village. The Konoha #1 clan, who is glamorous in appearance, has already suffocated countless anger in his stomach. As long as there is an opportunity, Uchiha dared to declare war with Konoha and use force to seek justice for his family. But the timing is very delicate. How could Konoha, who had been recuperating, allowed a civil strife to erupt like this? If so, Konoha will probably be kicked out of the 5 ninja village. Ever since, Uchiha Itachi became a perfect tool man. For the sake of the village and for the benefit of the vast majority of people, Konoha needs to completely resolve Uchiha's problems before civil unrest erupts. Uchiha Itachi was sent to solve his family and his somewhat mysterious old man, and the rest of the Uchiha tribe would give it to a masked man of Akatsuki's organization. As a reward for Uchiha Itachi to help the village scapegoat, his brother Uchiha Sasuke was able to survive. Danzo insists on this plan, but the 3rd generation still wants to negotiate to solve the problem. It's a pity it's too late. The Jianjian policy is aimed at the Uchiha clan, and Konoha has indeed done so for so many years. Decades of frustration and anger cannot solve the problem with just a few words of negotiation. As the current head of the Uchiha clan, Tomite Uchiha definitely understands this truth. However, the arrow had to be sent on the string. Even if he is the patriarch, it is impossible to reverse the meaning of the people. After all, people want to destroy themselves, and outsiders can't listen to what they say. The patriarch is a fart, Uchiha Madara's resurrection is almost the same. Regardless of the tribe, Konoha, or Yu Chiba Itaki, Fuyu can actually see clearly. Definitely, he also respected Uchiha Itake's decision. Whether Itake chooses to die together with the family, or chooses to live on the back and save Uchiha Sasuke, that is Itake's decision. A few days later. Noon. Yefeng came to the ninja school again. Although he is not a teacher, and there is no special reason, the identity of the Hyuga clan is still sufficient. Just say I'm looking for Hinata, file-size sister of Hyuga's family, no one dares to stop him. The Hyuga clan is not as good as Uchiha, but it is also a wealthy clan that has existed since the establishment of the village. Roar. Hinata leaned under an uncle. I just experienced the first ninja class in the ninja school and practiced kunao. Fortunately, she had studied in the family before, and Yefeng had taught her this kind of thing several times, so her grades were pretty good. Definitely, not as good as the first. The first place is a cold boy named Uchiha Sasuke, the dream girl of many young girls in the class. Even if the children are only 6 or 7 years old, the ninjas are very precocious. During the war, people at the age of 6 or 7 could go directly to the battlefield, and some people at the age of 12 or 13 had already become ninjas. For example, Hokage 55 Kai, or Uchiha Shisui, or Ashimaru or something. Regardless of their young age, these children actually know a lot. Especially when it comes to the question of who is Sasuke's girlfriend, it is not far from Gongduxi. In addition, by the way, at the end of the crane in the class, it was a lonely guy with blonde hair called Naruto Uzumaki or something. The family guard also specially reminded Hinata that he must not approach that guy. Miss Hinata. The night wind appeared on the playground. Elder brother. Hinata squinted his eyes and waved happily. I brought red bean cake today. Yefeng handed over a small bag. Hinata smiled again. The smile is so innocent, clear, and pure, and those white eyes are full of tenderness and kindness. As everyone knows, this young man's mind is full of evil thoughts of abducting and selling people. Not only her, but one of her younger sisters is also the target. The little cute named Hyuga Hanahuo, who is just over a year old, is the real white-eyed princess, and the blood is more powerful than Hinata. But this kind of thing is also known to Yefen, and the Hyuga clan doesn't even know that turning eyes can actually evolve. Anyway, I feel like it has been very easy to traffic in. Yefeng thought silently in his heart. Due to his character, Hinata has been living a very difficult life, even with some psychological distortions. He didn't dare to resist the arrangement the family had made for him. At the same time, he felt very tired and confused, but he couldn't stop and could only accept everything passively. Just like the children he had abducted before, he can easily take them home with a little trick. Whether it is made into a specimen or thrown into the laboratory. Chapter 32. 3 to the moonlight is beautiful. Ninja School. Friday. I don't know if it is intentional or coincidental. Every time the night breeze comes, it is time for physical education. Either physical training, or throwing kunao. Occasionally, these students will be arranged for one-on-one duels. The rule definitely is also the first in the friendship match and the second. However, the tale of a certain crane often fought hard with the first-ranking criminal. Some girls also started to swear with wide foreheads and wild boars in their mouths. Swish! A kunao shot out. Yefeng raised his head slightly, and then dodged this kyu. Ah! Sorry. Oino appeared with a long golden ponytail. Probably it was a mistake when throwing, and I didn't notice anyone coming over. Brat! This is the second time you have thrown something that almost hurt me. Yefeng said with a smile. Ah, sorry. Ino quickly apologized. Brother Feng also came to see Hinata today. With that, Ino asked again. Hokage often comes to the school to visit the file-size sister of the Hokage family. Well, send some desserts to Miss Hinata. Ino will pay attention next time, too. It's not good if it hurts people. The night wind slowly said. For some reason, Ino approached the outside, and he felt that this very ordinary boy had a hint of handsomeness. It is clear that the eyes are not good looking, and the appearance is very ordinary. Why is there such an illusion? Ino couldn't figure it out a little. A short while. Miss Hinata, don't play hide and seek, I have a blank eye. Yefeng smiled and said. With a rustling sound, the reddish little girl appeared on the branches. Looked at the night wind, and then jumped down. Elder brother. Hinata smiled honestly and kindly. Today is the dessert xiaohonghong specially made for you. It's ball skewers. Yefeng said, handing over a bag expertly. With a sunny, harmless smile on the face of humans and animals, even 3 generations here would never think that this was De Shiwan, his most optimistic disciple. Miss Hinata, your white eyes are still so beautiful. There is still something to do today, I will go back first, and you will train slowly here. If any classmates bully you, please tell me, and make sure that all his butts are drawn into 8 halves. Yefeng waved his hand, and soon walked away. Hinata bit a ball in his mouth and watched the boy's handsome back away. This guy is really free, so optimistic and cheerful, it doesn't seem to be the separation of the Hyoga family. Hyoga Wind. Konoha. Safflower Dessert Shop. The young man lay lazily on a bench, like a dead body. Hongdu occasionally chatted with the guests, and then looked at the figure not far away. Is Ashimaru a bad guy? There is no doubt that Ashimaru is definitely a bad guy, and also the villain of the villain, the kind of evil guy who has the potential to become the ultimate boss. If Qin Shaojian was alive, he would probably complain about the evil snake charmer. The man seems to have no interest in women. Definitely, not interested in men either. It's just that he doesn't seem to hate Atsuki being close to him, so Atsuki can be willful occasionally, acting like a baby in a man's arms, and is willing to get close to this man. This is the case in the past, and it is the same today. Master Ashimaru. It's time to get off work. Hongdu whispered, blowing heat into the man's ears. Yefeng seemed to be asleep, with a copy of Clinical Uses of Chakra Sword on his face, and the person who wrote the book was Tsunade. Grown-ups. Atsuki gently took off the book, and the man seemed to be asleep. She wanted to get closer and give a kiss or something, but Yefeng had woken up. What to eat for dinner? The sound of the night wind was calm. Most of the time, his voice was calm. Barbecue? Pizza? It's still ramen or something. Yefeng looked at the dim sky outside the window and said softly. He likes this little girl, so he can let Red Bean decide on such trivial matters. I want to see the original Ashimaru-sama. Red Bean said. 2 burning clouds appeared on his face, but he still mustered up the courage to speak out. What? Yefeng was taken aback for a moment, and didn't react for a while. Because people think that Lord Ashimaru looks very handsome when he is young, as long as it is Lord Ashimaru, whatever it looks like. Hongdu said intermittently. The more I spoke, the more I blushed, the lower my voice became. Speaking of the end, the whole person has lowered his head, and occasionally glanced at it to see the changes in Yefeng's face. If a man is unhappy, she will apologize immediately. Really? This will misunderstand the readers, I'm attacking. Yefeng smiled slightly. He stretched out his hand to pick up Atsuki Bean's chin, and then returned to his normal appearance. Long black hair floating, golden snake eyes, delicate facial features and pale skin, like a critically ill patient in a neurological hospital. However, in the eyes of Red Bean, there were countless small golden stars. Your eyes are so beautiful. Yefeng lowered his head slightly and kissed the grey-brown eyeball of Hongdo's right eye. Well. The girl was hot and her eyes blurred. Whether I love you or I like you, these are unnecessary things at this moment. There is no need to confess, everyone knows each other's mind. Atsuki Beans gently hugged the man's neck with his backhand, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his face was filled with happiness. Maybe this moment let her die, she will leave with a smile. But Yefen wouldn't do that. Grown-ups. Hongdu's voice was a little shy and nervous. Yefeng quickly shifted the target and sealed the girl's lips with a deep kiss. No matter what Atsuki was trying to say just now, there is only a respite now. A long time. The long kiss finally ended, and the night wind held the red bean in his arms. Happy. Yefeng smiled evilly. For the shy expression of Hongdu, he seems to like it quite a bit. Atsuki replied lowly. How happy are you? Yefeng asked, narrowing his eyes. The soul is light and fluttering, wanting to be eaten all, as if sinking into the sea. Master Ashimaru is the most important person for me in this world, before and in the future. Hongdu smiled happily. That's good. Yefeng patted the girl's soft face and said with satisfaction. Soon. The white-eyed boy and red beans are walking on the streets of Konoha. Dinner is a barbecue restaurant. The moon tonight is very round, and there is not a single dark cloud on the clean night sky. Shikamaru, Ino, and Dinkai happened to be eating barbecue, and the wind didn't try to call roar. Probably too lazy to go. The moonlight is beautiful. The street outside the window is also very beautiful. Some people look at the moonlight, others look at people who admire the moonlight. In whose dreams the moon appears, and in whose dreams there appear people watching the moon. Chapter 33. 3-3 Uchiha Annihilation. Konoha 55 years. Uchiha, the once glorious Konoha clan, finally gradually came to an end. Uchiha Itachi finally chose his brother and let that stupid brother live. He personally destroyed the family, at least when Uchiha was still a member of Konoha, he was responsible for the black pot and the crime. If he is the only one, it must be a little difficult, after all, Uchiha has a lot of powerhouses. So Danzo will help, and the people of Akatsuki will also act with Danzo. Teacher. Are you going to do it tomorrow? Red Bean was a little excited, but also a little nervous. Yefeng nodded. 3 generations finally acquiesced to this plan. Although he did not intervene, he would not organize the actions of Danzo and Itachi. He agreed to Itachi and let Suzuki live. The person who contacted Akatsuki by Danzo happened to be in Konoha, and the people in charge were Afei and Deshimaru. This is what the leader Pain meant. It may not be clear to the members of Bai's Xia organization, but Pain is very afraid of Afei. This guy has existed since the beginning of the Xia organization. Ashimaru, remember what you promised me. In the gloomy basement, Tuanzang said coldly. He was wrapped in a white bandage, and he was leaning on a crutches in his right hand. You also remember to give me more Shailunian. Yefeng smiled disapprovingly. He appeared tonight in the original face of Ashimaru, which is the impression of him from the outside world. Used the transformation technique without revealing what he is now. As for his deal with Danzo, he helped transplant an arm of intercolumn cells into Danzo, and planted more than a dozen chakras. As a condition of exchange, he could also get a part of chakras. Definitely, ALFY will also take some away. All in all, everyone was very happy this time. Evening. Konoha is as brightly lit as ever. However, the atmosphere in the Uchiha clan residence outside the village is very strange. A few crows flew in the sky occasionally, as if they smelled death. This is destined to be a night of bloodshed. Somewhere. That's right, is this your choice? Itachi. The man said lightly. Dad, I. The 13-year-old boy had tears in his eyes, and the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. This is the first time he shed tears since becoming a ninja. You are my son, and I respect your decision. But Suzuki, I beg you. A smile appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. The woman beside him also smiled slightly. Sorry. Itaka said slowly. Despite the tears, his eyes gradually became firmer. This is inevitable, a decision that must be made for the family and the village. He can accept everything, but he can't let his brother die, so he chooses to bear all the darkness. The two bodies fell to the ground, blood soaking the floor. The room was completely silent, and the boy's eyes were full of sadness, but soon all his feelings receded like a tide, turning into a cold and merciless man. When he walked out of this room, he was no longer Konoha's ninja Uchiha Itachi, but a rebellious ninja Uchiha Itachi. The killing has just begun. If you want to do it, you can do it, but you don't want to do it anyway. Afei looked at De Shiwan and said softly. Oh. Ye Feng nodded. The ninjas at the root have surrounded here, and even made a barrier, just to exterminate them all. As Afei walked into a private house, a screaming scream announced the start of the battle. In less than a minute, Afei walked out of the house. In the room, men, women, and children were not spared. Whether it's eye-opening or not, you can't escape the fate of death tonight. A man in a whirlpool mask walked past Holmes. The night wind swayed slowly on the street. Soon, someone noticed a ninja invasion in the family residence. Uchiha began to resist, but with little success. The roots damp the surrounding area, and it's impossible for the outside to know what's going on inside. Amidst the chaos of war, the screams and the sound of ninjutsu explosions one after another. Afei is immune to physical attacks, and quickly reaps lives by relying on imagining. The smell of blood is very strong in the air. Itaki! Itaki! I am here! A young girl ran up in a panic. A few dozen meters behind her, Alfy was fighting several Uchiha's clansmen. But she didn't notice, Uchiha Itaki was also carrying a knife in his hand, which was stained with blood. Izumi Uchiha. Ye Feng noticed this scene and watched with interest. This girl, a genius at the same time as Uchiha Itaki, also opened the three-hook jade. Although it did not open the kaleidoscope like Itaki, it was also very good. Moreover, the relationship between Chuan and Itaki is quite ambiguous. Without this rebellion, there might be a chance to get married and have children in the future. Spring. A trace of unbearable flashed in Itaki's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Does he not like springs? That's negative. But tonight he had no choice, either he would kill her himself, or she would be killed by someone else. Itaki. Only then did the girl notice that Itaki's expression was very painful, completely different from her usual gentle appearance. She always believes in Itaki. Even if he was carrying a bloody knife, he would not have thought that the blood of his tribe was flowing on it. It was like the night of the Kyuubi rebellion. She was almost hit by the fallen house. Itaka saved her. She believes Itaka can also solve the trouble this time and save her and her people. Ugh! Someone sighed. It's not a ferret with a complicated mood, but the night breeze. Itaka's eyes really turned into a kaleidoscope shape, which also meant that he was going to do something stupid. Izumi Uchiha didn't react at all, and fell into Itaka's illusion. Monthly reading. This is a very powerful illusion technique that can even make a person be chopped for 3 days and 3 nights with a knife, but in reality only 1 second has passed. It's such a perverted technique. Illusion is always beautiful, even if it is false, it still makes people addicted. Itaka did not speak, but looked at the girl who passed out in his arms for a long time. In the moon reading space he set up for the spring, it was a completely peaceful and beautiful happy world. The Uchiha family and the village settled the negotiations peacefully, and the two also lived a happy life. The two married and had children, watching the Uchiha family flourish. As time got older, and finally ended a beautiful life with a smile. This illusion is not 3 days. This is 60 years. In the moon reading space, Itaka gave Chuan a completely different life. So even though Chuan was unconscious now, the corners of his mouth still raised a subtle arc, looking so happy. Is it really worth it? For a woman? Ye Feng shook his head. A Fei, who was in disguise with soil, was still slaughtering, so he didn't bother to pay attention to Ataki. But the night wind can tell that Uchiha Ataka's body is already overwhelmed, and the use of his eyes beyond the limit will cause great damage to the body. With this illusion alone, Itaka would lose more than 10 years of life. Soon. Itaka slashed Quan's neck with a knife and placed it in the corner of the street. When he turned around, there was no expression on his face, and he continued to slaughter his own people. Chapter 34. 34 My stupid brother. Then, this is yours. Danzo handed over 33 Gojade Uchiha clan riding wheel eyes. These eyeballs are placed in a glass container and soaked in the green solution. I will do an arm transplant for you in 3 days. Ye Feng didn't break his promise, and said readily. As for the side with soil, he accepted more riding round eyes. After all, he contributed the most. It has only been an hour since the beginning of the massacre, but the entire Uchiha clan's residence has been silent. The ground is full of bloody corpses, and the eyeballs have been taken away. Tuanzang glanced at De Shiwan last, and disappeared without a trace with the roots. There is no nostalgia for bringing the soil, and he left directly with the spoils. Ye Feng went to look at Fuyu's room and found that his eyeballs had disappeared. It was probably taken by Ataki, and he didn't want to be succeeded by outsiders. As for whether to destroy or keep it for yourself, I'm afraid only Ataki knows. At this point, the night wind also left the Uchiha station. More than an hour passed. The young master of the Uchiha family only returned home at this time, because today's ninjutsu training is a bit heavy. But Suzuki walked into the family residence, only to find the deathly silence here. Usually there are more or less people, but now there is nothing. What happened? The 7-year-old Suzuki had some doubts. He smelled the rich smell in the air, but he was not sure that it was the smell of blood. What's the matter? I just felt that someone was there. Suzuki looked at the telegraph pole that was not far away. There was no light, there was no sound in the darkness of the residence, and it was obviously not time to go to bed. This is... After walking through an alley, Suzuki finally realized that something was wrong. There were icy corpses lying all over the floor, with traces of ninjutsu battles, and a lot of sufferings left on the ground with blood everywhere. The face of the dead is either unwilling or desperate. Sasuke's brain was blank, and he almost stopped thinking. Subconsciously, the young Suzuki walked towards home, in case his parents and brother also. Suzuki didn't dare to think about it anymore, and his pace was 2 points faster. Really? I didn't see a living person along the way, there were corpses all over the place. Some have seen it, some don't know it, most of them have their eyes gouged out, and the scene is extremely bloody. Dad! Mom! As Suzuki ran, Roar called, he finally saw his home. He opened the wooden door tremblingly and walked in. It was very quiet inside, and no one answered his roar call. But Suzuki put down the ninja bag he carried with him, took off his shoes, and walked into the room. He was lucky. In fact, his parents were alive and survived, or, in fact, everything in front of him was a nightmare. Dad, Mom, are you there? Suzuki continued roar shouting, but still did not answer him. He walked to the door of that room, but he didn't dare to move anymore, he didn't dare to open the door. Move! Move! Sasuke's gasping sound became heavier, and his body kept shaking. Squeak! The wooden door was pushed open. The worst case really happened. A man and a woman fell to the ground, and the ground was covered with blood. Dad, Mom! Suzuki walked in quickly. I wanted to get close to the two, but found a man slowly walking out of the shadows. Dressed in a ninja costume and equipped with a long knife. Sasuke's face changed, and he backed away. But when the man's face was exposed in the moonlight, Suzuki realized that it was his brother, Uchiha Itachi. This was the first living person he saw in the family, and it was his own brother. Suzuki found comfort in his heart immediately. Elder brother. Why would mom and dad, why are they like this? Who did it? Suzuki was anxious and desperate. Swish! At this time, Itachi threw a ninja flying darts, cut Sasuke's left shoulder clothes, and nailed it to the wall. Elder brother. What you do? Suzuki was taken aback. But Itachi looked cold, with a cold expression from start to finish. What are you doing? Brother. Suzuki felt even more anxious. Suddenly the people of the tribe were all dead, and the only brother alive behaved strangely. My stupid brother. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Itachi said calmly. Sanguyu writing round eyes began to change, and then turned into a form that Suzuki had never seen before. The powerful pupil technique suddenly exploded, and the moon reading space pulled Suzuki into it. This is a bloody space. Here, Itachi will keep repeating a picture. The scenes of killing parents with their own swords, and the scenes of killing every tribe by their own hands. He wants to ensure that his brother becomes a strong one. Don't let me see this kind of thing. Why would my brother do this? Sasuke's spirit began to collapse in the illusion. Killing each of the tribesmen and the parents at home was all done by Uchiha Itachi with a knife. Those kind old grandpas and old ladies, those older brothers and sisters, as well as younger brothers and sisters, his favorite parents, all the people of the race. Suzuki collapsed to the ground. Itachi still maintained his image, showing no flaws, let alone the slightest fatigue. Do not kill me. People like you have no value in killing. My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, hate me, and live ugly. Flee as best as you can, and stay alive as best as you can. The next day, the news of the destruction of the Uchiha clan soon spread throughout the village. Uchiha Itachi wiped out his family and was directly named an S-rank rebel. The only survivor, Uchiha Suzuki, was lying in the hospital, and it was said that his spirit was a little abnormal. No one knows where Uchiha Itachi went, or why Uchiha Itachi did it. However, many families began to care about the property and land occupied by the Uchiha clan, and some people were concerned about where the writers went. Most of them just sigh with emotion, and then continue their ordinary life. I can't do anything by myself, and no matter how much I care about, I can't change what has happened. It's terrible. Hinata was resting under the tree, and was shocked by the news. Ugh. Fortunately, the Hyoga family is safe. Ye Feng said next to him. Moreover, after the Uchiha clan left, the Hyoga clan just so well can claim that they are the #1 clan of Konoha. This time he got dozens of 3-hook jade eyeballs, which was good. Miss Hinata. If one day, instead of Hyoga, I become another person, will Miss Hinata still consider me a friend? Hey! What does my brother mean when he suddenly said this? For example, if you make a big mistake, kill someone or something, will Miss Hinata still consider me a friend? My brother is my brother, no matter what. At that time, Hinata will definitely visit his elder brother in prison often, and then encourage his elder brother to be a good man again. Prison? Can anyone in the world catch him now? But this is all indifferent. Chapter 35. 3-5 Undercurrent is surging. Time can always heal many injuries. Xirihong often had nightmares. In the dream was a man who couldn't see his face. He took away his eyes blankly, and then placed them carefully. In fact, she was very happy when she came back from her life, but she was still very confused and terrified. What is the teacher thinking? Kurama Yakumo patted red in a daze. This is a little girl with dark red hair, her hair is very dark, her face is beautiful, and she looks very cute. As the descendant of the pommel horse family, he is also a red student with a high ability in illusion. It's a pity that she is a little weaker, and she is always sick. Everyone in the family says that she is not suitable for synthesis as a ninja. Nothing. Hong shook his head. It's better not to tell the students about the miserable experience of yourself, it's not good to scare her. Hey, girl, you pinch me. The voice of the boy sounded. Atsuki looked at the two people walking in the distance. It was a teenager from the Hyoga family with those white eyes. Normal appearance, about 14 or 15 years old. And beside him is a very young and beautiful girl, who seems to be a few years older than a teenager, with a full body and a cute smile on her face. No, people like that. The girl held the boy's hand tightly and narrowed her eyes with a smile. Under the light of the setting sun, Hong watched the two walking away silently. They were really happy lovers. She suddenly remembered a guy named Asma. That man was one of the sons of 3 generations of Hokage, and he had been showing her kindness since he was a student. But she has been very upset recently, and she doesn't bother to deal with that guy. Do you want to think about it? Or forget it? Hong took Yakumo for a walk for a while. It rained in the morning, the air was very fresh, and the soil under my feet felt soft and comfortable. Konoha village is always so quiet. But the undercurrents are always raging under the quiet. It's night time. Yefeng and Hungdo walked out of a ramen shop. There was a scent in the air, which successfully seduced the red beans into the flower shop. The store is small, but the variety of flowers inside is not small. The one who looked at the shop was a middle-aged man who was a little unsmiling, with blonde hair, probably of the type who didn't speak very well. After saying welcome, there is no more text. Are there any guests? Dad, you are always like this, alas. A little girl came out of the room. Wearing a golden ponytail, compared to her father who is not very good at talking, she is more generous with a smile on her face. Hey, it's Brother Hyoga Wind. What flowers do you want? Ino blinked curiously. Looking at Hungdu, she saw this beautiful woman for the first time. I used to see Hyoga Kaze at ninja school, and this boy was always with Hinata File-size sister. The middle-aged man didn't mean to pay attention to this, but just continued to read the newspaper in his hand. Bring Xiao Hong out to buy some flowers. Yefeng smiled slightly. It can't be called red bean, just called Xiao Xiaohong or Xiao Honghong or something like that. Hey, there are pink roses. Hungda glanced around, and finally stopped on a few pink flowers. Whether it is a rose or a pink, they are all things that are extremely destructive to girls. The integration of the two makes it even more irresistible. Yefeng doesn't matter, anyway, it's good for Atsuki Beans to be happy, and he is also willing to spend a small amount of money to make Atsuki Beans happy. Does sister like it? How much do you want? Ino still smiled. I want them all. Yefeng said. We. Hungdo leaped forward happily and kissed the boy on the cheek. At this time, Ino made sure that the two of them were really lovers. A short while. Goodbye, brother. Ino expertly packed the pink roses and handed them to Atsuki Beans. Goodbye. Yefeng lazily agreed. At this time, they hugged the red beans, and the two slowly went home. Late at night. Hungdo was asleep in the bed, but the night breeze changed to what it used to be. Putting on Akatsuki's uniform, he used the earth to escape to a cold basement on the outskirts of Konoha. Grown-ups. Waiting here for a long time. There are a few ninjas from Otanin village on one side, with some experimental equipment behind their backs. Let's go. The golden snake eyes of the night breeze were very clear in the night, and the hoarse and cold voice made everyone afraid to slacken the slightest. Soon, a crowd of people came to the entrance of the basement. Several Otanin village ninjas were in charge of the sentry, while Tou and Oshimaru walked in with these things. It's just 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, you are really punctual. Danzo's voice faintly sounded. More than 30 root ninjas are standing by behind, and with just one gesture from him, countless ninjutsu can instantly drown Ashimaru. So cautious, you really deserve to be the leader of the roots. Ye Feng said lightly. I opened the experimental equipment next to my pocket. Inside were the prepared intercolumn cells, a dozen or so writing wheels provided by Tuanzang, and tools for surgery. Explain in advance, if these things are exposed. What will you become, whether you are killed by Konoha or imprisoned? I don't care about you. Ye Feng was expressionless. Then you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of these powers myself. Tuanzang said lightly. In Uchiha's blood inheritance boundary, he discovered a kind of defying technique called Izanaki, but every time he uses it, he sacrifices a writing wheel. That's why he wanted to transplant an arm for himself and cultivate a writing wheel on it. Let's start. Ye Feng motioned to Tuanzang to lie on the operating table. Danzo is not afraid of Dashimaru's tricks, more than 30 people standing behind can do it at any time. Tou injected Danzang with paralytic drugs. Ye Feng cut off Danzang's right hand and took out the eyeball of his left eye. The white arm cultured from the intercolumn cells has a writing wheel eye implanted on it, and this thing is connected to the right arm of Tuanzang, and then a sealing technique is performed to inhibit the activity of the intercolumn cells. Finally, transplant another eyeball that writes round eyes to Danzo's left eye. After all this is done, you are basically done, and only the finishing touches are left. 3 hours later, Danzo mastered his new right arm and left eye, and was very satisfied with the newly acquired ability. Izanaki is a technique that can change reality, letting everything develop in his own direction, and it simply cost him more than a dozen lives. Farewell. Ye Feng left with his pocket and disappeared into the underground base. The ninjas of Otanin village and Tou returned to the base, and the Night Wind returned to Konoha again. Itaki Uchiha met pain and now he has joined Akatsuki's organization, but the organization has been relatively idle recently, so he didn't arrange a task for him. And he didn't bother to combine with Uchiha Itaki. Itaki is considered Konoha's spy, but only Konoha's senior officials know about this news. As for Itaki's ability, he doesn't like Tsukudri. Amaterasu will be delivered to Sasuke sooner or later, and he will just take Sasuke's eyes directly. Chapter 36 3-6 Rainy Day. The next day. Ninja School, Training Ground. Yakeis came to visit Miss Hinata as usual, and Sasuke was as popular as ever. Rather, Sasuke is colder than before, but on the contrary, he is more loved by girls. He has a good face, and his strength ranks first in the whole year. He is also the only survivor of Uchiha, the favorite type of little girls. Does Hinata-san have anything to worry about? Ye Feng said. Hinata was absent-minded from the beginning. I guess it's about Sister Huahuo file size. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Hyaga Hanaho, Hinata's younger sister, is just over 2 years old now. In about a year or two, that little girl will also start training soft boxing, and exercise the ability of white eyes, and so on. As a member of the Hyaga sect family, this is the destiny of birth. I don't really want, the fireworks are like me. Hinata said quietly. This kind of thinking is great rebelliousness, and she only dared to presume it on the face of Ye Feng. Whatever you are destined to be when you are born, it is a wrong thing to think from that kind of perspective. But everyone is accustomed to take it for granted. If anyone mumbles all day that I don't want to be a ninja and want to sell ramen, that's weird. Is it always true? Hinata felt very confused, but she did not dare to talk to her strict father, and she would only be scolded if she said it. Humans' ability has limits. The more people work in scheming, the more they will discover the limits of mankind. I'm not a man anymore, Jojo. Humans are such creatures that deceive themselves and others not willing to admit the truth. Ye Feng speaks like an old man. Hinata heard it inexplicably, and felt that the helio wind was also inexplicable. Definitely, Hokage has always been a baffling person. I don't want to put the welfare of the family. I would rather go outside to work as a waiter and eat a little girl's soft rice. Why do they have such a good relationship? This is probably also inexplicable. A rare weekend. Fairy mode, rub balls. 2 words came out of the boy's mouth. In fact, it is not a fairy model, it has almost become his physique. Use natural chakras to activate the physique of ninjutsu. As for rolling balls, the full name is Helix Swan, which condenses the chakras into a high-speed rotating form and attacks the enemy. It was the 4th generation of Naruto to research the ninjutsu invented by the tail beast Jade, and it took several years. Ordinary meatballs are simple. But if you want to join the chakras change in nature, it will be too difficult. The reason why Naruto's hanging force was successful is that it relied on the huge amount of chakras to exercise with unlimited shadow duplication, thus accumulating a lot of experience. Ye Feng thought silently. The normal form of Helix Maru is actually quite bad, and many ninjas will do it. For example, Jalea and Kimu are 5/5 open. But it takes a lot of practice to add the change of chakra nature to the spiral pill. Unfortunately, there are not so many chakras on him. Moreover, it is completely impossible to practice this kind of ninjutsu inside Konoha without revealing his identity. Are you leaving? Atsuki said suddenly. Maybe. Ye Feng dissipated the blue balls in his hand, and said lightly. It rained suddenly outside the window. The passers-by were soaked in soup and ran home one after another. The blonde boy is one of them. Probably it was too far away from home, so he chose to hide from the rain under the eaves. Unfortunately, he didn't know that there were 2 Anbu guarding him secretly at any time. No matter it was heavy rain or heavy snow, no matter the wind or the sun, there were always 2 masked guys quietly watching him. Definitely, Naruto Uzumaki didn't originally know about this. Hello, little guy. Would you like to come in and sit down? Hongdo walked out the door and smiled slightly. What? Oh, yes, thank you. Naruto was stunned, then smiled silly. In the village, it is rare for someone to show such a friendly smile to him. 3 generations of old men count as one, Mr. Irika counts as one, and there is also the owner of the Il Ramen shop, Dinkai, and Shikamaru. He has few friends, so he remembers each one clearly. Would you like some cake? Ye Feng glanced at Naruto and asked. I have no money. The little boy scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It's okay, please take care of you. The night wind said calmly. Atsuki Beans took out 2 cakes from the window and placed them in front of Naruto. Thank you, brother. Naruto finally showed a happy smile. He definitely knows this white-eyed teenager, and often spends time with the silent white-eyed girl in the class. It's just that neither of them has ever played Roar. Oh, it's raining. I wanted to buy a gift for Sasuke. A girl's voice sounded. It was a little girl with short pink hair, holding a small umbrella and walking into the cake shop. Sakura. Naruto was so happy that he greeted Roar quickly. Hey? It's Naruto. Kozakura was taken aback for a moment, and then said disappointedly. Obviously, she didn't really like this fellow in the same class, but on the contrary, Naruto seemed to like her very much. 2 pieces of red bean cake. Sakura didn't respond to Naruto much, just picked out cakes. After paying for the red beans, he quickly left the cake shop under the umbrella. Did not say goodbye to Naruto, and definitely did not ask Naruto if he wanted to leave with an umbrella. The little girl who springs heart is full of Sasuke, where there is any extra thought to pay attention to Naruto. Careless, always making troubles and causing trouble to others, and the grades are still the tail of the crane, who would like this kind of fool? But Naruto didn't think much. It's already a pleasure to meet Sakura in such a place. Goodbye. Soon, Naruto ate the cake. The heavy rain didn't mean to stop, and Naruto was too embarrassed to stay here, so he disappeared into the street in the rain. As soon as Naruto left, the two ninjas in the dark also left from the roof. Red beans. Hey? What's the matter, teacher? Can you not lie on my back? I'm very tired. Cannot. Actually, I have a disease that makes me unhappy if I don't lie on my teacher's back. Really? The Wanshi guy always said that he wanted human girls' sacrifices recently, and he yelled at me a few words, I think. Teacher, I was wrong. Snee. Another girl's voice sounded, and it seemed to have caught a cold. The affectionate Nightwind and Hungdu turned around and saw the blonde little loli standing at the door, his clothes soaked and blonde hair pressed to his back. Little loli took off his shoes after entering the door. And it was also full of rain. Brother Feng, and sister. Hi everybody. Ino grinned broadly, as bright as sunshine. Obviously, they are not very familiar with each other, but they seem to be good friends for many years, or some distant relatives. Can you give me a towel? My hair is wet and I want to dry it. By the way, it would be better if I could change into a suit. Can I take a hot bath here? Please. Ino said with a smile. Hongdo felt that the current child was really bold, but Ye Feng continued to look out the window with an indifferent expression on his face. Come with me. Hongdo took Loli up to the second floor. Chapter 37. 3-7 Scheming BCH. Soon. You are very enthusiastic. Ye Feng looked at Hongdu and said with a smile. It seems to be called Ino or something, it's pretty cute. Lovely girls must be privileged. Hongdu said frankly. I'm going to make some medicinal soup for her, she seems to have a cold. Adzuki Beans went to the kitchen again. As a disciple of Yuan, she naturally understands a lot of basic medical knowledge, so she can easily get some cold medicine. Well, there are no smaller clothes. Ino took a hot bath and walked down wearing a red bean suit. The trousers and jacket are very large, making her compact. Little girl, have you always been so familiar with others? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Isn't my brother often with Hinata? I thought, Hinata and I are classmates, so we round up, aren't everyone good friends? Ino lightly smiled. Sitting on the opposite side of the night breeze, I also learned the posture of the night breeze to watch the rain outside the window. Rounding. Ye Feng couldn't help but smile. Obviously your relationship with Hinata is not good, right? This rounding is really outrageous. Is the math taught by the physical education teacher? But it doesn't matter. Hongdu is actually right, cute girls are always privileged. He is not the type that everyone wants to kill, and occasionally teasing a little girl can be a joy in life. Ino sauce. I have boiled the medicine for you, so you won't catch a cold after drinking it. Adzuki Beans came out carrying a bowl and placed it in front of Ino. Thank you, sister. Ino agreed. I don't know how to make a bitter medicine that doesn't look like it. So bitter. Ino couldn't help frowning. In the end, it was Ino who insisted on drinking a bowl of medicine. Want to eat cake? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Although it was a questioning tone, in fact, Hongdu had already taken the cake and put it on the table, as well as a cup of warm water. I have no money. Ino said embarrassedly. I took a shower here and used Xiao Hong's clothes. I thought you already regarded this as your home. Ye Feng smiled. It makes sense. Ino soon began to enjoy desserts. The rain outside the window doesn't seem to stop for a while, so it's nice to sit here. Soon. There is an umbrella here, just go back and get the umbrella. Adzuki said again. Ino looked at the night breeze lying on the bench that seemed to be asleep, and curled his lips. This guy is obviously very enthusiastic about Hinata, why is he a little cold to himself? Is it an illusion? Thanks. Although he thought so in his heart, Ino still took Adzuki Bean's umbrella. The rain is still falling, but it is not so heavy anymore. The clothes and umbrella on you are waiting for you to return here next time. 2 days later. Afternoon. Ino brought clothes and umbrellas, and ordered cakes here. Elder brother. Ino greeted Roar very affectionately, and it seemed that he really regarded this place as his home. Oh. Yefeng nodded, and then continued reading. When it comes to medical ninjutsu, I have to mention a woman who is also familiar with him, Tsunade. The woman's medical skills are still very good. For example, the spine nerves in his hand. Big brother. Another voice sounded. Yefeng put down the book and found that the girl Sakura was there, and she looked very intimate with Ino. What is going on here? The little girls are not jealous for Sasuke's fight for the wind? Isn't it reconciled? What? Yefeng was a little surprised. Harano Sakura was obviously not as generous and talkative as Ino, but she called Roar and stayed next to Ino and didn't speak. To be honest, Yefeng doesn't really like girls like Harano Sakura. It's definitely not that Harano Sakura has a problem, it's him who has the problem. This little girl is average, and at best, she has a serious star chaser disease, which is not a big mistake. But for him, this girl is not pleasing. Sasuke is his thing. He hates people thinking about him, even though this is just a 7-year-old girl. Love or something, if you think that others are cold and handsome, you think you have met true love. The little girl now is really hopeless. But compared with these, Yefeng is more curious about how the two little girls reconcile. If I remember correctly, there is a guy named Uchiha Sasuke in your class. Yefeng said. Yes. Sakura was a little at a loss, but he didn't expect that Yefeng would mention Sasuke. Yes, there is Sasuke. Ino still smiled. Sasuke is very popular, right? Little girls of your age, you should really like that type. Yefeng took a sip of tea and said with a chuckle. Sure enough, Kozakura blushed immediately. As for Ino, he looked a little embarrassed. Sasuke is really handsome. However, recently I suddenly felt that friends are more important. It's better to say that you like it, it's a guy who likes rebellion. The handsome look is more like an admiration. Ino said solemnly. It is hard to imagine that this is the consciousness of a 7-year-old child. Yefeng smiled, and said nothing. The awakening that had to wait until the ninja school graduated, it seemed that Ino had already recognized the reality in advance. Brother has time to play with us today. Ino invited. I work here, I don't have time to accompany you. Yefeng replied. Work. Ino and Sakura looked at the night breeze. This guy is sitting here holding a book, and he doesn't hire Roar guests. It seems that Red Bean is at work. Eat soft rice. Do you understand what soft rice is? Yefeng smiled. Xiao Honghong is the niece of the boss, and the boss is a waste house without a wife and children, so it is equivalent to me being the boss here. Life is so comfortable and relaxed, isn't it much better than a ninja? Yefeng smiled. The two little girls were silent. The society is really insidious and indifferent, and this seemingly harmless big brother turned out to be a scheming BCH. But in fact, the two girls were wrong. This is more than a scheming BCH can describe, this is a guy who kills without blinking and has no integrity. If one day comes an interest, maybe they will be trafficked, then gouged out, and then throw them in the laboratory. Brother, were you kidding me just now? Ino couldn't help but said. What? Don't you guys see this? I'm definitely joking. Actually, the boss is a kind person. He has already regarded me as a son-in-law, so he will indulge me to be lazy. There was a smile on Yefeng's face. Time seems to be almost 2. What's the end? It's nothing, just suddenly remembered Miss Hinata's eyes, they are really beautiful and gentle. Humph. Chapter 38. 3-8 Trafficking. A week later. The resident of the Hyoga clan. Very rare, Ye Feng returned to his small room unexpectedly. Definitely, I didn't bring red beans with me this time. He came home to pack up some things. As for Hengdu, he was packing up the things that should be taken away from the safflower dessert shop. It's almost time to leave Konoha, he has a lot of things to deal with. For example, the task assigned to him by the organization, the change of the chakra nature of rubbing balls, the research of the first generation of cells, and the blood curse imprint, and so on. It happened to be a holiday, and Hinata was also practicing at home. As for the child Hyaga Haneo, there is a servant to take care of him at all times. Speaking of which, he hates taking care of children. Fortunately, there are enough people under him. Since Yang Rong has been thrown to Honglian for training, he can leave the fireworks to her as well. Ugh! No matter how many times I see it, it is also a collection of artworks. Yefen packed up some things casually. Except for some books, the most precious thing is the blood-red magnificent eyeballs. Sunset eyes. Before long, Ye Feng appeared at the patriarch's residence. He had a good relationship with Hinata, so no one stopped him along the way. Brother Feng. Hinata had bare feet and wore a black body-fitting training suit. In a room with a wooden floor, a few dummies were practicing soft boxing. Hyaga Nissa is also in the room, supervising her daughter's training very seriously. Sure enough, he was a traditional and strict man. My patriarch. Yefen bowed respectfully. Hyaga nodded, and said nothing. Hinata continued to train, while the night wind was watching. It's noon. Continue this afternoon. After the patriarch left a word, he left the cabin. As for Hyaga, he didn't bother to care about anything. Those who split the family didn't dare to have any bad thoughts, and it was good for Hinata to make more friends. Miss Hinata. You are so beautiful today. Ye Feng smiled slightly. After a lot of exercise, Hinata was sweating profusely, and his little face was flushed. White eyes have always been considered by Ye Feng to be an ugly eye, but in Hinata's body, such eyes are unexpectedly harmonious. Thanks. Hinata was accustomed to Ye Feng's praise, but was still a little shy. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Miss Hua yet. After lunch, can Miss Hinata take me to see you? Ye Feng smiled. Hinata nodded. Soon, the two had lunch outside. The training time of Hinata in the afternoon starts at 2 o'clock, so Ye Feng still has 2 hours to be trafficked. Oh no, just chat with the two file-size sisters. After an hour, Hinata changed into a kimono at home, and enjoyed a lunch with Ye Feng. The two returned to the station again, and came to the room of Sister Hua file-size. The 2-year-old Xiao Hua fell asleep, and a white-eyed woman in her 20s was waiting patiently by her side. Miss Hinata. The servant respectfully said. Hinata nodded, then walked to his sister's bed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. She likes her sister very much. Ye Feng also looked at this little girl, showing an expression of interest. This is the real white-eyed princess, the purest person in the generation of Hyaga, and probably the purest among these generations. It's a pity that he is a little younger. This is fireworks. It's cute. Hinata said with a smile. Well, it's really cute. Ye Feng nodded. Oui. Hinata smiled happily. However, his face suddenly became tired, maybe because the previous training was too tired? Miss Hinata. The servant was surprised, and quickly walked over to help Hinata. But at this moment, Ye Feng smiled harmlessly. A hand knife stunned the woman, and then hugged the unconscious Hinata in his arms. This girl really trusted him too much. A sleeping pill was added to the meal, and Hinata didn't notice it from beginning to end. Definitely, it's not a big deal to be aware of it. Maybe he would persuade Hinata to leave with him. If Hinata doesn't want to, he would just kidnap it by force. Hyaga wind? What the hell is Hyaga kaze? innocent passers-by who had been killed by him from the very beginning. After half an hour, the Hokage family finally discovered something was wrong, and both Hinata-san and Hwa-Huo-san disappeared. The people who definitely disappeared included Hokage Kaze. At this time, Ye Feng had already used the earth to take a few women away from Konoha. The person in charge is Gurren. Do is busy doing experiments, so he won't bother him this time, but go to another base to rest. Master Ashimaru. Gurren looked at the fireworks in his arms with a dumbfounded expression. What happened? She is about to become a full-time nanny. One more is not more, one less is a lot, this child will be handed over to you. And Hinata too. Ye Feng said. Yes. Killian could only nod her head helplessly. Ye Feng still maintains the appearance of Helio Wind, while the red bean has changed back to its original appearance, wearing his favorite black silk fishing net. 6 hours later, everyone walked into a cave halfway up the mountain. This base was built in a cave, and it was left over from the curse seal experiment. There are also many detained experimental subjects. Definitely, it's basically worthless. It's just that Dashimaru didn't order to kill those guys, those people have survived to the present. A room. Ye Feng sat on the edge of the bed with Hinata, who had fallen asleep on the bed. This is his exclusive room, no matter whether he is there or not, someone is responsible for cleaning it every day. Brother, brother. After more than half an hour, the sky outside was a bit dark, and Hinata slowly woke up. Open your eyes, this is an extremely strange closed room. Although the lights are bright, the display is very strange. There are many books and strange glass containers with human eyeballs in them. Had it not been for the night wind, Hinata would be too nervous to say anything. I'm very sorry, Miss Hinata. Ye Feng said. Brother? Where is this? Hinata was still very scared, and clutched Ye Feng's hand tightly. This is my home. This is not Konoha anymore. Although it is within the territory of the Country of Fire, the nearest place is called Otanin Village. You and Hua-Hua will live here in the future. Ye Feng touched Hinata's head and said softly. My brother is not from the Hokage clan, why is he outside the village? What the hell is this? Hinata was even more confused. Why does a member of the Hokage family have such a home outside the village? And this time, she and Hua-Huo didn't know anything at all, so they were brought over. Because I have never been the heliotrope, Hinata. Hokage Wind was killed by me long ago. Ye Feng slowly tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing pale skin, and his white eyes returned to normal golden snake pupils. Remove the disguise, this is a gloomy teenager with an evil smile on his mouth. Chapter 39. 39 Welcome Ceremony. You are. Hinata was speechless. This boy with golden snake pupils was so strange, his face was neither respectful nor gentle, but rather cruel. Is this his true face? My name is Dashimaru. Yes, it's the rebel who is wanted by Konoha. Ye Feng said calmly. Hinata did not speak, but lowered his head. Looking at the little girl's reaction, Ye Feng had already expected it. You don't have to worry about Hua-Huo, she is alive and well. When you are willing to speak and then knock on the door, someone will bring you to me. After pressing a sentence, the boy walked out of the closed room. He just said that he was alive and well, but he didn't say that he would not do anything else. Hua-Huo is still young, otherwise he will remove Hua-Huo's purest pair of eyes in the first place. In addition, Hanahuo and Hinata sisters are both precious experimental subjects. If a clone of two people is made, a large number of pure human bodies with white eyes may be cultivated. Mass production of rebirth eyes? Just thinking about Ye Feng makes a big laugh. The power of reincarnation eye pupil technique can even cut the moon in half. Many people do not say, only a dozen subordinates with rebirth eyes are needed, and the entire ninja world belongs to him. Gods block and kill gods, and Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. As for Hwei yet, that is the future, there are other ways to deal with it. From now on. She suddenly felt a little sad and a little happy. The sad thing is that he is indeed the son of a useless and incompetent clan, so he was taken away by others. Father must be crazy in a hurry now. Happily, maybe I don't need those hard and boring training in the future, but I am not sure what will happen to me in the future, whether I have a chance to survive. Ashimaru was originally wanted because it was suspected of arresting ninjas in the village, leading to the disappearance of a large number of people. Think about it as a terrible man. The other side. Laboratory. Grown-ups. Seeing Ashimaru appear, Gillian hurriedly saluted. Master Ashimaru. Xiangren also learned to say it in a decent way. She is not very clear about the past, but she knows that this man is a very powerful ninja, and there are many underground bases. The subordinates of Ashimaru told her so. In the past, Dudu would occasionally take time to teach her medical knowledge, but later she was too busy and gave her to Honglian. Honglian is a hot and cold woman, and she is also a strong woman. He is meticulous in handling affairs and carrying out tasks, and is also very friendly to Xiangren, and is responsible for his duties. The experimental subjects here are useless. Ye Feng said. I see, my lord. Gurren nodded respectfully. Since there is no use value, there is only death, or being discarded at will. Ashimaru once did human experiments on animal genes, and finally created a lot of monsters combining humans and animals. Those humans usually have some signs of beast, such as scales and claws. Unfortunately, the genetic experiment failed in the end, and the ability of mutants was too weak. Although many experimental subjects were processed, there were also many who were too lazy to manage and discarded them at will. Anyway, it's just something of no use value. Oh, right. People invite Hinata out, and let her appreciate it by the way, just as a welcome ceremony. Ye Feng smiled. The clean smile looks sunny at first glance, but the more people who understand Ashimaru, the more they will feel awe and fear. Yes. Gurren walked away respectfully. Xiangren also bends down, following Honglian like a small attendant. For a 7-year-old child. Could it be too cruel? Adzuki said suddenly. She herself thought this question was stupid, but she still asked it. If you want to talk about the reason, Hinata is indeed very cute, a little girl who looks like and makes people pity. Cruel. This world is cruel. Ye Feng disagrees. Adzuki nodded and didn't speak any more. He is indeed an unprecedented tyrant, and some time ago he was just playing games as a pastime. A guy who regards life as a toy and treats justice as dung. After half an hour. Inside the cave. The entire base is actually divided into 2 levels, and the lower level is where various experimental subjects are held. Now all the experimental subjects were released from the cell, and all were taken to a square, and the shackles were released. There are more than 200 people. Most people look numb, and have been in the cell for many years, and they have long been insane. Some people were arrested by ninjas, and some people sold themselves for money, but now without exception, they are numb and become abnormal. Some hate Yuan, and some definitely become fanatics and are willing to do anything. Yefen and Hungdu were on the 2nd floor, and Honglian came here with Xiangrong and Hinata. Xiangren looked at these guys curiously, while Hinata was silent. He was neither happy nor sad, but simply desperate. Explain to them what will happen here. Ye Feng smiled faintly. First of all, this is the base of Osamaru-sama, and the guys below are the failed products of a certain experiment, and they have lost their value now. Secondly, Master Ashimaru does not need worthless waste. Gurren looked at the 2 little girls and said calmly. Kill. The last person who survived can leave this base alive, Lord Ashimaru personally witnessed. Gurren said to the crowd below. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd suddenly became agitated. They have already been tortured into lunatics, and now there is a chance to leave here, no one will be willing to give up this opportunity. And the meaning in the words of the Red Lotus is also very obvious. In the end, the one person alive can leave, which means that only one person can live. Those golden snake eyes were watching here, no one dared to defy the adult's will. Roar. Puff. Chiang chiang. Various sounds sounded below. Some people vomit blood and fall to the ground, some are biting with their teeth, some are holding knives, and some are holding iron rods. Roar, scream, howl, howl. Blood was everywhere, heads flew to death, the entire square was in a mess, and people were chopped down every second. They didn't know each other, nor did they have any grudges, but they did their best today, just to kill each other and perform a bloody show. Sister, sister. Xiangrong was so frightened that she paled, and tightly grasped Hunglian's hand. She had seen killings, but it was the first time she saw such a large-scale killing. It was a hell picture scroll. Hinata didn't get much better either, and he vomited out with one hand on the guardrail. She hadn't even seen a murder before, let alone such a bloody scene. Human heads and pieces of meat are everywhere, and there are all kinds of methods of death, and even some lunatics laughed and ate the flesh and blood, and her soul seemed to be trembling in a cold wind. The fighting continued, and the fear in Hinata's heart increased. Does something that have no value for use end up like this in this place? Chapter 40. 40 Hinata Sauce. After an hour, the fighting sound finally weakened. In the end it was a young man who survived. The figure looks a little thin, but the strength and bloodliness are surprising. What's his name? Yefeng looked at Gillian and asked. Huanya Pills. Gurren replied. Master Ashimaru. The youth was covered with blood, and the knife in his hand was dripping with blood. Let's go, you can leave now. The night breeze said lightly. What he said will naturally not go back, an experimental subject with no use value will go away. As for the location of the exposed base, few people in the ninja world dared to come to his place brazenly. I can die, but I will ask Master Oshimaru to release my imprisoned tribe. Huan Yuan said so. Clan people. Yefeng was a little surprised. This guy's family has been arrested, and a few are in another base. Gurren explained. Yefeng nodded, this guy also had the courage. Obviously he was able to leave alive, so he had to make terms with him. I don't know if it's stupid or loving. Why should I promise you? Yefeng sneered. The subordinates are willing to pay all the price, including this body and life. I only hope that Lord Ashimaru will let my people go. Huan Yumaru knelt on the ground and continued to beg. Although he was very young, he was indeed a staunch young man. Ah! Yefeng shook his head, dozens of snakes stretched out his sleeves, pulled Huan Yuan's body over several tens of meters, and fell heavily to the ground with a muffled noise. Kill him! Yefeng threw a handful of kunao to Hinata, and said coldly. Hinata stared blankly at Kyo in his hand, and at the poor young man wrapped in snakes. He is not qualified to negotiate terms with me, but he insists on talking to me like this. Anything that has no use value will die if it dies. Yefeng continued. And Hinata was still in a daze, and didn't mean to do anything. Think of yourself and your sister. Do you want to die? Just kill him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gurren quickly patted the little girl on the shoulder and said softly. Hinata seemed to wake up from a dream. If you don't kill him, then she and her sister might be implicated. Brother, Master Ashimaru. Please, please don't hurt my sister. Hinata slightly squeezed the kunao in his hand. His eyes were so helpless, but there was a little hopeful light. Prove your worth to me. I only need obedient subordinates, useful subordinates. Yefeng replied. Now that he has come to his base, he must abide by the rules he set. He doesn't like vases. Yes. Hinata responded in a low voice. There is no long and boring training here, but life will not be easier than before, it seems like this. This man is fundamentally moody, and all he feels is fear. Puff. Kyo inserted into the heart, and gurgled blood after taking it out. Hinata's hands kept trembling, but he bit his lip and killed him. Not bad, it seems that you understand the rules here a little bit. Hinata. Yefeng smiled lightly, as if nothing happened. He always laughed so easily, yet so frantic. Take Hinata to rest. Yefeng laughed and walked away. Hongda did not leave with him, but patted Hinata on the head. Let's go, Hinata-chan. Adults like well-behaved and sensible children. As long as you don't go against his will, he won't do anything to you and your sister. Red Bean comforted. Although it is also the material of the precious experimental body, the two sisters and Uchiha Shisui are completely different. If you are obedient enough, maybe you can mix in a good position. This is the case with a young boy named Junmuro, who is the blood heir of the Hui clan. Because of his loyalty to Ashimaru, even if it is a bag, he is very polite to him. Normally, it will not affect his life at all, only by the order of Ashimaru alone. Definitely, Honglian and Do are also good examples, including Red Beans. Many people were abducted and sold, but in the end they gave up on that man and was willing to give everything for him. Even if he knew it was a demon. The last guy in the world who cares about your warmth is a demon. Are you helping justice to eliminate demons, or are you helping demons become more evil? The answer is obvious. Elder sister. Are you Konoha's ninja before? Hinata's numb face suddenly moved slightly. Listening to Hongda talking about her own affairs, she regained some vitality in her heart. Yes. At that time, Master Ashimaru was still one of the 3 ninjas in the village. As his student, everyone in the village had to avoid 3 points when they saw me. Hongda replied with a smile. She was originally an orphan in a town in Poland, and her parents died very early. She has no relatives and no source of income. She is often bullied and laughed at by the local children, and no one will help her. The world is dark and without light. Day to day. Until that day she hid in the alley alone and cried, and then met the cold man. He was dressed in Konoha ninja costume, with pale skin and bright golden eyes. His body was thin, but he looked very tall. The man listened to her, took her to dinner, understood her experience and pain, and told her about the interesting ninja life. He was the most gentle person in the world. He invited her to Konoha to be his student and practice ninjutsu. He said he would teach her to be a powerful ninja. She agreed without thinking. Later, she learned that her teacher had no conscience. He was a trafficker who abducted and sold children. She often caught people everywhere to do various human experiments. Is there anyone worse than her teacher in the world? She does not know. But one thing she is sure of is that she likes to stay with the teacher. Elder sister. Are you really not brainwashed? Hinata said cautiously. This sister named Hongdu always feels that her head is not very smart. Hinata is actually not stupid at all, just a very soft and cowardly character. She can't fight back or scold her, and definitely doesn't dare to question it. What are you thinking about? My sister knows that she is doing bad things, and the teacher is definitely not a good person. But what does it matter? Why should I be a good person? What can I get by being a good person? The red beans spread out. Helping others deal with Dashuan? Impossible. In fact, Master Oshimaru likes you very much, but he doesn't want you to be like before, that's why he behaves so indifferently. A little girl who shakes her hands even when she kills, Master Dashimaru won't like this kind of subordinate. If you want to be loved by adults again, and want to live in a place like this, try to make yourself more valuable. Atsuki leaned over and kissed Hinata's forehead. It's too late, it's time to rest. In fact, if Hinata understood Yeffen's love for red beans, he would know that he was actually quite lucky. Specially sent red beans to accompany Hinata, other people don't have this kind of treatment. Chapter 41. 4-1 Akatsuki's Trend. 1 month later. Long time no see, Pocket. Yefeng came to this base alone. Master Ashimaru. Do respectfully bent over to salute. Master Dashimaru is Master Dashimaru, even if he looks like a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he is the same adult. Red Bean's blood curse imprint was very successful. For the time being, there is no negative effect, it is very helpful for healing, and it can prevent aging. You are busy all day, just because it can relieve your stress. The Night Breeze said lightly. Do is his most admired subordinate, whether it is medical skills or IQ strategy, they are absolutely top-notch and first class. Such subordinates are hard to find. Thank you, sir. I agreed without thinking about it. He definitely understood the blood curse seal experiment and knew its effect. Yefeng turned into a small white snake with his right hand, and then took a bite on the neck of the back of the pocket. It is not to suck blood, but to inject the blood of Dashiwan. A few seconds later, a bright red mark appeared, which were 3 blood-red go jade. Different from ordinary curse seals, this technique does not have his soul imprints, it only helps subordinates to prolong life and heal injuries, and has no negative effects. This technique won't be given to too many people, he only gives his subordinates that he admires most. I'm going to organize, the base will be handed over to you. Yes. Do is a good helper, and Honglian is also a good nanny. After arranging the Hinata and the fireworks, Yefeng took the red beans and set off again, and walked in the ninja world in Akatsuki's clothes. The matter of making clones is left to the pocket. One day, Akatsuki is rarely brought together. Pain, Zionin, Dashimaru, Uchiha Itaki, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Feijuan, Jiaodu, Scorpion, Ju. The 9 people condense an illusory shadow communication through the ring. Is this Konoha's rebel Uchiha Itaki? Really young? The ghost said with a smile. A pair of dead fish eyes stared at Itaki, as if wanting to see something in this guy's eyes. There is a target candidate in Yunyan village, Deodara. This solicitation task will be handed over to Uchiha Itaki. Is there a problem? Pain said lightly. His eyes are the most special, with white pupils glowing with black ripples and a faint purple meaning. Full of majesty and mystery, the momentum alone overwhelmed everyone. In recent years, there will be more organizational actions. In order to accumulate bounty and collect the talents of each village, it will inevitably arouse outside ideas and organize members to act in groups of 2. Ren's Huli doesn't need to move for the time being, just leave the 4 tails and 5 tails to me. Pain said lightly. As for grouping, Osamaru and Scorpion are a group, Uchiha Itaki and a Ghost Shark are a group, a Flying Segment and a Horn are both a group. Deodara is responsible for collecting information secretly, aside from mentioning it. Understand? After the leader finished speaking, several people had different expressions. What? This guy with the smell of copper is going to be with me? It's a blasphemy against Lord Thulhu. Feiduan said uncomfortably. Although his hard power is relatively poor, he is called a full member of Akatsuki due to his special skills. Bored guy. I only know how to kill. But I don't have any brains at all. Jiaodu also mocked. This guy is completely reckless, he doesn't want this kind of teammate yet. He, Itaki. Please advise. Ghost Shark smiled again. Itaki nodded, his face expressionless from beginning to end. Are you Dashyuan? It is rumored that you are studying the human body forbidden technique. It seems that you have succeeded. Scorpion stared at Dashyuan, his eyes flickering. Dashyuan should be a man in his 50s, but now this body looks very young, only a teenager at most. But compared to my art, your little means is nothing. Scorpion said lightly. Maybe, who knows? Yefeng spread his hands, saying that it didn't matter. Scorpion is also a lunatic, transforming his body into a puppet. The whole body is full of puppet organs, and only the heart is a human organ, which can be regarded as achieving longevity in a certain sense. If the vitality of the heart does not disappear, he will never die. Just like the puppets he made will never be corrupt and will always be so beautiful. 1 year later. The country of wind. The desert with yellow sand everywhere, except for the hot sun and the boundless sand, there is nothing left. There is no white cloud in the sky, only the scorching sun. There are 3 figures walking in the desert in this harsh weather. That guy can really run, he wants to hide in such a place to escape. It's a pity that his head is worth 20 million taels. The man's somber voice sounded. This is a bloated and fat body with a long metal tail behind it, like the tail of a scorpion. The black robe on his body has a pattern of red clouds, which shows his identity. Next to it, there are also 2 figures in the same uniform, which look much more normal. A young man with long black hair and golden eyes, pale skin, and thin body. There is another little girl with short purple hair. She has a very mature and full body, delicate features, and a beautiful face. It is worth mentioning that her right eye is grayish-brown, but her left eye is scarlet, with 3 gouaches appearing. Tugjuan. The trader of Yunyan village, who once murdered 11 Shangren of Yunyan village, disappeared 2 years ago. The recent bounty has changed from 15 million to 20 million, so the organization decided to let someone take his head. As for news, as long as a person is still alive, there will always be traces left behind. The Akatsuki organization had the existence of this guy, and there was almost nothing she never knew. There is a small town ahead. The red beans are a little surprised. In this environment, human settlements can even be established. Let's go. The mission objective should be inside. I perceive a powerful chakra that is different from ordinary people. Tu Xian is right inside. Yefeng said lightly. With the immortal human body coupled with the power of Xianggong's blood, he can perceive the chakra breath of everyone in a radius of dozens of miles. The head is exchanged for bounty, and the corpse is handed over to me to make a puppet. Is that okay? Scorpion spoke. Although it was a question, it was an indisputable tone. Whatever, I am not interested in Shangnan. Yefeng replied lightly. Unless there is a special limit of blood succession, there is no reason for ordinary people to shoot. Haha. In my hands, Shangren will also become a powerful weapon, more powerful than before. An eternal and immortal. Scorpion said triumphantly. On the side of the puppets, he claimed to be second, and no one in the world of ninja would dare to say first. In terms of making puppets, after the death of a strong shadow class, he will become a powerful weapon in his hands. In terms of puppet manipulation, he can even manipulate hundreds of puppets at the same time. The destruction of a small country by one person is not a problem at all. This is the strength of Akatsuki's full members. Chapter 42. For Two-Tailed Beast Chakra. Stop showing off your puppet in front of me. Didn't we try it? I used the dirty soil to reincarnate to make 3 generations of Fengying, and you used the 3 generations of Fengying puppets you made to fight with me, and in the end I won. It turns out that a corpse is a corpse. Yefeng said lightly. Cut. Scorpion was a little upset, but didn't say anything. He didn't expect that Dashimaru had the technique of reincarnating from the dirty soil, which could restore decedent to its heyday. Chakra has no limits, has self-awareness, and regenerative healing factor can only be solved by sealing means. In contrast, the puppet is indeed weak. 2 days later, the 3 of them took Tugjuan's head to change the bounty, and then looked for an opportunity to give the money to Jiaodu, and the guy was then responsible for the organization's financial management. After that is a short break. Yefeng took Adzuki Beans back to the base to see Hinata and sisters Huahuo, as well as the experiments on Do. Base. Chakra of the Tailed Beast. Yefeng's face was solemn, and he walked into a laboratory that was sealed off by layers. One of the 8 tailed horns is cultivated here. Naturally there are a large number of tailed chakras, and there are also some 9-tailed chakras collected during the night of the 9-tailed rebellion. However, the amount of Kyuubi chakra is much less than that of Yao. What a grumpy force! Red Bean sighed. The tail beast is the thing left by the 6 immortals, and it is a special kind of creature. Their bodies are as large as a hill, with great destructive power, and things like tail beast jade are creatures formed by the aggregation of countless chakras. Even if the tail beasts are killed, they will naturally resurrect after a while. The 5 major ninja villages all have their own tail beast weapons. It's a bit risky, but I want to try. Ye Feng smiled. His physique has a swallowing effect. If he can absorb the chakrana of the tailed beast for his own use, he will become stronger faster. Be careful, Lord Ashimaru. If you can't succeed, stop immediately. A word of persuasion. The tailed beast chakra is not something ordinary people can bear, and it is easy to explode and die, or become a fool. I am the immortal Ashimaru. Nothing can kill me. Akatsuki's clothes slipped to the ground, and the man had turned into a huge white-scaled snake. Although it is not the complete body of Yaki Orakai, its aura is also very strong. The 9-tailed chakra was eaten quickly, and the serpent recovered its human body again, and the eyes were golden and red. The powerful 9-tailed chakra made Ye Feng's body quickly heat up. It looked like it was cooked, the whole body turned red, and it was still steaming. Are you okay? Master Ashimaru. Teacher. Do and Hungdu are a little worried. But Ye Feng did not stop the process of swallowing, but closed his eyes tightly. The blood boiling speed increased, but he did feel the swallowing force exerting its effect. Despite the slow speed, the tail beast chakra is indeed slowly becoming his power, becoming his chakra, and making his chakra stronger. This idea is indeed feasible. A week later. The base of the Red Lotus. Hinata sauce. Seeing the white-eyed girl, Hongdo jumped over instead. Elder sister. Hinata was a little shy. Looking at Dashimaru. There was some fear in his eyes, but some inexplicable expectations. Very well, my eyes are firmer. Ye Feng smiled with satisfaction. Although it was only a year or so, there was a kind of murderous air in Hinata, which was formed by killing people or even killing people frequently. Now give Hinata a knife and let her kill someone, maybe she won't even blink her brows. As expected of Gillian, there is a set of training methods. This time the blood curse mark. In addition to Hinata and Huahuo's share, you also have a share in Gurren. Ye Feng said with a smile. Hongdu hugged Hinata and walked over, and he also reached out and patted the little girl's head. Brother, brother. Hinata said quietly. If it weren't for Ye Feng's good ears, I'm afraid I can't hear anything. You can't call you brother, but you must call Lord Ashimaru. Hongdu said with a smile. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just called Roar, so Hinata AI will call it whatever she wants. Ye Feng smiled. Hinata's dress was a little messy, and his hair was left long, reaching his shoulders. She was no longer cowardly in her white eyes, and she was no longer the ignorant girl who didn't know anything before. For herself and her sister, in order to survive in such a place, her hands were covered with blood and killed many innocent people. And this is just training. When she is used in the future, she will definitely kill more people, perhaps including Konoha's ninja. I like obedient little girls. Ye Feng approached her ear and said in Hinata's ear. After speaking, he opened his mouth and took a bite at the neck of the little girl, and blood was poured into it, forming a blood curse on Hinata. Hinata probably also understood what it was, and it was a reward for subordinates that adults appreciate. Her body is warm. It feels that if there is any danger, the curse seal can give her a very strong power. Protect yourself. Because you are my thing. Without my permission, you can't even hurt yourself, especially those eyes. understand? Ye Feng kissed Hinata's forehead and said softly. This smile was weird and incredibly evil, but Hinata couldn't refuse. On the contrary, a very happy feeling came up. Hinata replied in a low voice. The victim has a good impression of the murderer, which we generally call Stockholm Syndrome. But there is actually another sentence. Love is love, nothing about everything except love. The benevolent see the benevolent and the wise see the wisdom, there is no absolute in the world. After some murderers were arrested and brought to justice, some victims would hate the police, thinking that the police destroyed their happiness. That's right. Ye Feng is such a scum. A scumbag with no bottom line and no morals, a man who does everything for his ambition. Hinata is definitely cute, but he is more concerned about when those eyes have the opportunity to become reincarnated eyes and then eat them. There are also fireworks. If he is in a good mood, he can give them a good ending after using these two girls, probably like Xi Rihong. If one day is in a bad mood, it is impossible to predict what will happen. One thing that humans cherish the most is when they have not yet obtained it. If you get it, you will probably get bored. If you have money to exchange for a new one that is exactly the same at any time, then you may not take a second look at it, and you may even remember its name. But the Night Wind is different. He hasn't actually been cruel to that degree. He doesn't like the habit of loving the new and disgusting the old. He just cares about how much value this thing has. As for other things, it doesn't matter. Chapter 43. 43 Just the beginning. Konoha 60 years. Konoha Hidden Village. Stop, Naruto. I will never let you go this time. Several Zongren rushed and jumped on the roof, chasing a young blonde boy. You are too slow. Naruto laughed as he ran, carrying a paint bucket in his hand. Naruto was graffiti painted by his paint, so these Zongren will hunt him down for trouble. You guys, dare not do what I just did. But I can, I'm great. Naruto laughed. Oh no. 3 generations of adults. Naruto scribbled on the stone statues of Hokage in the past. Konoha became lively early in the morning. Hey! Naruto. After finally getting rid of a few Zongren, he thought that when Naruto thought he had successfully escaped, there was a voice behind him. Teacher Irika, why are you here? Naruto was taken aback. I just want to ask, it's class time, what are you doing here? Ilika was speechless. Soon. Ninja school classroom. Listen well, Naruto, you didn't pass the exam last time or the last time. This is not the time for pranks, BD. Ilika tied Naruto up with a rope. Humph. Naruto turned his head. Today's course is still transformation skills. Those who have passed will also come out to line up. Irika said uncomfortably. Oh. All the students walked out of their seats. Haruno Sakura, start, transform. I saw the little girl with short pink hair forming a seal in her hand, and she quickly became like Irika, which looked 90% similar. Very good. Ilika nodded in satisfaction. Did Sasuke see it? Sakura smiled and looked at Sasuke behind the team. However, the boy was very indifferent and didn't bother to talk to Haruno Sakura at all. Next, Sasuke Uchiha. Ilika said. Hearing this, Sasuke immediately walked out of the team, and Juin used the transformation technique in his hand. Sasuke's ninjutsu is obviously more perfect, exactly the same as Ilika himself, but his eyes are a little cold. Full score. Next one, Naruto Uzumaki. Ilika said. It's really troublesome. Shikamaru stared at Naruto from behind. It's all to blame you. Ino was also speechless. What does it matter to me? Naruto curled his lips and walked out of the line. Transform. Naruto also began to use the transformation technique. But what he changed was not Irika's appearance, but a woman with golden double ponytails, naked, and appeared in front of everyone like this. What? Ilika petrified in an instant, and then nosebleeds came out. Ha 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 ha. How about? I call this the technique of seduction. Naruto regained his body and said with a belly laugh. You stupid. Don't create such boring ninjutsu. Irika growled. Serious transformation skills are not good, but they are good at engaging in these crooked ways. Humph. After school. Damn it, damn it. Naruto held the kerchief in one hand, and next to it was something for cleaning. The graffiti made in the morning must be cleaned up by yourself in the end. However, Naruto originally made this action because no one was willing to pay attention to him, so that more people would pay attention to him. His goal has been achieved. I won't let you go home until you finish cleaning up. Ilika is watching over. It doesn't matter. Anyway, when I go back, there is no one at home. Naruto murmured. Naruto. What's wrong this time? When you finish cleaning these, how about I invite you to have ramen tonight? Great. Time came to the evening. You'll ramen. Ilika took Naruto to eat ramen here. Naruto, why do you scribble in such a place? You should know what kind of character Hokage is. Ilika said. Definitely. Simply put, the person who inherited the name Naruto is the most powerful ninja in the village. Naruto finished drinking the noodle soup and said. Then why are you still graffiti? Ilika asked. Because of me, I will inherit the name of Naruto one day, and I will surpass all generations of Naruto, so that everyone in the village will recognize me. Naruto said ambitiously. Because Hokage is a person respected and loved by everyone, he wants to prove himself by becoming Hokage. Teacher, I have a request. Naruto's face turned straight. Would you like another bowl? Ilika guessed. Nah. Can you give me your ninja guard? Naruto folded his hands together, begging. This. Ilika touched the ninja guard on his forehead. No, no, this is only obtained after graduating from the ninja school. It is a proof of becoming a ninja alone. You wait for tomorrow's graduation exam. Ilika said. Mean. One more bowl. Naruto hummed. At the same time. At the gate of Konoha. Are you a villager in Otanin village? It's a merchant. Well, go in. The two guards checked the scrolls of the visitor and agreed to the visitor to enter the village. Thanks. The young man smiled slightly, with aristocratic elegance. He is about 20 years old, thin, but tall, with long waist-length hair, wearing a set of black clothes, simple and serious, and his pupils are also ordinary black. If you want to say something impressive, it is probably that the skin is paler, like suffering from some kind of disease. And the man's voice is a bit hoarse, very unique. Beside the man is a girl. A mature woman with short purple hair full of vitality, also in her 20s, in short shorts and a top with a belly button. She does not hide her beautiful figure. The pupil color of women's eyes is also ordinary black, and both eyes are both. Teacher, what do you eat tonight? The woman said with a smile, holding the man's arm with one hand. Teacher? Isn't this a couple? The two door guards were a little speechless. Whatever, you are happy. The man's tone is very casual. He he he. The two walked away talking and laughing all the way. The visitors are naturally Nightwind and Red Beans. There was no special task in organizing this time, so he also returned to Konoha leisurely. Speaking of it, I haven't been back to this village for 5 years. It is still bustling as usual. In this long period of time, he has gained a lot of treasures and his whole cards have increased a lot. The first is the pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. He and Do studied together, and finally created a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels, and it was luck that the probability of success was very low. He didn't worry about using it himself, but transplanted this eye to Red Bean. As for Hungdu's left eye, the eye with ability was eaten by him. Secondly, it is the study with a blind eye. The cultivation of the clone is perfect. He has eaten a lot of the white eyes of the Hyuga Hikaru clone, and definitely blood is also indispensable. The reincarnation eye had been initially awakening half a year ago and was digging for ability. As for the two sisters, Hinata and Huahuo, they also took a lot of ingredients. But the effect was slightly worse. Huahuo barely completed the evolution, and snowflake patterns appeared in his eyes, and Hinata had just begun to form patterns. According to this progress, it may take half a year to complete. Then there is the tail beast chakra. The night wind swallowed the tail beast chakra in his hand, which was also a good harvest. The physique of the immortal body has also been developed. The spiral pill with the change of the chakra nature of the wind attribute and the change of the fire attribute chakra nature has been completed, and it took him 2 years. The story of Shinobi is just beginning. Chapter 44. For graduation. The next day. Ninja school. Then, take the graduation exam. The person called by the name goes to the next classroom. The test this time is the technique of duplication. Ilika announced with a pamphlet in his hand. Ah, how come it's not a coincidence? This is the ninjutsu I'm not good at. Naruto's face changed, and his head drooped. But I still have to try. Soon. Naruto is in the room, opposite to 2 examiners, one is Ilika and the other is Mizuki. The art of duplication. Naruto shouted. As a burst of white smoke drifted away, a distorted Naruto appeared beside him, lying on the ground like a stuffed toy. Unqualified. Ilika frowned. Teacher Irika, his body shape and endurance are pretty good. In this way, he can barely learn the art of duplication, even if he is qualified. Teacher Mizuki said. Mr. Mizuki, everyone can duplication into at least 3, and they are exactly the same as the body. But there is only one Naruto, and it's not fraudulent at all. I won't let him pass. Ilika said. Rules are rules, it is impossible to change for Naruto. 2 hours later. I can be on my own too. Good job, worthy of being my son. Congratulations on your graduation. Go back to my mother in the evening to make you a good meal. The gate of the school was crowded with people, and the newly acquired ninja guards were worn on the foreheads of teenagers and girls. Naruto was swinging on the swing alone, his eyes lonely. But at this moment, Mizuki came up and appeared next to Naruto. And not far from here, the 3 generations of Hokage and Ilika also witnessed all this. Ilika, I have something to tell you later. 3 generations said lightly. Yes. Ilika nodded seriously. Mizuki is actually a bad-hearted guy who is very interested in the forbidden scrolls in the village. Now that I found Naruto, I wanted Naruto to help him take out the scroll. As for the reward, I just said to give him a ninja forehead protection. Naruto has a special identity, and it is indeed possible to take that thing inside the Hokage building. But what Mizuki didn't know was that he had been exposed long ago, and he had become a chess piece for 3 generations. 3 generations just borrowed this matter to let Irika educate Naruto. As for the scroll of forbidden technique, it happened to be a gift for Naruto, and the first technique recorded in it was turned into a shadow duplication technique, which was suitable for Naruto. The duplication of the shadow duplication technique has an entity and is suitable for people with a large amount of chakras to practice. As shrewd as a 3-generation-old man, he has already calculated everything. The other side. The Book of Sealing. 3 generations are really good at acting. Ye Feng sat in a bar, smiled and shook his head. The real seal book definitely cannot be given to Naruto, the one that was stolen is just a fake, and only the first duplication technique of Shuiying duplication is true. But they are all indifferent things, he has no interest in the Book of Seals. He was a disciple of 3 generations before, and he knew a lot of forbidden techniques, and the ninjutsu that he could use had already been used. Like the 2nd generation Thor technique, it is indeed powerful, but it must be practiced by people with strong spatial ability. The next day. Sure enough, as expected by the third generation, Naruto successfully mastered the art of shadow duplication, and Iruka also performed a good show, and by the way, Naruto graduated with a ninja guard. Street? Yes, I am no longer a student of Ninja Academy. I am Konoha's female ninja, Harano Sakura. Sakura was wearing a red dress, thinking silently in her heart. Good morning, Sakura. When Ino walked out of his flower shop, he happened to meet Sakura. Well, good morning. The two girls headed towards the ninja school together. Today is the division of graduates. After graduation, Xiaoren will start to complete the task under the leadership of a new teacher. Classroom. Morning, good morning. Sakura. As soon as Naruto saw Sakura appear, he immediately greeted Roar. Go aside. Sakura pushed Naruto away directly, and then looked at the boy by the window. Good morning, Sasuke. Can I sit next to you? Sakura's face flushed. She was not rude towards Naruto at all, but behaved very tenderly. Sasuke glanced at the girl in the same class, and didn't bother to take care of it. Sakura is still like this. Ino shook his head behind his back, and then found a place to sit down. I said, right next to Sasuke is mine. Another girl from the class came over and argued with Sakura. Soon, 7 or 8 girls quarreled together. It's so annoying. Sasuke seemed out of step with everything around him. Cut, what's so good about this kind of guy? Naruto looked at Sasuke unhappy. It was this guy who attracted everyone's attention. Thinking about it, Naruto simply stood on the table in front of Sasuke, squatting and staring at Sasuke. Hey! Naruto! Don't get so close to Sasuke. Kozakura couldn't help but said. Cut, every day Sasuke's head Sasuke is short. How can this kind of guy be better than me? Naruto stared at Sasuke, and Sasuke's cold gaze also followed Naruto. The atmosphere gradually burned. It should be anxious, okay, in fact, it's just Jiaozhou. The eyes of the two people almost sparked in the air. Ha ha ha, really? At this moment, the person in the front row suddenly leaned back. It was this light push that caused Naruto to take a small step forward, and then the two people who were looking at each other kissed each other like this. Sasuke's first kiss was taken away by Naruto. Kozakura roared in an instant. Damn, Sasuke's first kiss should belong to her. The girls stared at Naruto one after another, as if they were looking at some bloody enemies. Vomit. Naruto and Sasuke recovered, and each felt sick. Naruto, I must kill you. Sasuke felt his lungs explode. This damn crane rear dared to do such a thing. Hey, murderess! Naruto felt the malicious gaze behind him, and 7 or 8 girls slowly walked over and surrounded him. Accident, this is an accident. Naruto wanted to explain something, but only the fists of the girls greeted him. There was chaos in the classroom. Naruto was beaten and his face was bruised and swollen, and Sakura managed to sit next to Sasuke in the chaos. It's finally about to start. Sasuke, let me see how far you can grow. If you want to become stronger and have the power of revenge, then you will definitely come to me. The Night Wind observed this scene from a long distance. The playground of the ninja school is still the same as in the memory, lying under a tree to enjoy the cool, and the breeze is just right. What identity should I use to play this game? Chapter 45. 45. Have you seen it somewhere? Congratulations, from today onwards you will become a ninja. The real hard work is only beginning now. The 3 of you work in a class with a Shangren teacher to perform tasks. Ilika said. The following is the 7th class, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Harano, Sasuke Uchiha. The 3 of them had different expressions. Naruto likes Sakura and dislikes Sasuke, and Sakura likes Sasuke and dislikes Naruto. As for Shizuke, he thinks his teammates are a burden because he is the first in grade. Hey! Teacher Irika, why am I such a good person to be with this kind of guy? Naruto stood up and said loudly. Naruto. Your grades are countdown, and Shizuke is the number 1 in the whole year, so don't make trouble. Ilika said helplessly. There was also a lot of laughter in the class. No need to pull the hind legs, the tail of the crane. Shizuke looked at Naruto and said deliberately with disgust. What does the crane tail mean? Do you want to fight? Naruto was even more unconvinced. Come. Shizuke showed no weakness. In the afternoon, I will introduce Mr. Shengren to everyone, and I will disband now. Yes. On the street. Shizuke is so true, where did he go? I finally got into a class and wanted to eat together. Kozakura walked on the road alone. Sakura, it's hard to be divided into a class, let's have a meal together. Naruto smiled and walked over. Why should I eat with you? Sakura said helplessly. But, we are all in the same class. Naruto said. You are very annoying. Kozakura turned around and left, and went to see Shizuke. After a few minutes. A tall building. Listen well, since you are in the same class, then you have to follow my instructions. Ino said triumphantly. Yes, yes. Shikamaru replied lazily. As for Dinkai, his mind was all on the rice ball in his hand. In their 3 families, the fathers of the previous generation were all friends, so they are all playmates that have known since childhood. It seems that something interesting is going to happen. A strange man's voice sounded. The 3 of them turned their heads and saw 2 figures standing on the balcony next to them, 2 young people in their 20s, 1 man and 1 woman. It looks ordinary and ordinary, but I always feel that there is something unusual. Oh! Shikamaru followed the man's gaze and saw that Naruto was sneaky, next to Sasuke's room. What does Naruto want to do? Ino and Dinkai also saw there. Naruto jumped in from the window, then fought with Shizuke and closed the window. 2 minutes later, the fight seemed to be over, and Shizuke crawled out of the window. It seems that Shizuke won. Shikamaru didn't have any unexpected expressions. Shizuke was already good, he was the only survivor of that clan, and Naruto was a crane tail. Haha. The man beside him smiled again. By the way, big brother over there, have we met somewhere? Ino retracted his gaze and looked at the 2 guys next to him. Although the faces are very strange, I always feel like I have seen 2 people like this somewhere. Maybe you remembered it wrong. Yefeng glanced at Ino and said lightly. I haven't seen each other in a few years, and the little girl at the time has grown up a lot, wearing a purple ninja costume, and her long blonde hair combed into a single ponytail. The 2 quickly left the scene. Appeared inexplicably. And walked inexplicably. Is there a weirdo in the village? I always feel a bit unwilling to be quiet. Shikamaru sighed silently. His instincts have always been very keen. Those 2 guys who seem to be ordinary people are definitely not ordinary people. The other side. Shizuke is looking at here? And still that kind of warm eyes. Sakura was sitting on a bench, and Shizuke, Naruto's transformation technique, was staring at Sakura. He attacked suddenly and mastered the art of shadow duplication. The real Shizuke was caught in a careless manner, and he turned into Shizuke and walked out the window. The most attractive thing about you is your wide forehead. People can't help but want a kiss. Naruto became Shizuke, speaking more confidently. Kozakura's face flushed, and she looked at Shizuke in disbelief. Just kidding, if it's Naruto, maybe you would say so. Shizuke sat down next to Sakura. I have something to ask you. What do you think of Naruto? Shizuke asked. Isn't he famous for spoiling people's dating? Always seeing me make fun of my gains and losses. Naruto doesn't understand me at all, it's just that it's pure and annoying. I only need Sasuke to recognize me. Kozukura whispered. Just my approval. Sasuke was a little dumbfounded. For this, I can do anything. Kozukura blushed and said, then closed her eyes and leaned over, motioning for Sasuke to kiss herself. Where can Sasuke hold back? Although it is not so good to think about it, Naruto couldn't hold back. But just when Naruto wanted to do it, his stomach screamed untimely. I drank expired milk in the morning. I was serious. Kozukura closed her eyes and said again. Ma, I'll be back soon. Naruto clutched his stomach and ran away. Sasuke is so shy, does he need to be mentally prepared? Kozukura touched her lips and said. After a few minutes, the real Sasuke broke free of Naruto's rope and appeared. Sasuke is really shy, are you ready? I'm ready. Wait, Sasuke. Kozukura looked at Sasuke with some confusion. Where is Naruto? Sasuke said coldly. Here again deliberately avoiding my topic. Don't worry about guys like Naruto for now. That guy always pesters you. As expected, no one is taking good care of him. Look, doesn't he have no parents? Always a person doing whatever I want. If I do that kind of thing, my parents will definitely be angry. He is alone and has not been disciplined by his parents, so he is willful on many things. Sakura couldn't help talking in a long speech. But he didn't notice, Sasuke's eyes were getting colder and colder. A child is a child. Is this kind of guy his teammate? Isn't that just a waste of dragging its feet? Not only the strength is waste, but the mentality is also like a child. Lonely. That's not a matter of the level of sadness being scolded by parents. Sasuke's voice was cold. What happened to you suddenly like this? Sakura is a little baffling. You're annoying. Sasuke put a word down and went on to find Naruto. Just now that guy turned into his appearance and didn't know what to do. And that guy who can't even use duplication technique proficiently, now he has learned the technique of shadow duplication, which is indeed surprising. Chapter 46. 46 for Revenge. A week later. Yefeng arranged what he wanted to decorate around Konoha, and then left the village with red beans. The next destination is the country of Poland. A small island country does not have its own ninja village, so its strength is weak. Local people are often bullied and exploited by a rich man named Cardo. In order to make the small country prosperous, the bridge master named Desna decided to build a bridge. But Cardo naturally wouldn't allow this to happen. He found a powerful ninja and planned to secretly kill the bridge builder. Desna also knew that his safety was prone to problems, so he came to Konoha to issue a commission and find a ninja to protect himself. It was Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi's 7th class who took over this task. And the powerful ninja that Desna found was the rebellious ninja from Wien village. The Dodai, one of the 7 ninja swords, will not be cut again, and his subordinate, Bai. A group of people walked on the path between the forests. It was Konoha's 7th class and Mr. Desna, the principal of the mission. As I walked, a pool of water appeared on the ground. The strange thing is that it hasn't rained in the past few days, so how could there be this kind of water on the ground? Kakashi noticed this, but in order to exercise these children who were out of the village for the first time, he didn't say anything and pretended not to notice. Really? Several people had just walked through the waterhole, and 2 figures appeared under the waterhole, and the iron chain full of spikes blocked Kakashi. What? Kakashi seemed surprised. What's wrong? Naruto and Sasuke found out that Kakashi was caught. The first one. The 2 hiding ninjas twisted hard, and the blocked Kakashi was suddenly twisted into a pile of rotten meat. The scene was very bloody. What? Ms. Kakashi! Both Sakura and Naruto shouted. The second one. 2 ninjas appeared next to Naruto, entwined with iron chains. Naruto was frightened and overwhelmed, but fortunately, Sasuke rescued the field in time, threw out kunao and flying darts, and nailed the two people's endurance to the tree. Whether it is accuracy or strength, or this calm mind, they are all top-notch. As expected of the genius of the Uchiha clan. Cut. The two simply gave up the ninja and ran directly to the most important goal, Dasna. Kozukura only came to hold kunao in her hand, and Sasuke came over. But at this moment, the killed Kakashi appeared again, and his left and right hands respectively grabbed the necks of the two sneak attackers, and instantly subdued the enemy. The one who was strangled just now was just a stand-in. This kind of ambush is nothing short of a trifle for him. Ms. Kakashi, you are still alive. Kozukura said excitedly. What about grabbing the limelight? Sasuke murmured, he could solve the two by himself. Naruto looked at the corpse who had been strangled before, and there was just a pile of shredded wood on the ground. Naruto, sorry for not being able to save you right away. But I didn't expect you to be motionless. Kakashi said lightly. In short, Sasuke performed very well, and so did Sakura. Kakashi said again. Kozukura took out kunao at least, and stood in front of Dasna, which was much better than Naruto. Sasuke is obviously the first actual combat, isn't he scared at all? Naruto thought unwillingly. I did nothing this time. Oh, you are not hurt, coward. Sasuke did not forget a mockery. Sasuke. Soon. After disposing of the two ninjas from the hidden fog village, Kakashi and Dasna discussed it and set off again. Although this guy concealed the information and only said that someone would threaten him, he did not say that there were ninjas who would take action, so it was a C-level mission commission. Now even the Zongnin assassins have appeared, and the difficulty of the mission is at least level B. But Dasna has no money either. Just let him go back in this way and give up the task, this guy is almost bound to die. The 7th class discussed it and decided that a good person should do it in the end and complete this task. You've been watching the show here for so long, so it's time to come out. Kakashi said suddenly. From the previous journey, he has been perceiving, and there is a vague atmosphere of chakra secretly. The other parties seemed to let him find out on purpose, but deliberately couldn't escape. Kakashi, you are still so sharp. The man's hoarse voice sounded. The young man wearing a red cloud coat with a black background appeared, not one Kakashi guessed, but two people. One man and one woman. They all looked extremely young, and seemed to be a few years younger than him. This costume. Kakashi frowned. He seemed to have heard of weird people with such costumes somewhere in his mind, but he couldn't remember for a moment. I haven't seen you for so many years, have you forgotten who I am? Speaking of which, is the health of the 3-generation-old man okay? If he died before I did it, I would be unhappy. Ye Feng said lightly. He touched his face casually, and then restored the appearance of the old Ashimaru. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly, and his face changed drastically under the mask. Looking at these two people, I finally remembered the origins of these two people. Konoha's S-rank rebel, Ashimaru. And the woman next to this guy should be the student who disappeared with Ashimaru, Mitere Ajiki. Orochimaru. Why are you here? Kakashi asked in a deep voice, taking out two short knives in his hand. After losing the riding wheel, he began to practice the sword skills of the Hokage clan, which was also the capital of his travels in the ninja world over the years. Let me see. Nine-tailed devil, Itaka's brother, well, there is a useless little girl. This combination is quite interesting. Ye Feng said with a smile. Kakashi is worthless to him, it doesn't matter whether he kills or not. He is more interested in these children. Itaki. Do you know where Itaki is? Sasuke's eyes instantly aroused Gyu's riding wheel eyes, almost roaring out. What about telling you? Itaki and I are in an organization now, here, this is this kind of clothes, maybe where I am performing the task now. However, can you really kill him now? Ye Feng asked with interest. Kill, I will definitely kill that guy. Sasuke's body was shaking. Done. It turns out that you have joined that organization over the years. Kakashi's face became more serious. That organization is extremely mysterious. It is said that there are powerful rebels inside, and its leader is even more a mystery. Sasuke Uchiha. We will meet again, soon. For revenge, you will definitely need my power. In Konoha, it's like playing a family ninja game. Do you think you can kill Ataka like this? The two quickly disappeared. But everyone's mood is a bit heavy. Kakashi looked worried, Sasuke's expression was complicated, Sakura and Naruto didn't know who Ashomaru was, but didn't have much reaction. Chapter 47. 47 I predicted your prediction, my prediction. The next day. Morning. I'm almost seeing the bridge. Walk along the bridge and you will enter the country of Poland, said the boatman. Please keep quiet, I only came out when there was heavy fog. It would be bad if it was discovered by those guys. The boatman said again. The rich man of the shipping company, Cardo, is not a day or two anymore for that guy to dominate in Poland. On the surface, he is the boss of a shipping company, but in fact he uses gangsters and ninjas to buy and sell drugs and contraband for shameful deeds. A year ago, Cardo took a fancy to Poland and monopolized maritime traffic and transportation here. I can only send you here, goodbye. The boatman accepted the money and left soon. Coming to the shore, the Night Wind and Hungdo looked at this poor town. Most of them are small wooden houses near the sea, with lush forests and boats on the shore, but it seems that they have not been used for a long time. Let's go. That chakra is not far from here, it should be guarding Kakashi. Ye Feng said lightly. Is teacher? Atsuki nodded obediently. A short while. The two came to a forest. What's the point of hiding here? How about going out and doing business? Ye Feng said lightly. It's impossible to run away if you want to run. Definitely, you guys shouldn't run away either. Anyway, it's a traitor, and a die won't cut it again. As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped from the tree. The man is carrying an extra long knife, white bandages on the lower half of his face and neck, and short black hair. The forehead of Wuyan village was slashed and worn obliquely on the head. This was a mark of rebellion, and a stab was drawn horizontally on the forehead of the ninja. You guy, who are you? Don't spoil the good things of my uncle. No longer frowned and frowned. If you have the ability to find him, at least he is also a shinobu. He will fight Kakashi later, but he doesn't want to waste too much chakra now. It's right that you don't know me, after all, I have disappeared in the ninja realm for so long, and I have changed my appearance. Hand over the vein, I am very interested in that child's ice escape, otherwise I will kill you. What do you think of this business? Ye Feng said lightly. Haha. Are you kidding me? No longer frowning tightly, his tone was full of anger. He decided to kill this guy. The big deal is a day off today, and I will look for Kakashi when I get better tomorrow. Don't kill Mr. again. Hearing that he was mentioned, a figure wearing a mask also appeared. White. This is a very controversial character. The main controversy is not the strength of this guy, or anything else, but whether this guy is male or female. Well, it's a woman. Ye Feng looked carefully at Bai's side. There is no Adam's apple, and he clasps his chest deliberately, probably because he doesn't want to be cut to find out that he is a woman. What you don't need to cut is a powerful tool, not a woman. You watched by the side, I killed this guy. He stared at Bai again, and said lightly. This inexplicable guy, he must let him know today what the strength of the ghost is. Red beans. The lazy voice of the Night Wind sounded. It's just a trivial opponent, he doesn't want to shoot it himself. The decapitation knife can absorb the enemy's blood. And then self-repair the damage of the weapon, which can be said to be a tasteless effect. It is neither sharp nor tough, and even a little cumbersome to hold. As for not cutting the original, it is completely the strength of an ordinary shinobu, and there is no bright spot at all. Leave it to me, teacher. Atsuki nodded seriously. A pair of black eyes turned scarlet, and 3 black gojade surrounded the eyes. If Suzuki was on the scene, he would be surprised. This is the blood pupil technique of the Uchiha clan, but now it has been mastered by outsiders. When Kakashi had transplanted Uchiha's eyes with soil, they were barely able to use them. Moreover, the eyes of the writing wheel could not be closed, which placed a heavy burden on the body. Now Hongdo can open and close the writing wheel eye at will. Obviously it has completely mastered the power of this eye. Such eyes. Why did it appear to a woman? One of the 3 famous pupil techniques in the ninja world, no longer cut, definitely no Shaolunyan. But Uchiha has been annihilated, just 5 years ago. Now that there are such eyes, one is Rebel Shinobu Uchiha Itachi, and the other is Uchiha Suzuki. How could it appear to a woman? Stop talking nonsense, prepare to die. Hongdo looked contemptuously at Don't Cut. Ninfa missed hidden technique. Do not cut a jump to the side, standing on the surface of the river. Activating water escape ninjutsu when there is water around will greatly reduce the consumption of chakra and increase the effect of ninjutsu. If you use fire done in a fire environment, definitely will have the same effect. Innocent. Yefeng made a faint comment. A large amount of white fog rose from the surface of the water and quickly filled the area. The dense fog almost made people unable to see things a few meters away. This is the essence of Wuyan's silent killing technique. Use heavy fog to block the enemy's sight, and at the same time, his actions are silent. Often the knife is driven to the enemy's neck, and the enemy does not realize that the attack is coming. For ordinary ninjas, this is indeed a very difficult technique, both offensive and defensive. But Atsuki is not an ordinary ninja. She has the blood curse of Ashimaru and transplanted a pair of kaleidoscopes. Even if the line of sight is not visible, there is no sound, but the air currents in the air will change when the ninja moves. Based on this alone, you can figure out where you won't cut again. The throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. So, where should I choose? It's a shame to die so young. The sound of not cutting again came from all directions. This is a special technique that can hide the position of one's voice. Ended. The sound of not cutting again suddenly appeared behind the red bean. A decapitating knife swung over, but Red Bean's reaction speed was faster, and his eyes were calm. When the backhand was stopped, he didn't cut it again, and the backhand in his hand pierced the man's chest. Puff! The water flowing out of the chest is not blood. This is a water duplication. Die! Another non-cutting appeared behind the red bean. This time the attack was inevitable, and the red bean was cut directly into 2 parts. But this turned out to be a duplication, and it immediately became a water stain. If you don't use the fog hiding technique, you can only roughly determine the enemy's location, and can't confirm whether the enemy has made any small movements. Duplication. If he didn't cut it again, he was obviously surprised. Ended. Another red bean appeared behind no more cut, and Kyowa was tightly pressed against the man's throat. You predicted my prediction, but I predicted your prediction, my prediction. You are the 3rd floor and I am the 4th floor. Many of the ninja battles are doll games in the form of this kind of cake. Chapter 48. 48 The Fat and Ugly Guy. Hehe, what to say is over. This kind of trick is absolutely impossible to defeat this uncle, but you are quite powerful, and you are able to copy my water duplication technique with the writing wheel. No longer said slowly. But I am not so easy to deal with. The second one held by red beans without cutting is still water duplication, and the third one without cutting appears behind red beans. You think I am the 3rd floor, but in fact I am the 5th floor. Now is the real end. With the decapitated broadsword swung over, Hongdu immediately lowered his head to avoid, and jumped into the river next to it. Why is this water so heavy? Atsuki immediately found that his body seemed to be in a quagmire. Definitely, this is a dungeon technique. Without jumping into the river, he grabbed it with his right hand, and then a huge amounts of water ball was condensed, and the red beans were trapped in it. Just swipe the big knife again and you will be able to deal with this woman. Then there is the guy watching the show. Both of them have to die today. Ugh. Ye Feng sighed suddenly. He is tired of watching Matryoshka games, and he doesn't need to watch it to know what will happen next. From the moment I saw Hongdu's writing round eyes, I would lose if I didn't cut it. The illusion of the kaleidoscope is unavoidable. Goodbye. If you don't cut it again, you obviously didn't realize this. The big knife in his hand was swung down, but it was not the red bean's head that was fluttering. Instead, his vision became dim. In a trance, it seemed to see a headless corpse lying on the river. The real red beans came out from behind the trees next to them, the writing wheel in their eyes closed. Illusory works well. This guy even thought he had succeeded in his calculations until he died. Ye Feng praised. The previous steps were all right, but in the end, the duplication of red beans was the one that was caught without using the technique of water jail. Due to the interference of the illusion, the big knife that didn't cut at the duplication, but cut off his own head. No more beheaded. Boom. Bai realized that something was not good and wanted to go out to save people, but Ye Feng directly stunned the little girl. The survivors of the Snow Clan in Wuyan village have the boundary of ice escape and blood succession. This is a waste of resources without raising bloodletting. Take her back to the base of the pocket. Do not act arbitrarily or speak during this period. Ye Feng summoned a coffin and ordered the people who came out inside. This is a blonde man with 4 generations of Hokage written on his clothes. Wave Wind Watergate. Watergate's eyes were obviously helpless, but he could only obediently obey the surgeon's words. Put on a black robe and act as a tool man. Soon, Watergate left with a comatose Bai. As for the decapitation broadsword, it was just a pile of scrap iron to him. Night. An island town in the country of Poland. Catch the thief. There was a hustle and bustle on the street. There are many impoverished children who are left unattended. They are often hungry and have no food to eat, so many people start to steal things. This kind of thing often happens here. Not only children, but many adults also showed interest in red beans and night wind. These two guys seem to be rich. Anything to eat? Sister, can you give me some food? A 5-year-old boy stood in front of Hongdu and said pitifully. My hair is messy, and I don't know that I haven't changed my clothes for a few months. Don't give money. If you give the money, it will only be robbed by other children, or by the local store owner. If you want to give it, just give it some dry food. Ye Feng reminded him. He didn't feel much about this kind of thing, just reminded Red Bean. Here, give it to you. Hongdu touched the small bag she was carrying, and took out 2 pieces of dry food from it. Thank you, sister. The little boy smiled and ran away. This is the end of the journey of the Wave Country. A week later. Konoha Hidden Village. As the Nikanin exam is approaching, many ninja villages have sent their own Zionin to participate. In the 3rd exam, the 4th generation of Feng Ying and the 3rd generation of Hokage will be present, as well as the nobles of the country of fire and the country of wind. A large number of strange ninjas entered the village, including Nightwind and Red Beans. Cut, pretending to be a rock. Naruto was walking on the road and found an attendant appeared behind him. A box disguised as a rock, with a few little guys squatting inside, just blatantly following behind him. How can there be such a square and square, with 2 small holes in the rock? Naruto spit out. Really worthy of the man I fancy, worthy of my opponent. Konohamaru came out from under the box, and 2 of his own partners, Yuden and Mohuang, claimed to be a combination of Konohamaru Legion. They are all 6-year-old children, among them Konohamaru is the grandson of 3 generations of Hokage, who has practiced seduction with Naruto. "Well, what do you do?" Naruto asked. "Boss, didn't you say you want to play ninja games with us?" Konohamaru said. Is there such a thing?" Naruto scratched his head. "Cut, ninjas play ninja games or something." Sakura walked faintly, completely desolate. "She went to Sasuke just now, but the guy said that you are not as good as Naruto, which is terrible." "Is she even worse than Naruto?" "Better than Naruto." Sakura. Naruto didn't know what was going on, and was blushing at Sakura's gaze. "Ahat! Is this woman the boss's girlfriend?" Konohamaru said without disdain. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so young, with a sharp vision." Naruto laughed out loud. "No." Kozakura punched Naruto directly away, and Naruto quickly turned into a pig-headed face in the horrified eyes of Konohamaru Legion. "Ugly. What the hell did you ugly monster do?" Konohamaru said unwillingly. "Oh." Kozakura was already in anger, so even Konohamaru was beaten by it. Soon, Naruto and Konohamaru's master and apprentice fell to the ground, their noses and faces swollen, and their heads full of bags. "It hurts, it hurts." Naruto slowly got up. "That fat and ugly guy, is that a woman?" Konohamaru scolded. "He is the young master in the village, and no one dares to do this to him in normal times." Kozakura was about to leave. She turned her head when she heard this sentence. Her eyes were extremely unkind. Naruto and Konohamaru's army ran away in an instant, and Sakura was chasing after him. Because he ran too fast, Konohamaru didn't see anyone in front of him, so he ran into a man. This was a ninja dressed in black, and his forehead guard was not Konoha's. He was carrying a huge thing wrapped in bandages, and he didn't know what it was carrying. "It hurts." Kankuro frowned and said uncomfortably. Chapter 49. 49 Nakanin Examination. Smelly kid. Kankuro narrowed his eyes, grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and lifted it into the air. "Stop it, and be careful for a while," Temari said lightly. "She is not afraid of getting into trouble, but that Gaara will be angry." "I'm sorry, I was the only one who made a fool of myself." Sakura looked at the 2 ninjas cautiously. They all seem to be 15 or 16 years old, and they have that murderous aura, which is different from those of them who just graduated from ninja school. "Hey, tell you to let go." Naruto wouldn't think about so many things, so he pointed to Kankuro and said angrily. "Before the annoying guy comes, let's play with you." Kankuro said disapprovingly. Holding Konohamaru's hand, even harder. "Temari didn't bother to remind me when I saw this." "A hole." Naruto rushed directly. However, Kankuro was stopped by the chakra silk thread that was hard to find with the naked eye, and Naruto was tripped on the ground on the spot. "What? Konoha's shinobu is very weak," Kankuro said contemptuously. "Hey, if you don't let go, I won't let you go, idiot." Naruto continued. "You're an idiot, why do you want to instigate your opponent?" Sakura quickly stopped Naruto. It should be impossible to beat the opponent, Naruto even wanted to annoy the opponent. "You are very irritating. I hate stinky brats very much, and I am so much younger than me, and so arrogant, that makes people want to completely destroy him," Kanjiro said coldly. Naruto and Sakura are at a loss, Yuden and Mohuang are already crying. "Oh, I don't care." Temari watched from the side, too lazy to care about Kankuro's affairs. "First, get rid of the kid over here, then the kid over there." Kankuro squeezed a fist and was about to beat Konohamaru. "Call out." A small stone flew out from the side and cut a scar on Kankuro's hand. Konohamaru ran away quickly. Everyone found out that a young man was sitting on the tree next to him. "What do you want to do in someone else's village?" Sasuke said indifferently. There were still a few small stones in his hand that he didn't throw out. A little handsome. Temari looked at Sasuke appreciatively. Although Zuzi always likes to pretend to force this, but I have to say that this guy is indeed very lethal to the girl. There's another kid who is angry with dead man. Kankuro said uncomfortably. FK off. Sasuke smashed the stone in his hand and threatened. Ah! So handsome. Sakura started to commit a nympho. Yuden and Mohuang also rebelled on the spot, staring at Sasuke with small admiring eyes. Brother Naruto, you are too shabby. Konohamaru cried. Other people's Sasuke is so handsome, his eldest brother looks so weak in comparison. Idiot, that kind of guy can actually be solved easily. Naruto chuckled. Humph. Konohamaru turned his head. Hey, get out of here, kid. I hate you, a kid who can only play tricks. Kanjiro said coldly. Reaching out to touch what was behind his back, it seemed that he wanted to use puppetry. Hey, do you need a crow? Temari was a little surprised. Kankuro, stop it, the guy who loses the face of the village. Another figure appeared. On the big tree where Sasuke was staying, just behind Sasuke, behind it was a big gourd made of sand. The boy with short red hair has the word love on his forehead. Gaara. Kanjuru's face changed. This guy. When did he appear behind me? Sasuke's face was solemn, and his heart was shocked. You guy who only loses the face of the village, what do you think we came to Konoha for? Gaara said calmly. Listen to me, Gaara. These guys came up to make trouble first. A cold sweat appeared on Kanjiro's face, and he quickly explained. To shut up. Otherwise, I will kill you. Gaara's face sank, showing no respect at all. Yes, I see, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Kanjiro said with a smile. I'm so sorry. Gaara looked at Sasuke and said lightly. Go, we are not here to play. Gaara ordered. Obviously he is the youngest, but Kankuro and Temari are both very cautious. And many more. You are the ninjas of Sandian village, right? Although the country of fire and the country of wind are allies, the treaty prohibits ninjas from entering and leaving each other's territory at will. What did you come to Konoha for? Kozukura asked. There is still a week left. On July 1st, the ninja test officially started. As Konoha's ninja, don't you know the news? A voice replaced Gaara and the three to answer. Everyone turned their heads and saw that 3 ninjas wearing Otanin village guards appeared. A combination of a man and 2 women, all wearing large black coats. One of the women looked rather small, about 12 years old, and she was wearing a black blindfold, which looked very mysterious. The other man and woman are both about 20 years old. Gaara looked at the ninja in Otanin village, then turned and left. Otanin village is just a little famous ninja, definitely not a great ninja. His prey is Sasuke Uchiha. This guy felt great, and he accurately hit Kankuro with a small stone. Zongnin exam. What is the Chunin test? Naruto asked puzzledly. Big brother, as long as you pass that exam, you can change from being a low-end person to a middle-end person. Konohamaru explained. Really? Then I have to try. Naruto laughed. Hey! Guy over there, what's your name? Sasuke jumped down from the tree and shouted at Roar, a group of people with Gaara. Me. Temari turned around, his face flushed slightly. No, it's the one carrying the gourd. Sasuke said coldly. Gaara. I have some interest in you too, what's your name? I love Luo lightly said. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke replied. What about me? Don't you ask my name. Naruto interrupted. Not interested in. Gaara turned and left. Nohamaru, do I look weak? Well, much weaker than Sasuke's brother. Grown-ups. Another pair of ninja groups from Otanin village appeared, 2 men and 1 woman. They all seem to be 14 or 15 years old, and their dressing is much more normal than the other group, but their status seems to be lower. Toss, sack, king. The ninja cultivated in Otanin village, definitely, has also undergone some transformations by Orochimaru. Thotha's arm device can launch sonic attacks, while the Zack's arm device can use wind to escape. As for gold, it can make people fall into illusion with the sound of bells. Don't be polite, let's go. Ye Feng said lightly. A group of 6 people quickly walked away. There are more weird guys in the village. Is there any danger in the Zongnin exam? Will I be dragged down? The guy who made Kakashi jealous, won't he show up here at the timing of the Nikanin exam, right? The 3 people in the 7th class have mixed thoughts. Chapter 50. 50 as long as I am on a whim. A week later. Ninja examination room. Do you want to take the Chunin test? It's all stinky little ghosts. 2 teenagers stopped a bunch of candidates, wearing Konoha's forehead guards on their heads. Xiao Li deliberately pretended to be weak and was kicked out directly. Now that he is weak, he will let others take it lightly and underestimate his strength. Please let us pass. I also started acting every day. But soon, he was punched and fell to the ground. Listen, this is our tenderness. The ninja exam is not a trifle, because this exam gives up being a ninja, and there are people who are depressed. We can see a lot more. The 2 continued. In fact, the chief examiner used the transformation technique to deliberately test the eyesight of these candidates. The place to register for the exam is 301, but this is actually 201 on the 2nd floor. The boring illusion tricks can be cancelled. Sasuke came out and began to pretend. Oh? Did you actually see it? But it's useless to see it. The examiner was slightly surprised. In the next second, the 2 of them rushed away quickly, and they were about to fight each other. At this moment, boom! A guy in a green tights rushed out, and at the same time stopped Sasuke and the chief examiner from kicking. Can actually block my attack? The chakra in this guy's hand. When they were beaten just now, they were totally different. Sasuke looked at Xiao Li as if he was facing an enemy. Hey, this is not the same as what we said. Didn't you guys want to be alert, so you are deliberately weak? Ningri was speechless. Xiao Li didn't answer, but stared straight at Sakura. Here again. Tian closed his eyes, already guessing what would happen next. My name is Rock Lee, and your name is Sakura, right? Xiao Li smiled, showing 2 rows of white teeth. Kozakura is a little inexplicable. Why is this guy looking for her? Please date with me. I will protect you to death. Xiao Li gave a thumbs up and said confidently. Never, your eyebrows are too thick. The corner of Sakura's mouth twitched. This guy looks weird. Hey, the guy over there, please sign up. Niji Hyuga walked over and looked at Sasuke. When asking someone's name, shouldn't you report your name first? Sasuke smiled. You are a newcomer, how old are you this year? Ningxi asked. I have no obligation to answer you. Sasuke replied. Go, Sasuke, Naruto, you can go to the examination room. Kozakura urged. In this Zongnin exam, there are really many little monsters. Ye Feng hides in the crowd, extremely ordinary. Teacher, you are here to bully young people too much. Red Bean said quietly. Ningji. The girl wearing a black blindfold whispered. Don't make trouble, you can't expose it yet. Ye Feng patted the girl's head. Yes, brother. The girl nodded nicely. Soon. Rock Lee caught up with the 7th class and planned to fight Sasuke. That guy with fierce eyes, do you want to make a showdown here now? Xiao Li asked. What? You said now, here is a showdown. Sasuke's expression sank. Uchiha Sasuke, I want to fight you, the last descendant of Uchiha, known as the Genius Ninja Clan. I want to try my tricks, where you can go. Xiao Li said solemnly. He has learned something from the eyes of the Hokage family, and Niji has beaten him countless times. But he has not yet played against the Uchiha family. And Sakura, love. As soon as Xiao Li's voice changed, he suddenly became numb. Do not want. This guy with drooping eyelashes has a bad hairstyle, pierced eyebrows, strange thick eyebrows, and strange clothes, so I don't like it everywhere. You are Angel. Xiao Li said solemnly. It's Sasuke who grabs the limelight again, it's horrible. Naruto thought sadly. Come to challenge me even knowing that I am the Uchiha clan. To be honest, I am really an ignorant person. Do you know what this name means? Thick eyebrows. Sasuke said confidently and coldly. Please fight with me. Xiao Li made a pose. Wait a minute, leave this thick eyebrow to me to clean up. I can clean him up in 5 minutes. Naruto spoke. It's not you that I want to fight against, it's Sasuke Uchiha. Xiao Li replied. No matter who is Sasuke, you are really annoying. Naruto rushed out. In this way, he punched Xiao Li in the front. Snapped. Xiao Li flashed to the side and shot Naruto's fist at the same time, causing Naruto's body to lose balance. Hateful. Naruto hurriedly changed his attack position, propped his hands on the ground and kicked over. Seeing this, the expression on Xiao Li's face became even more disdainful. Konoha Gale. Xiao Li squatted down, then swept his foot and swept away Naruto's supporting hands. Naruto became like a spinning top, completely losing his balance and flying out. This straight-up attack method seemed too stupid in front of Xiao Li, a ninja proficient in physical skills. This guy is really strong. Sakura and Sasuke looked very serious. I hereby declare that it is absolutely impossible for you to beat me. As for why, because I am the strongest among Konoha shinobu. Xiao Li said coldly. Forget it, Sasuke. Sakura said. Sasuke ignored Sakura, just stared at Xiao Li. Interesting, let me meet you. It doesn't take too long, it can be solved in 5 minutes at most. Sasuke walked out and went straight to Xiao Li, focusing his attention like never before. Konoha Whirlwind. When Xiao Li jumped up, he just swept his legs. Sasuke reacted quickly and immediately tried to avoid this attack. But Xiao Li's speed is faster. Boom! A shoe print appeared on Sasuke's face, and the unstoppable force knocked Sasuke directly into the air, and fell to the ground from the air. As long as I am on a whim, I can pretend to be beaten in the face. Ye Feng looked at this scene from a distance and couldn't help but smile. Sasuke's first grade in the ninja school has made Sasuke's life a little light-hearted. Little did it know that at his age, Itachi was already about to open a kaleidoscope, and he still had several years of experience as an Anbi ninja. And he was just a hook, and he was hung up and beaten during the Zongnin exam. Nami no Jean and Shiro were solved. Sasuke and Naruto didn't get any experience when they went out this time, they just learned to climb trees and walk on the water. So Sasuke's eyes are still in the state of a jade. Want revenge? You will definitely need my strength. In a daze, Sasuke remembered the strange man he met that day, Konoha rebellion named Ashimaru. In that case, let me have fun with you. Sasuke stood up and opened a Guyu writing wheel. Is that writing round eyes? Xiao Li looked solemn, paying attention to Uchiha Sasuke's every move. Write round eyes. That is a more powerful pupil technique than white eyes.